Welcome back. Friday morning, Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
You have a sweetheart?
I do. Love is in the air.
What's her name, please?
Her name is Ani. She's fantastic.
Yeah.
She's great.
You went out last night.
I did go out last night. We went to Pizzeria Portofino, right there on the river. It's a summer spot. That's what I've learned.
You like this? Is this a relatively new place that you won't shut up about the last year or so?
Dude, no chance.
You've brought it up a couple times.
I don't think so, because I haven't been in multiple years.
Oh, so it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's under RPM Seafood. It's good. It's a summer spot though. Like we sat in the patio, so it's very close to the river. But because
it's on the river.
Yeah.
And RPM Seafood is on the ground level.
Correct.
But
yeah.
this place is on the river level. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
And so it's nice, but yeah, you have the little bubble or whatever, and it's not really clear. You can't really see out of it. So
you got the bubble.
No, you're in we were on the patio. What would be the patio, but obviously it's covered.
So you're
it's
outside.
So cold.
So your table is in a bubble.
Yes, and so the bubble, the river doesn't look as pretty because it's a thick plastic that's covering it.
Gotcha.
Oh, and guess what? Heart-shaped pizza. Boom.
That's pretty classy. I'll give it to you. The pictures that you sent were pretty nice.
Okay, I want you to guess on this because it was nice. It was all great. Heart-shaped pizza. We love it.
Heart-shaped
I'm
pizza.
going to brag about it.
Fried calamari.
Fried calamari. Oh, sensational. That's
fried calamari, though, is I hate to say it, tourist play. Grilled calamari trades over fried calamari every day of the week.
It's kind of like the good over good, great over great,
No, I don't know.
Like good fried calamari better than good grilled calamari. Great grilled calamari.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, is the best.
All right, yeah.
But no, it's kind of
like
we both enjoy calamari, so it's kind of like we get it everywhere that we think it'll be good, and then you try and...
What were you going to ask? You were going to ask me something.
Pizza. Okay, heart-shaped pizza.
Yeah.
How much do you think one heart-shaped pizza was? We ate, just us two, all but 2 little slices.
Well, so this is the classic conundrum because you went pizza because it's cheap.
No, I didn't. Because it's heart-shaped. They can't do heart-shaped
I don't blame
pasta.
you, dude. I have a girlfriend of 2+ years, and we're not going anywhere this whole weekend. This whole weekend.
We'll see you on the other side.
That's why she's the best. But yeah, I mean, this whole thing is such BS. Oh, it's Valentine's Day. You gotta do this and you gotta go to a restaurant. I was talking to my brother last night and he was like, oh yeah, my friend Evan and his wife, they have 3 different reservations around Valentine's Day. And I'm like, that's
so much
miserable.
Yeah.
That's in San Francisco, that's going to be more than a G probably.
That's insane.
3 reservations. Heart-shaped pizza on Valentine's Day, so they put a premium on you. Let's say the pizza is normally $22. Heart-shaped, I'm going to go $35.
That's pretty good. Check this out. Pizza subtotal $51. Now,
it wasn't an extra large pizza.
It wasn't an extra large pizza.
It was a normal size pizza.
But it was our fault. You're right. The heart-shaped functionality, $5.
Wow.
Add $5.
Dude, so their regular pizza is $45?
Well, that's where I have to caveat it a little bit.
What are they putting on it?
So the pizzas, the menu is they're from $22 to $33. We got the truffle pizza, so it was $30.
So that doesn't count.
It was $33, and then we'll go to order it. I'm like, yeah, no, because I've had it, and it's this is really good. So we'll get the $33 pizza, and then we go to order it, and the waiter goes, would you like prosciutto on that? And she goes, yes. $13.
Dude, what is your deal?
My deal, it's fine, but
truffle?
It was really good. It was sensational.
God, you've got so much to learn.
Yeah, but
truffle and prosciutto on the pizza. At that point, just go to a nice restaurant and get a nice meal.
Restaurant.
I'm sure it's nice, yeah, but it's pizza. It is pizza.
It was good. Yeah, but yeah, seeing the 51 on the.
You want to know how much my pizza last night cost? Thank you, Taste It Trade.
It couldn't have been as good as mine.
Prince Street Pizza in the office, reheated, even better than it was at lunchtime.
Did you at least crisp it, air fry it or oven it?
I put it in the oven.
Okay. It's better than my.
It's like, Kelly, here you go, babe. I brought you
You're such a provider.
a whole
That's great.
pizza from lunch today.
It's this new
was
place.
good.
Yeah, it was actually really
The
good.
4-cheese pizza with the ricotta cheese.
You know,
Beautiful.
the truffle had ricotta on it too, and it was probably a little fresher. Whatever.
Well,
It's also
$55 versus zero. You want to pay zero? You want to pay 55? What do you think Clink would pay?
he'd pay zero.
Yeah.
How do you pay zero? It's also my mother's birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Mom. And historically, that's
that.
usually how I get out of any of these, festivities or anything.
So did you do February 13th reservation because everything else is packed? Like you couldn't do any other day? Or it's because your mom's birthday is today?
Kind of. Mom's not in town, so
Okay, well,
yeah. But I did, because I was planning this, a week or two ago, had the open table notifications on. It just worked out because we went to, her friend was performing at Laugh Factory after, so we went there. And so, yeah, just whatever was. But it was funny because I had all these notifications on for open table, like 4 different places. And yesterday they just started opening up, like today, yesterday. Everybody's getting canceled on.
oh dang.
Hate to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, tonight probably just make dinner together. And
Good for you.
Taking her to a DJ set at Radius
Tonight?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's my friend. It was my friend's birthday, so he said, "Can everybody go to this?" And it was hard to swing on Valentine's Day, but she's like, "I want to go. It's not my thing, but I'll go."
And so you're going to have new Drake album on during dinner making?
Yep, for sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then straight to Radius for the ecstasy and
For the
whatever
good
you guys
music.
are doing these
For the
days.
good music.
Nice. Okay. Well, good for you, man. We got plenty to go on here. I would tell you a story about my Valentine's Day, but we literally ate leftover pizza, watched an episode of Succession, and I went to sleep by 8:30.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
But yeah, this episode of Forex Focus, pretty exciting.
Why is that?
Well, we're always streaming on tastylive.com.
Okay.
Great place to watch. We're also streaming on Tasty Live YouTube channel.
First
where
time.
the chat is always popping off.
Test case.
And we're also streaming on the Tasty FX YouTube channel.
Nice.
So Tasty FX subscribers, tune in there.
So yeah, we'll hopefully be doing a lot more stuff on the Tasty FX channel in the future and get not only Tasty Live, Tasty Trade, all the different communities, but the Tasty FX community going. With that, let's get into the platform and talk about what the heck's been going on, because it's been some craziness.
Pretty good stuff.
Continued throughout the week, man. I thought last week when we did the whole bad Canada, good Canada, tariffs coming, tariffs not coming, I thought like, okay, well, that was a good week or so of action. The rest of February is going to be super boring now.
Right.
Not the case. So much back and forth. Tariffs giveth, tariffs taketh away for the U.S. dollar. And what's really interesting is it's been a hodgepodge of the different currencies. Like I said, last week it was Canadian dollar. Canadian dollar, great back and forth this week. I can throw it up really quick,
Yeah.
the 15-minute chart, just to show
man.
you here some huge moves back and forth. And then at the end of the day, you see dollar weakness going into the weekend. But if you look at our major U.S. dollar pairs up here, the big moves the last couple of days were pound and euro. Pound and euro are up slightly here today. But euro's staring
that's
at
pretty good.
105 and pound's staring at 126, and owed to the last couple of days of upside in those markets. And now, just when you thought it was safe, is this Kiwi and Aussie coming out of nowhere?
We're back.
A nice bid here
That looks pretty good.
to close the week. I know Pete's been bemoaning this this Kiwi that's just not been moving off of these lows around 56 to 56.5, but the overnight session end of yesterday and overnight session here into this morning, trading right near those highs above 57. Now these are not historically high levels, but we're right there,
Yeah.
Glenn, at the highest prices for really the year, and wondering now if these commodity currencies might pick up a little bit. It's just interesting, the volatility flows from Canada to euro, pound, and I know there's Russia-Ukraine stuff going on as well as the tariff stuff going on. But now we're seeing it in the commodity space.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. It's a interesting timeline because you never know which is going to pop off.
No
But
clue.
yeah, I mean, good to see that New Zealand dollar because yeah, you compare it to the Australian dollar, and they of course move very similarly. But yeah, I mean, similar move, but we haven't seen as strong of moves to the upside in
Yeah.
the New Zealand dollar.
Yeah, you're seeing this Aussie trade through its highs year to date. I know we're only in mid-February, but it's been a rough year to date for a number of currencies against the U.S. dollar. So nice to see this. But yeah, this Aussie piece now well above 63 cents. Still, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you take out the last 2 months of price action, 63 cents is actually like pretty much the low. But it'll be really interesting to see today if these markets can continue higher against the US dollar, or will this be the same story that we've seen? Because, like I say, if you widen out the lens, okay, 63 cents is very low. If you bring that lens in tighter, this is actually the high, and where US dollar has started to make its comeback against these currencies that have seen very short-term bids. So it'll be really interesting to watch these commodity currencies going into the weekend. One other piece I want to shout out, just because this piece has not been interesting at all the last several weeks, but now seeing great back and forth, is this Swiss franc, Glenn. Got all the way up to 91.5. And let's take a look at the daily chart just to make sure. Yeah, a couple of times this year tried to trade through 92, and just earlier this week was around its 91.5, kind of right around those highs for the last year or so of trading. And man, look at that move, a straight up annihilation of US dollar the last 3 trading sessions in a row, and now flirting with 90 cents even.
And this one, yeah, super interesting because we've seen it, the moves kind of in tandem with a lot of those Japanese yen. We, back and forth, we've seen kind of like a flight to quality, safe haven, and you can see that in the chart. But all of the tariff talks and everything bolstering the U.S. dollar from a magnitude standpoint has really driven this up faster than those moves to the Swiss franc. I think it's splitting a lot of that safe haven demand with yen, gold, everything else.
And a great point that Marcel, one of our favorite viewers, called out to me earlier this week. She said, also keep in mind that this piece and that dollar yen piece are getting very muddled by the carry trade as well, because
Exactly.
you have every time you see a little bit of a breakdown here, because Pete and I were looking at this and we were like, man, this before these last 3 trading days, we were like, man, this is a lot of like just kind of nonsense. Especially, let's take a look at the dollar CAD daily chart just to show you for reference. Like you saw a lot of the nonsense here, sideways action, and then you saw finally like, okay, we're going to break out of this range, and now we're really breaking out of this range to the downside. And so you see these ranges sometimes coil, and you're like, okay, there's really nothing for me to do. Like in this dollar CAD between mid-December and mid-January, was like, what do you want me to do? Should I buy it? Should I sell it? It's not really moving anywhere. Then you finally get the break out of this range, and now it's like, okay, I mean, I could trade both sides of this thing. Similar story here with this dollar Swissy, where it's like, man, it's just coiling up in this range of 90 cents to 92 cents. And even here, it's like, I'm not necessarily like jumping on the trend train that this is going to trade through the dollar lows like the rest of these currencies have been doing. Because the flip side of this is the carry on this dollar Swissy, I believe, is getting pretty interesting. So every time this dollar drops, a lot of people coming in to get long dollar at the expense of that Swiss franc, because the gap in interest rates between the U.S. and Switzerland has been kind of low-key widening out more than most of these other places. Whereas, I mean, here on the Aussie front, if you were to get short Aussie long dollar, it's really a push on either side after the small admin fee. And then you look at the dollar yen piece, another one where it's like the interest rate gap between Japan and the U.S. is so wide that every time they try to knock down the U.S. dollar, a lot of people seem to be coming in to pick it up because this carry trade factor. So a lot of things to think about when you're trading this dollar Swiss franc that's just starting to get a little volatility in there.
And good call out with the carry trade, because when you think about what the carry trade strategy is, you're looking to get those positive carries overnight, but you can very easily be wiped out by a ton of price action, and that's been the story the fear in dollar yen, which we know can be so volatile for a number of reasons. Move on any Bank of Japan news, even a 25 basis point hike from them is big news, can really recalibrate this market. Whereas a Swiss franc, you're okay with a little less volatility.
It's been less volatile for sure.
And if you think that the interest rate differential is going to stay where it is, then maybe that is, in some people's mind, a better play.
A lot of dynamics to think about for sure, but really interesting that these markets continue to stay volatile, even though, like I said, I would have thought the tariff stuff would have calmed down a little bit, but you're seeing both sides of a lot of markets. But the trend going into the weekend, it seems, we'll see the last U.S. session here of the week will tell us if this trend continues or is reversed, is U.S. dollar weakness. And yeah, I mean, you look across the board, U.S. dollar challenging the year-to-date lows in Swiss franc, already through its lows.
Yeah.
Man, what a move in this Canada. You would have thought with the interest rate story and the employment story and everything going on in Canada, worst case scenario, the tariffs don't go through and we get back into this 142, 143, 144 range, blowing right through 142 to the downside. Last thing just to call out before we get to a nice little story for you all. U.S. retail sales coming at you in less than an hour. This number is expected to be wrapped around 0%, so maybe not so much going on there. But, I mean, in times where inflation isn't the number one thing, or interest rates isn't the number one thing, or tariffs now isn't the number one thing, retail sales is a top 2 or 3 number, right up there with non-farm and with the FOMC. So something to watch for. Probably not going to be the most interesting piece going into the weekend. Anything out of Trump or any central bankers or anything like that, probably.
Yeah, but you'll see, it's always interesting to me when we're around that that zero handle, and you see, do people treat we're expected to have some contraction. If that's a beat to just positive 0.1%, is that interpreted really strong versus further weakness? There's some psychological component there with expansionary versus contractionary.
We will watch for it, but let's get into an interesting little story for you all.
All right.
Is gold headed to $3,000 and what it could mean for the U.S. dollar?
Everybody's talking about it. Holy smokes.
Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's trading it.
The shiny serpent.
This gold
can't get a hold of that one.
Has been crazy, unrelenting upside that we've seen in gold. And this has been a story the last couple of years whereby in my trading history, up until the last couple of years, Glenn, gold would trade, down to 1,200 or 1,300. It would bounce back up to 1,500, 1,600, maybe challenge 1,600. It was a very mean reverting asset.
Right.
Similar to crude oil in a lot of ways. A lot of these commodities, they weren't necessarily highly correlated, and we're going to get into some correlations in just a second with the U.S. dollar and gold, which will be cool. But you would just see mean reversion. And you didn't know when it was going to happen. You didn't know from what price, but you would see the back and forth. And what we've seen the last couple of years,
not
and
much.
We're just looking at the chart for the last year or so of trading here for gold futures, is gets to a new price, hovers around there, and then gets to another new high, hovers around there, and then gets to another new high. And right now we're in the midst of a pretty unrelenting path towards 3,000. I mean, we're just, I think, like 10 handles off of 10 to 20 as of this show, off of 3K. all-time highs for gold. But that can't even be the story. It's like saying all-time highs for like S&Ps. It's
Exactly.
like it at this point happens like 50 days out of the year.
Right, and the trend you called out, if that were to hold up, we're not there yet. We haven't established a range. If you look at the end of that chart there, all the way to the right, we really haven't seen any pullback, just slightly before, continuing on. And you might think we're crazy for this $3,000 price target that we're looking at. Can it break it? But yeah, this is the time where now everyone has a new price target. I think Bank of America just came out, said 3,500. Pulling out numbers, kind of like the Bitcoin stories we always hear, where people just everyone wants to claim their own price target. But yeah, not a lot getting in the way of this gold recently. All the stories around it, a lot of things moving it, making a lot of bull cases for it. But then again, you have everyone that's saying, how much can this run? A lot of premium baked in from the actual exchanging of physical gold from wherever, London to here, U.S. gold trading at a premium. If you think that is too inflated, there's your contrarian case, but I haven't seen it yet. So
absolutely hard to make a contrarian case here because you have plenty of contrarian ideas circling this market, such as U.S. rates and U.S. dollar, both, coming off a little bit here going into the weekend and in the back half of this week here in mid-Feb, but still really strong. Like U.S. rates sustained at 4.5%.
And keeps pushing out. So
and they keep pushing out the potential cuts that you think might lift gold. So that's not doing anything against this gold market. Historically, you think a strong U.S. dollar, which again, even though it's off its highs, it is historically one of the strongest U.S. dollar markets we've seen in decades. That's not making gold any cheaper. And it's one of those things. I'm glad you brought up Bitcoin because it's like a lot of people will go out there and every time gold makes a new high or it comes off of its high, they'll come out with a story of like, oh, well, that's because inflation.
Right.
And it's like, okay, it's an anti-inflation kind of thing where maybe it catches a bid when inflation is high, but it also gets hit when interest rates move high because theoretically people would move their money from gold, a safe haven non-interest bearing asset, to bonds,
exactly.
Safe haven interest-bearing asset, still at 4% plus interest rates. And so this is one of those things, can it get to 3K? It could get to 3K today or early next week. What is the reason behind a lot of this? Honestly, it's one of those things that we probably won't know until after the fact. It's one of those things that like everybody likes to make up the story after the Super Bowl, for example, of like, well, of course the Eagles won because they have the best defense and the defense wins. And it's like, well, leading up to that move, leading up to that game, it's like you could make 50 different stories. And so right now we are kind of in the midst of gold moving higher. Hard to wrap any story around it. Recently, it's everything that you see online is like, oh, well, the unknowns around tariffs. That's why everybody's flocking to gold. And it's like, well, tariffs wasn't a thing in July of 2024, and so we've been flocking to gold for years at this point. But I do want to put some math behind it because we can at very least do that. Gold historically, Glenn, negative correlation to U.S. dollar because we look at gold priced in dollars, and so theoretically, a more expensive dollar could mean a cheaper gold market. No correlation across the board here, man.
No, that is bleak. Can't really look to any of these major pairs as any sort of proxy. You get the historic anecdotal correlation with Australian dollar and those precious metals. You're not seeing it there. Maybe you think it's tied to these safe haven, flight to qualities. You're looking at the Swiss franc. You're looking at the Japanese yen. It's not really there.
Yeah.
And so these two, while attached to a lot of the same stories, moving at their own timings. And we're seeing both of them strong right now, but not really on the same days, or you can't attribute it to
100%. One of the only correlations that you can really see here is the slight negative 0.11 for dollar versus yen correlated to gold. And so you do see a little bit of that inverse correlation for dollar and gold in that pair. But to your point, Glenn, it's kind of like they just maybe don't go up on the same day, because you look at the dollar yen chart in the same time frame, looking at the last year or so of trading, and this dollar is up over 7% in the same time that gold's up a bunch more percent. It's more volatile asset, but they're both trending in the same direction in the same time. Now, what is interesting though is, and here we look at this dollar CAD chart again, a dollar market moving up and to the right in the same time that gold is moving up and to the right. At least this US dollar is a little bit of a two-way street right now. You're seeing both sides of this US dollar trade, Glenn, whereas in gold, you're not seeing both sides. You're not seeing the correlation there. So it's hard to make a story of, okay, well, I'm going to, short gold and short dollars as a hedge. Not really a strategy that's been working out given those correlations. But if you are looking for something that is more two-sided than a gold trade here, the U.S. dollar is at least giving you that two-way street, so to speak.
And, getting more granular. You could, if you think the dollar's strong against an Asian currency like the yen long term, then you can take that position. But yeah, you're getting good two-way action off this tariff talk as it relates to Canadian dollar. So it can get a lot more granular than just gold has to come down.
Yeah. Whereas tariffs, interest rates, inflation, and anything seems like it's a bid for gold at this point. We'll see where it reverses. Maybe it is 3K. Maybe the next price is 3,100, or what you said, Bank of America 3,500. We will stay locked in on the correlations between gold and Forex in the future. But that'll do it for today's episode of Forex Focus. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Myself and Glenn will be back next week for more with our good friend Peter. But stay tuned for Tom, Tony, and Vanetta coming up next.
Now, don't screw up. You're the weakest link here.
You guys introduce yourselves.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff. You didn't know that? I don't have any idea why you watch.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff.
41, you got it!
See that? We knew it.
Pretty good.
Baseball field.
Baseball game.
It was a wonderful evening.
It was a warm summer day, 1982.
It was around 80...
82, 83, I don't know, sometime around there.
Yeah, 83.
83, let's say.
It was 83. I remember because I was dating somebody else at that time. 1983.
Yes.
It was a wonderful day.
No, we were playing. We played softball on the same
16
team.
inch?
12 inch.
With gloves. Because
Gloves.
we were hand models at the time.
Yes. I played third base, Tony played right field.
You've been dying to say that, haven't you?
We took him to use a charity case.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
I'd started to disrupt my trading career like really early on, probably 4 or 5 years into it. I started thinking there's got to be more than just this. Thinkorswim we built in 1999, 2000 when the market was crashing. And Tasty was in the middle of 2010, 2011 when markets were kind of in turmoil. So yeah, it's always best to start things when it's worse. When I speak in front of a large crowd, I usually say right up front, I'm going to try to give you a takeaway every 15 minutes because I think it's important. You came out for a reason, and we respect that, and it's humbling in its own sense. So we have to deliver our part. Like, you can't just give somebody, hey, here's a one-liner, and you take it home, and then you try to figure out what to do with a one-liner. You have to challenge people to think.
If the VIX is over 40, we'd like to see an allocation of about 50%. The reason you allocate more when the VIX is higher is because when you have a higher VIX, you have the opportunity to make more money.
early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Friday to you both, and happy Valentine's Day to everyone at Tasty Nation, but especially my work wife, Tom. Happy Valentine's Day.
Why isn't Vanetta your work wife?
No,
She's like my sister. She's my sister with an A. Yeah. She
You
can't
guys,
be my work wife.
he had it right the first time. You're his work wife. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on. That's the way it is. You know that.
All right, whatever.
Come on. You could have done a lot worse.
No, not really.
You outkicked your coverage.
No, not really.
Yeah. I mean, I went for the money. I mean, you're like my third one. You know what I mean? So I went for the security. You know that.
I know what outkicking
outkicked
my
your
coverage is, and you are not it. That is for sure.
I'm like a trophy work wife for you.
No.
Yes, I am.
No.
Yes, I am, and you know it.
No. That is.
Yeah.
That is scary.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
happy
would like to
Valentine's Day.
wish a happy Valentine's Day to my Valentine. If he could just hurry the hell up wherever you are. Yeah.
Too good.
Tom, what are you doing today? What's on deck for you?
I have a very important job tonight. I am officially in charge with watching the baby solo.
No
way.
Is she? Wait a minute. Has she been captured or something? I mean, there's no way.
Not exactly
Where's
solo.
your wife? No, your wife is gonna be there.
Yeah, she'll be there.
Okay, so that's not solo. Do you not know what the word
You're not even gonna do anything. I mean, come on, that's not.
I have
solo.
a very important job. I have to get dinner.
Uh-huh.
I have to pick up food. You don't know how important my job is. Okay. You're just sitting there, you don't know. But I have a very important job.
Do you even know what the baby eats? Or you're just concerned about your food consumption?
I mean, I'm pretty much just concerned about my own food.
Yeah.
Damn, that's cold-blooded.
At least he's being honest.
Yeah. But I have to go for a half hour of training prior. I'm getting an intense.
And then probably like a half hour, like a sanitation process kind of thing, a decontamination.
I'm getting a half hour of intense training, and then being left alone.
Again, not what the word alone means.
Well, the two of us.
But grandpa getting called up from the minors. Is it so your daughter and her husband can spend a nice romantic day out?
They can spend a nice romantic 5:15 to 6:30 dinner.
That's nice though. That's wonderful that they're making time for each other.
They can have the greatest hour and 15 minutes ever.
They must be so freaking desperate to get out right now. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind they are at the end of their rope.
Oh, you mean we were the last call? Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. So we got the nod. We're very excited that we're being entrusted. So, but I have to pass the training course first. And Case is not an easy, she doesn't give out a lot of passing marks. So I have to pass the training course.
It's funny you say that because we're in the same situation, and my daughter's like, you guys are going to be okay. I've raised 5 children. I think we're going to be okay with your little nugget. Everything's going to be fine. But I remember back when I was a kid their age, and I remember interviewing babysitters and asking them if they knew baby CPR. I mean, so it's not like so crazy. You know, they're not any different.
Okay, we both know that your interview of a babysitter did not involve the question.
You know how to do CPR. You know how to do CPR. You know how to do CPR.
Your interview of a babysitter is every single.
You're gonna be able to beat this baby.
No, it's the before example in every single HR video.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh man. Too good.
So anyway, that's my big job tonight. Get dinner and make sure the baby's fine.
Tom, how long do you think it's going to take you to make your grandson into a TikTok sensation?
Oh, he should be there by the time he's 10.
Oh, but 10? It's going to take him that long? This kid's got star quality.
So anyway, that's what I'm doing tonight. That's my big job. I've been assigned. This is a major assignment. A lot of pressure.
Aw, that's nice. I'm actually very excited for you to get some good grandpa time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna be good. Yeah.
Well, maybe the baby can teach you how to roll over.
I'm not exactly sure that's possible. Yeah.
Oh no. Well, Bat, how about you? What are your plans for this very romantical evening?
Oh, I mean, you know, we started last night. You know what I mean? I got home late from hockey. We got our arses kicked by a Central State major team out in I don't know, Canlan, Illinois. I don't know, someplace. I don't know. But we got our
Kankakee?
Not Kankakee.
Kane County?
I don't know, like out there. I don't know. The Leafs was their names. They killed us. They beat us 7-1. They destroyed us in a single elimination tournament. We were seeded of 30 teams. We were seeded 24th, and they were seeded like 5th. So it was a bloodbath. So after I got home at 11:30 at night, that was worth it. You know, we started the festivities. You know, they start early.
Nope.
So I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah. The festivities were you go into a separate room. Those are the festivities. Festivities. Get in a separate room and shut up.
No.
Don't wake me up when you come home.
Right, exactly.
That tracks. That's probably for
festivities. Yeah, the festivities not starting at 11:30 on a Thursday night. Sorry. That one you're not selling here.
Well, I have what I think is the ultimate life hack. I know you guys don't care about my life. I'm allocated 30 seconds a week to talk about my actual life, so I'm going to use those 30 seconds today.
Oh no! We have a whole birthday edition for you today. So
what?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, a little bit. I voted against this, Vanetta. I want you to go right now.
A little bit. We've got some special.
I don't like this.
We got no.
I don't like this at all.
You're not going to like this. We got a little special edition.
I was not a part of this.
I was not a part of this.
We got a little special edition. We got a birthday
Tom.
edition today.
Okay.
See, he remembered.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Where did you get my yearbook from?
Yearbooks.com.
Wow, that's very. Yes, I worked.
This is your life, Vanetta Logan.
Yeah, I worked for the high school. I worked for my high school.
Can I tell you something?
newspaper.
Can I tell you something? You have a lot of Simone Biles in you.
Okay.
Wow.
Because we were both tiny black women.
Hey. Do you want any Italian in you?
No, I'm just saying. You look like a young Simone Biles there.
Well, I was young in this photo. Before you stole my youth. Okay, what else you got? What else? This is not going to be good at all.
That's all we really
You're
got.
almost done. You're almost done.
Okay.
I think that's all
it,
we
just
got.
my high school yearbook of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was the coolest. I worked on the newspaper staff, and I was in debate.
All the cool kids worked on the newspaper staff.
I mean, it was pretty. I enjoyed it. I mean, it was pretty good.
I'm surprised you didn't. I'm really surprised when you got out of school you didn't go for a job as a reporter or a columnist.
I will tell you about the job market as a newly minted journalism graduate. They were like, "Would you like your choice of bum middle of Iowa, or would you like to move to South Dakota and we will pay you $13,000?" Because it's hard, and those are just the journalism jobs. When you get out of school, you get sent to a very, very small paper or a very, very small channel, and it's congratulations to the people who start there and work, but also, the pharmaceutical companies came, they're like, you guys know how to talk, how to communicate, and they had pharmaceutical dollars. So I started with Eli Lilly when I graduated from school. So
very nice.
The aristocrats. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
One of my buddies, when we were kids, was was the editor of the school paper, and which I don't think was a very big paper, but to this day, he's still, writing for New York newspapers.
No, it's good. It's sort of like the big, open secret is, a lot of the more prestigious journalism internships. This was a while ago. At the time, they were unpaid. So you had to have, a family that could pay for you to live in like New York or Washington or Chicago or LA, if you wanted to work at one of those papers.
Yeah, totally.
Right. And so it was an unpaid again, yes, you're getting the experience, but it's only a certain level of people who could, ask their family, be like, hey, can you support me while I work for free?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I think writing's going to come full circle. We're back.
We're back, baby. We need brains. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well,
I don't know about that.
Anyway, I was going to tell you my life hack for today is I started, working out or whatever, just trying to, I don't know what I'm trying to do. But life hack of the century, going to the gym tonight. Anyone who's at the gym on Valentine's Day has to be single.
Yeah, absolutely. Or newly single. Looking for a rebound for sure.
Yeah, that's a good move. That's a power move.
SMRT. You're smart. You got this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking super cute at the gym tonight.
Like shooting fish in a barrel. Could be awesome. Yeah, for sure.
I don't talk to anybody. I just keep my headphones in, keep my head down.
Not tonight, though.
I don't know. Anyway. Well, we got a great show for you, whether you are our Valentine or not. But we hope that you want to be our Valentine because we want to be yours. And you are finishing out the week with the Tasty team here. Programming note, no live programming on Monday in honor of my birthday being on Sunday. No, it's President's Day and the market is closed on Monday. So feel free to dig into our archives or, go outside, be with your family. But we will be back to live programming on Tuesday. For today, though, okay, well, nope, doesn't want to open image file. Nope, I got it. At the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we got the weekend stocks. Jamal is recapping this week. You had CPI, you had PPI, you had some pretty interesting moves from some earnings plays. Jamal is going to recap all of that. And it is hashtag Fan Friday. So at 8:40, first call Monday night, says Beth. Thank you. Yes, we'll be doing first call Monday night. And if Tom and Bat aren't still in the doghouse from how they performed for Valentine's Day. But no, first call is going to be Monday night instead of
by Monday night they forget.
Yes. But we're going to do Fast Market today at 8:40, so our viewers write in with their trade ideas. So we'd love to see what viewers have come up with. Tom's had some interesting trades that had been suggested by viewers earlier in the week. We'll see how we finish this week. And then 9 o'clock, it just says bad taste. What does the bad taste in segment entail today?
Oh, that's a market measure we're doing with Julia on. We're going back to finish up the whole series on quantum computing.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. It's actually been a really informative series. Julia is very passionate about the quantum computing space and has a lot of literal hands-on experience in a room with like lasers and photons and computers, and she has superpowers. But she is very smart, and she knows what she's talking about. So that's
she's the only person here who's ever actually worked in a quantum lab. Yes.
She's the only person who can spell quantum.
There you go. Got that going for her too. That's right.
And then we got live from the trade desk, big boy Scott Sheridan at 9:30, talking the top trending tickers over at Tasty Trade, and I believe taking your questions. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you have a question on the brokerage side of the business, we would love to hear from you. That is our run of show for today. But hey, in the meantime, in between time, you want your daily dose?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Our leading story, breaking news, across the wire. Our leading story, top story, just in. In today's headlines, this just in. Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today is a fantastic Friday. It is Valentine's Day. This is the part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name's Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
Tom, you know also Frankie's birthday is Sunday. Where's your photo carousel of Frankie? You've known him for 70 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't have photographs when he was young.
Is your book's too old? You have to pay extra for that one.
They didn't. Yeah.
They don't go back that far.
He's before there were photographs. Yeah, it's a tough situation.
Well, if you are in the YouTube chat, you have definitely interacted with Frankie. Drop him a birthday cake gif or birthday cake emoji or wish him a happy birthday in the YouTube chat.
You know what? We should post some.
Sunday.
There are some classic Frankie pictures out there. My favorite is when he was in a band with his friends, and I forgot what they were. What did they say they were called? Have a nice day, or oh damn!
Have a nice day.
No, something like that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, I know he'll tell me, but I can't remember the name. But yeah, there's got some great old pictures.
See, we'll see if we can find some later as we go through the show. But I would be remiss if I also.
I forgot he's your birthday twin.
Yeah, actually, we're birthday triplets because Adrian, who works on the brokerage side of things, it's also her birthday on Sunday. So.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Today was my dad's birthday. Today was my dad's birthday.
Aww.
Happy birthday, Papa.
I didn't know your dad was an Aquarian. That's cool.
Yeah, born on Valentine's Day.
Aw, Valentine.
What a sweetheart.
Hey,
Slice of Heaven, Sosnoff was the name of the band.
Slice of Heaven, that's exactly right.
Have a nice day, Slice of Heaven, whatever.
I knew it was a nice name.
Sosnoff has to downplay everything when it's somebody else. When it's him, it's a Slice of Heaven. When it's somebody else, it's like, have a nice day or something like that. I don't know.
I can't remember. Slice of Heaven.
Getting to the headlines of the day. What a weird move in the markets yesterday as we had like PPI come out and the market was like down, and then later towards like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, things started to turn around, and it was just kind of some weird tape action. But that's because U.S. President Donald Trump tasked his economics team with devising plans for reciprocal tariffs. That was the phrase of the day yesterday on every country that taxed taxes U.S. imports. Basically, they're like, we're going to have reciprocal tariffs, but then we figured out that this is harder than we thought this was going to be. So like, LOL, JK, they're not going to actually come out today. They're going to come out later. So, okay, thanks, bye. And that was the press conference. But I do want to talk about the move in the markets yesterday because it was kind of unique, or not, whatever.
It was kind of business as usual, but here we are back at 61.30 again, Sadnov. We've been up here quite a few times, getting close to that fourth or fifth or sixth time when we got up as high as 61.60 or so.
Yeah, I know. We're right back at, we're just off of record
all-time
highs. Yeah, they were.
I want to talk about bonds.
They were crazy strong yesterday. Bonds were crazy strong yesterday. They're a little bit softer this morning, just a little bit. But, Tony's right. It was business as usual. The day before the bonds were down big, they made it all back. Can't sell off stocks no matter what. I don't know what else to say.
Very nice.
How have you found yourself I just find that this environment is just so hard to trade in.
It's not fair to say that because it's never easy. Like every environment feels like, But
I'm just talking about within just one, like a single day from morning to afternoon. That's all I'm saying is just.
I know, but one of the great things about markets and trading is that this is what they do almost every single day, forever.
Sure.
That's why we can hang around this long, because this is what markets are. There's always a new story every day. There's always some kind of drama. There's always some decent movement. And, that's what brings us back to the game every single day. Otherwise,
well, talking about drama, defense stocks did drop kind of a fair amount after Trump says Pentagon spending could be halved. Defense stocks had been higher earlier in the day, but Lockheed Martin, that's LMT, dropped 1.6%. Northrop Grumman sank 3.4%, and General Dynamics was down 2.1%. I know you guys don't trade a ton of defense stocks, but I kept seeing this story everywhere.
We don't trade a ton. They've had huge moves to the upside, and down 1%, 2%, 3% is nothing.
Okay. Well, you buy those dips then?
Not me.
All right, I'm just saying. Hey, let's get to some earnings from last night. Coinbase's revenue surged more than 130%, driven by a post-election crypto mania. Coinbase reported better than expected fourth quarter results and its biggest quarterly revenue in 3 years. Coinbase said it is making efforts to diversify its revenue streams away from trading. What did you do in Coinbase? Stock, though, was still down around like $7.50.
You are correct. Coinbase is going to be a winner.
Yeah, Coinbase is going to be a good one. Expected move $25. Actual move, like $6, $7. It's pretty much unchanged all night. Coinbase was our biggest earnings trade so far of the year. Now
really?
you got to remember, we got killed in Coinbase yesterday because they pumped in a ton of volatility. And, I came in short some stranglers yesterday. They were up like $3. So, there was some ugliness yesterday in there, but we should get it all back today.
Okay.
We sold Febs. We sold dailies, weeklies, monthlies. We sold I sold like every strike. It's the first time I've done a big earnings position. I kind of feel like that all that huge number there, they kind of leaked it yesterday. It was up $25.
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right. Well, I hope it works out then for you. Hope everything continues to trend and come in the way that you need it to.
I hope so.
I know you probably also. I'm sorry.
I hope so.
Did you trade Airbnb?
We did not.
Those shares popped around 15% on their better than expected earnings and revenue. The company did offer soft guidance. Shares are up, though, almost $19. The company did bring in revenue of $2.48 billion. Revenue increased 12% from the same period last year. But they did note your wife is still banned.
It's up $18 on that news. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, we're still banned. It's okay. I'm very comfortable being banned from Airbnb.
Okay. All right. Duly noted. Hey, keeping it moving. Did you trade Roku?
Oh, I forgot.
Roku up 13. You didn't forget. We
didn't talk about Roku.
I have it written down. We had to have talked about it. We didn't talk about Airbnb, that's for sure.
Okay, I did not talk. I traded Moderna, AMAT, PANW, DKNG, and Coinbase. We did not talk about Roku. Now, I happen to be short the 71 puts in there in February with no days left. I did not even realize they had earnings, so that's going to be a good one.
Okay, good. You luck box.
I'm better off when I don't even know what I have on.
You made that trade on the 12th, Sosnoff. We talked about Roku having earnings, and you had
No, I know. I made
that
that trade a couple days ago. We didn't talk about it yesterday. It's fine.
Roku forecast their first quarter revenue above estimates. The platform revenue exceeded expectations on strong ad sales, especially from their political verticals.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
I just put a 1 penny bid in, so I'm okay.
Nice.
Any maybe opportunities in a post-earnings trade in Roku or nah?
We'll have to take a look at it, see what the Ivy rank does for Tuesday when we get option trades today. That's right. We've been in Fuego. I know you've been watching. Roku Ivy rank of 59 right now. We'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Getting to something that Tom definitely knew that he had a position in, that's Palo Alto. Palo Alto raised their annual revenue forecast on steady cybersecurity demand. Enterprise clients continue to invest in AI-powered cybersecurity products. Palo Alto also raised its fiscal year 2025 revenue forecast to between $9.14 billion and $9.19 billion. Palo Alto.
Actually down a little bit, down around $6 or $7 or so to 194 and change, almost 195. But it's had a meteoric run. It's up near its highs, closing highs at least, when it closed at around $202.
Tom?
Small trade. We just sold a strangle. I mean, obviously, we should be fine.
Okay.
Obviously.
Well, it's way inside the expected move.
DraftKings shares rallied after hours on their upbeat full-year sales outlook, and the forecast did not even include the benefit of year-to-date sports outcomes. That means the Super Bowl, but shares of DraftKings still rose, but analysts are still trying to gauge the impact from last weekend's Super Bowl. Again, I said that was a net positive, that the bettors really needed the Eagles to win, and the Eagles came through for the house. What did you do in DraftKings?
Very simple. We just sold puts.
Okay.
And DraftKings is up small, up around $2 or so, $1.50, $2.
Yeah. So
good job out of you.
We'll be fine.
Nice. Okay. Good to know. Hey, this didn't have earnings yesterday, but the aftershocks are still rippling through the market. AppLovin post-earnings pop pushes the stock's yearly gain to 900%, and Wall Street is still bullish. Shares of AppLovin closed 20, 30, 40% higher, I don't know, after they beat fourth quarter earnings. Just the move in the stock was parabolic, and it was just still going. I don't know if it's still going this morning, but it was still going after hours last night. It's APP.
Yeah, AP. We avoided APP, but APP is $4.75, up another $3 or $4 this morning. Again, if it closes here, that would be a new closing high because it closed at its closing high yesterday.
Of course it did.
Yep.
But how's the IV in there? Because now it's post-earnings.
It's really hard to trade. Markets are $2 wide. It's very, very hard to trade.
Right. Markets are too wide unless you have a directional bias. And even then, I would probably use defined risk. But again, like Tom said, markets are $2 wide.
Really hard to trade.
I just like that it's called App Lovin' because it reminds me of McLovin. I don't know why, but okay, no, just me.
Yeah,
that's fine. Let's see. The White House is seeking to renegotiate the U.S. Chips and Science Act awards and has signaled delays to some upcoming semiconductor disbursements. Washington plans to renegotiate some of the deals after assessing and changing current requirements, according to sources. This seems par for the course, but I will actually just roll into the next story, which is Intel. Intel is on a hot streak still. Tom, what are you doing at Intel? And we can talk about more chip stocks.
We covered our position yesterday. So we've been long Intel. It finally got over 23, and that's kind of that was pretty much where we needed it to go back to. So for the first time in about 2 years, we're up money in Intel.
Yay! Win! Yay!
Yeah.
What is Intel doing this morning?
Up about 50 cents, 24.63. Good IV rank of 77 in Intel if you're looking to do something. The only issue with Intel is, now March has got $half wide strikes. No issue at all. Go do it.
Good job. Good job, Intel. Bum, 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 bum. In other chip news, ARM secured Meta as its first customer for an ambitious new chip project. This move would put ARM in direct competition with some of its largest customers, including NVIDIA. It's a major shift in the chip tech provider's model of licensing its blueprints to other companies. ARM plans to launch its own chip this year. I know you and Bat, when last call came on yesterday, you're like, Bat, why is Meta up? I just don't get it. What's going on with that stupid stock? Stupid Meta. But this is why Meta was up yesterday. So it was up for 17 straight days, had a small down day, and then it's back.
It's down $2 today, but we'll see.
I mean, it was down 7 yesterday, and it rallied in the afternoon, probably maybe on the news or whatever. I went home short some stock. I just bought it back pre-market.
In Meta?
Yeah, just I'm leaning on the short side in there, but I need to reload today if the stock's higher.
Darn, you're good.
Yeah, right. Darn.
Do you have an ARM? Do you have an ARM position?
No. Nope.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Anything in like SMH or anything?
No. Nope. Nothing right now.
Okay. Baidu, the Google of China, is also now on a stock market tear thanks to its new AI pricing. Baba has had itself a great week, but Baidu says, hey girl, I'm still here too. Its Ernie AI bot will be free in April. And after Baidu announced that, shares soared. Baidu's move followed China's cost-efficient DeepSeek AI bot, which has taken the world by storm. What are you doing in Baidu?
We've been obviously long. I've been sitting around saying how much I like all these stocks. This morning we're gonna have to roll up some puts.
Baidu, what's it doing this morning? Baidu is trading at.
It's up about It's up about $3.
99 and change. You are correct. Up around $3. Baidu been on quite a run here.
Yeah, we're short some 90 puts. We got to roll them up to 95.
Come on, Baidu.
Now that would be an aggressive bullish roll, right? I mean, that's a profitable trade, right?
Yeah, but it's just this morning, this rally I'm short some 100 calls. So this rally will.
I didn't know that.
It'll neutralize me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And what about your Baba? We'll throw that in there.
We're flat Baba right now.
Okay.
Baba's trading at 126 and change, up about $7-8. You might want to look at your Baba position. That'd be a new closing high because it closed pretty close to its old closing high.
Yeah, we covered Baba 2 days ago just because I didn't, we made our money in there, and so time to move on.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Apple's going to have a new event next week, and they often release a slate of new products in the spring each year, usually April or May. But Tim Cook has officially announced the tech giant's first event of the year will be February 19th, and it just says, get ready to meet the newest member of the family. Who is he referring to, or what? The most likely answer, according to my Taiwanese sources, is an iPhone SE 4 or SE 2025. We're not sure what the title is going to be. Despite rumors of an M4 MacBook Air being on the horizon, the latest rumors suggest that the big Apple event will be a mid-range addition to the iPhone family. So just knowing, just a little mini binary event coming for Apple next week. That's all you need to know. What are you doing in Apple?
Very small position. Like I guess we're a few deltas, maybe a few deltas short.
Apple also uplifted from its, partnership with Alibaba and AI in China this week too. So that's been nice for the stock.
Sure.
Yes, Apple, remember not too long ago, like 2 days ago, was trading under 230. It's 241, almost 241 right now, down 50 cents.
Wow. Breaking news, Tom, late last night. Well, not late last night, like around 7 o'clock, 7:30 last night, TikTok has returned to the Google and Apple app stores. President Trump says that the app he signed an executive order that extended the law's deadline by an additional 75 days to April 5th. And then he was like, okay, yeah, it should be okay for it to go into the app store. And I have a very funny story about this, if you will entertain me here. So we have a new hire. His name is Gus, and he worked on the Bad Trader team, but now he's part of the tastylive team. And this kid's awesome. He's great. He's an Aggie, went to Texas A&M, but he's helping me with social, right? So we're doing social stuff, and we get him a phone, but it doesn't have TikTok on it because it's a new company phone. So your girl starts getting into her white hat hacking, and I kid you not, Gus and I were like, we got to drive to Canada. Go to Detroit, and we drive across the bridge to Windsor, then we can, and I'm like, okay, we can't drive to Canada. And then I was like, wait, let me see what I can do. So I can't reveal my methods, but using a VPN and some other shenanigans, I was able to get TikTok on his phone for him. But now we did all that work, and now it's in the App Store today.
Yeah, I figured you could use a VPN. That makes sense.
It's not as easy as it's not just as easy as turning on the VPN, though. Like there's other steps. We were thwarted many times, but we persevered.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything.
Yeah, I know. It was just really funny, but I kind of did just want to drive to Canada. I want some ketchup chips. Anyway. Hey, GameStop moving around yesterday because they just said the magical word. They said they are considering investing in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies.
Oh my God.
Of course, this comes after the photo of Ryan Cohen with Michael Saylor was tweeted, and that was earlier this week. And so now GameStop says they are exploring investments in alternative asset classes. They're still trying to figure out if the process makes sense, but it was enough to send shares up, I don't know, like another $2 overnight. So
isn't it crazy that if GameStop, which is God knows what they do, but they say we're going to invest in cryptocurrency and the stock goes up? Like
I know. Like it's something new that only they can do or have.
And this is not even a concrete plan. They're just like, we're thinking of exploring it. That's it.
We're thinking of exploring it too at Tasty Trade.
It's amazing.
How are the markets in GME? Can you trade it or not?
We do
GME
not have
up around $2. Go ahead.
We don't have any positions on in there. The markets are generally pretty bad in there, but I haven't looked in a while.
They're 6 or 7 cents wide, but they seem to trade a little bit on appointment. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I think Mike and Nikki talked about this on their show yesterday. You should watch their show, Options Trading Concept Live. But HIM's stock sees another spike in trading days after their controversial Super Bowl ad. Shares of HIM spiked 24% in trading yesterday. The ad criticized the American healthcare system. Shots fired. But like I said, massive 24% up move in the stock yesterday. I don't know what it's doing this morning, but it was actually up 27%.
I've traded HIMs once. I could not adjust.
How many times have you used them?
I could not adjust my position. I could not basically even close my position. It was a horrible trading vehicle. I don't know if it's better after yesterday, but if you would ask me before yesterday, I would have said you can't trade it.
HIMs trading $60 and change, almost 61, would bring it up around $2, $1.50. I'm trying to look at the open interest here. Markets are a little bit wide at 50, 60 cents a piece, but open interest is pretty good. Got a bunch of new strikes today, all the way up to the 85 strike now, Sadnov. So
yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, it trades on bids or on offers. It trades by appointment. Just be really, really careful in there. I could not.
I guarantee you, someone's gonna write in on Fast Market and was like, "Hey Tom, what do you think about HIMs?"
I could not. I could not get out of my position in there. When I finally closed it, I was like, "Never trading this stock again."
HIMs has been long and strong for the last couple of days, Tom. It's not wavering. It's just really stiff. Should we trade it?
I mean, they will send you boner pills in the mail, so there's that.
I need enhancement pills is what I need, not boner. I need
All right. Hey, keeping it moving. Hey, this is great. You can get romantic at the Waffle House. Valentine's Day reservations are available, and they offer dimmed lights and tablecloths. 200 Waffle House locations across the country are taking reservations. Yes, you need a resi for the Waffle House. They will dim the lights, break out their less sticky tablecloths and candles, and they will also offer some special menu items. The tradition of Valentine's Day at a Waffle House began at Johns Creek, Georgia. So that I think that's cute.
I feel like a Waffle House today. I feel like Waffle House.
Let's go to Waffle House, girl.
When was the last time you were in Waffle House? Let me guess. She's 15 years ago? I know.
No, he went with TP when he was in Georgia before, like a money show or a CME
February,
show.
we did our own event.
2020.
February of 2020. It was like February 20th of 2020. I was there with TP.
I hate that I know this.
I was there with TP at 6:30 in the morning, and we had a beautiful breakfast, like literally a beautiful breakfast.
He loved it. Yeah, he was very
We were very excited. It was great. And after that, the pandemic broke out. So, I forgot. We have to talk about this. We had Prince Street Pizza yesterday. They just opened in Chicago, famous New York pizzeria.
Yeah, I got the video.
Okay.
Well, I don't have it ready.
I am going to go on record as saying, and it pains me to say this, it was the worst pizza I've had all year. It wasn't even...
Sweetie, it's only February 14th.
It was the worst pizza...
Who called it?
It was the worst piece of pizza that I've had in multiple years. It was so bad.
How bad was it?
It was... I ate it just because I'm kind of obligated.
Because you're a pig. Yeah. How many stars did you give it?
Literally 0. It was the worst of all the pizzerias we've ordered from, and we ordered from a lot. This one, probably, which was ridiculously expensive and everything else, it was the worst piece of pizza that I think I've had in multiple years. I told you I would much rather have Jets, the fast food pizza from Detroit.
I love Jets.
And I'm going to tell you, I think Domino's would have been better.
Wow.
Nobody said that.
Ever. Like, I cannot believe how bad it was. They should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed. It was pathetic.
Ugh, I'm sorry.
I will tell you this, and you know me. I only had half of a piece, and then I had a salad yesterday. So I was like, oh.
I had a salad too yesterday because I couldn't stand the pizza. But what did you think of your half piece?
I split a half piece with Jessica because she got the Neapolitan style and she didn't get the Sicilian style, and she was like, I was like, oh, do you want to just try? So I was like, we'll just split this piece.
What did you think of your half piece?
I liked that it was spicy, but it was greasy, and I like the crust. I like it a little like crispier and like a little more caramelized. And so I did think it was doughy and a little greasy, but there's no such thing as like bad pizza.
It was
like,
mushy.
Yeah, there is.
It was mushy and doughy. You're right. And it was greasy. I mean, I've had frozen pizza that's better than that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I literally gave it 0 stars. Like, it's the worst pizza I've had in Chicago in probably 10 years.
Well, they're working the kinks out. Like they just opened, so I will give them grace. Hey, I got to keep it moving here. The New York Giants, the New York Football Giants, are looking to sell a limited stake in the team. The process likely to set a record for an NFL franchise valuation, according to the Sports Business Journal. The Giants are regarded as one of the most valuable sports teams in the world because of their history and the New York City market. The team's majority stake in control will remain with the Mara family, but would you put up some of your cashish to own part of the Giants, Tom? You grew up as a Giants kid.
I did grow up as a Giants fan. I'm not that interested. I've never been offered. I was only offered to buy a piece of one team, the Cubs, once in 2009, and I should have, but I didn't. And I've never done anything.
Didn't your friend give you a piece of like the Tampa Bay, the baseball team or something? No. Oh, okay.
Sadnov, opportunity doesn't typically knock twice. I'm going to give you an opportunity to buy 25% of the Stars hockey team. That's right, Stars. That's right. We might have a new minority owner here who's going to take us to the promised land.
I don't think you mean you're giving me an opportunity to pay a marketing fee. So, like that's what you're giving me an opportunity for.
No. If you need some paperwork that says you own 25% of the Stars, I can get that. No big deal. I'll find that for you. You got it.
So I could have a bunch of deadbeat North Shore parents looking at our logo. No, thank you.
Wow.
Opportunity doesn't usually knock twice, Saznov. Don't miss out on this.
Finally today for my viral video of the day, normally I showcase a restaurant or food truck or food hall for a little segment I like to call Will Tom Eat It? But today, to embody the spirit of love and devotion, this video went viral a while ago, but this man cooks a multi-course dinner for his wife who has just had a baby, and this dude has skills you guys have never seen. Fellas, step your game up. Watch this. Look at this. He's got the shield on.
Tomahawk. Here's the dipping sauce. We have chimichurri, homemade ponzu, gochujang aioli, and garlic sesame dressing.
Shouldn't I get the salad first?
Look at this.
There you go.
Oh, this guy's good.
Lobster mac and cheese.
Whoa.
Lobster mac and cheese.
So good. Lemon choy?
He doesn't know how to hold a fork, but he can make a good steak.
Oh, this guy's good.
Wow. This guy is very good.
Oh, here comes. Look at this.
Cherry's Jubilee.
Something, I don't know.
Not bad.
Not bad. Wow, she's a hard woman to please.
Wow, that's a power.
Awesome.
That's a power move. That's
a power move, and because you brought up that video, Vanetta, I'm gonna come clean here. We had the fire department here this week when I decided to make dinner.
Did you?
I'm not kidding. True story.
What? You didn't say. You never told us this story.
I know. I was going to keep it to myself, but since this guy outdid himself and did have the smoke alarm go off, I will tell the true story. I made dinner for my wife. Dinner was fine. I was making some artichokes. I was steaming some artichokes, and the water boiled down, and the artichokes, made like a smell. And I could not figure out where the smell was coming from, and it was upstairs, and it was smoky, and I just couldn't figure. The smoke alarms didn't go off, but I couldn't figure out. It smelled like an electrical fire, and I couldn't find it. So I called the fire department. We had 3 fire trucks here. The guys came in with their axes and breaking down door.
I mean, that's really a good gift for your wife.
Yeah. True story. Hand to God. True story. The guy goes, it smells like, because I had made some steaks outside. He goes, maybe the smoke came in. I go, I do it all the time. I can't, I don't know what it is, blah, blah, blah. And when they left, I looked in the kitchen, and before they came, my wife made me turn everything off of the stove. So the flame was off, so they didn't say anything about it. And the bottom of the pan was black. The artichokes were black, and that's where the smoke came from.
You are such a dumbass. You are just, that is so embarrassing. That is like so sad.
Honest about it. We've all maybe preheated our oven with something in there that wasn't supposed to be in there.
Yeah, but we all don't call the fire department. We typically find it before we call
I cannot believe.
I was so nervous.
I can't believe you called the fire department.
Sorry, if it's an electrical fire, don't mess with that.
Called the fire department. All the neighbors called us and texted us, and I had to come clean about being a dumbass.
I love that for you.
You know what? In those situations in the future, you should just light part of your clothes on fire.
I made Vinny go outside. He's like, Dad, why do I have to stay outside? I go, stay outside. I can't find this thing. I don't know what the.
You're like, you're my legacy.
No, you should have lit your.
I can't depend on just Nick.
You should have lit part of your pants on fire, like not to burn up your head or something, but just pour some gasoline on your pants, light it on fire, so at least you don't look like a complete idiot. Just light yourself on fire. Light something on fire.
No, he was on it. Like, it happened. That's funny. Anyway, hey, what's coming up next?
Nobody calls the fire department because they overcooked artichokes. Those guys have a job. Those guys have a job to do.
Day to you and everyone else.
Thank you.
Do you know that those guys are still in the firehouse right now saying, can you believe that guy, we drove out to his house, he's cooking artichokes? I mean, they're still making fun of it.
I sent them dinner from Wildfire.
Oh,
they were here
nice.
like 3 minutes. Yeah, it was great.
That's nice.
It was great. Anyway, we're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. You can't stop stupidity. We got more Tasty Live right after this with Confirm and Send.
Happy Valentine.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Ah, look what the cat dragged in.
Top of the morning to you all. How are we doing?
Rich McDonald from London, he was so excited to tell me that he was on a game show in LA.
You were on a game show in LA?
Yes. He was walking down the street and some Hollywood producer spotted him and goes, oh, we gotta have this guy. And what was the game show again? I forgot.
It was called Eliminate.
Oh, I know Eliminate! You were on Eliminate! Oh my God!
You've seen it?
Have you met me? Yes, I've seen Eliminate.
Did you get eliminated on Eliminate?
Who would not pick the Scotsman? Like who? Why? Oh, that's that woman's trash. I'm so sorry, Rich.
The camera's finished, and she turned around to the guy she eventually picked, and she said, "So where are we going on our date then?" He said, oh, "I'm very sorry. I've got a girlfriend. I'm going out with one of the Lakers cheerleaders. I just wanted to get on TV."
In a tribute to you today, just so you know, we have one of our viewers sent Tony a bunch of Scottish things. The first thing.
I mean, I wanted just a man in a kilt, but apparently I'm just gonna get some pudding.
I don't even know what spotted dick is. Really. It says it's delicious. I mean, this is the first time for me trying this. Vanetta, you?
Yeah, I'm on a dick-free
Have you
diet.
managed to warm up your spotted dick?
It kind of tastes like, you know, like the banana pudding or the vanilla pudding that you get, but that's like not refrigerated.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. And I imagine if you go actually to the UK, I'm sure there's places that can do it more authentically.
Is all the custard in cans?
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those ones. If we end up in a war, then you just fill your bunker with custards and beans.
Control knocked me off my pivot today because they came up and they said that you were having, I actually had to go Google this, that you were having a conversation about traditional spotted dick desserts, whatever.
No, it's not a dessert. It's not a dessert.
It's a muffin.
Are you adding this to your repertoire?
It's a muffin. And we poured the custard on top.
You pour custard on top of a muffin. That's dessert.
Okay, American, you uncultured American. Okay, Dylan, explain to them.
I think that the good Dr. Sheridan accurately describes any item that has custard upon it as being in the dessert category, whether you're a sophisticated Milanese gentleman such as myself.
I can't be friends with Dylan Radigan if I eat SpaghettiOs out of a can because the Italians...
I mean, but you can't, because remember, I'm from Saranac Lake. My relationship as a young man with the canned beans was to go out to the ice fishing shack. Because the canned bean is a very staple food for the ice fishermen.
So you grew up in the ice fishing community?
I'm a card-carrying member.
Please tell me what the pleasurable portion of ice fishing is.
I haven't done it since, probably I was 16 years old, but our primary pleasure was smoking pot, because you could get into the ice fishing shack.
There we go. Do you actually care if you catch a fish?
No.
Okay, perfect.
With your buddies, you're like, Sosnoff, grab the drill, and then it's like man work, and you got to drill the hole.
Tony is going to counter that and say it's all about catching the fish, for sure.
No. I don't think he's an ice fisher guy. I don't see him sitting around the hole in the ice fishing just hoping a fish pops in.
There's not enough marijuana in the world or Coors Light to get Tony to go ice fishing.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. Run a little late here, so let me go over this real quick. Even the S&Ps in the market's basically unchanged. The biggest mover on a percentage basis might be Ethereum, up $47, followed by silver, which is up big, Sadnov. Silver up over $1.08. That's almost a 3.25% move for silver, and gold is actually down $4 and change, but gold up near its highs. We had a couple of big earnings plays that we can discuss when the market opens, but you had Roku up around 13, Palo Alto down around 9, AMAT down around 9, and Coin only down around 5. That's all I got, Sadnov. Let's do it. Confirm and send.
All right, let's do it. I'm Tom Sosnoff. He's Tony Batista at 7:57. Let's see what we got here. Confirm and send.
Bonds just made a rally, Sadnov. They're up 21 ticks. I didn't see that. 115.21.
I know they were down 7 earlier. They just rallied on the 7:30 number. There was some number at 7:30. I don't know what it was, but the bonds rallied on that number. When buying the guts and selling the wings, these bonds just move all over the place. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
When buying the guts and selling the wings in the same expiration cycle, what is your DTE, days to expiration cutoff, before you roll out to the next month? And is it different from when you would roll any other trade?
No, we had a similar question like this to yesterday. I mean, 21 days is typically the time I'm looking to do something. It doesn't matter to me whether it's buying the guts, selling the wings, rolling up the untested side, and then closing it and opening something else in the back month. I'm looking to do something around 21 days.
Yeah, one of the coolest things about Tasty Mechanics, and one of the things we work so hard on here at Tasty, is making sure that everything is product agnostic and everything is strategy agnostic. So that it doesn't, so you don't have to overthink these things. 21 DT is our target. Like this morning, I was trying to get a jump on things. So I was looking at my futures options positions, and there was 22 days to go to March expiration in like all the currencies. So I rolled them because, 21 would be tomorrow. So it'll be like 18 on Monday. So I'm like, okay, fine. Like I try to stay consistent with all that stuff. It doesn't matter that it was the Japanese yen, the euro, or it's Coinbase or Baidu or whatever. It doesn't make any difference. So yeah, buy the guts, sell the wings, go out to the next month. 21 DT is perfect. You can do it anytime you want. That's just ideal, but whatever.
Yep.
Let's go next slide. So I can see how trading small and often works for a small portfolio. But as I continue to increase the size of my portfolio, the ability to trade small and often becomes increasingly difficult because the total number of trades I need to get to an appropriate amount of capital used gets to be a little crazy. How can this issue be managed better while minimizing variance?
I continue to increase the size of my portfolio. It's okay if he's moving up in instrumental. You go from 1 to 2, you're doubling 100% your portfolio, but you're still trading small amount, depending on your account size. You got to be careful when you start getting larger in defined risk trades where you start doing, multiple contracts and you make your width too tight. That would be the only thing I would worry about. Appropriate amount of capital getting used a little crazy. How can this issue be managed better while minimizing variance? I don't have an answer to the end of this question, Sadnov. Do you?
Sure. Well, first of all, I trade small and I trade often and I trade a large account, and I think it just, you learn how to manage your capital. What that means is you learn that sometimes it's better to have more positions on. And sometimes it's better to increase the size of your positions or use more capital than you would normally do on certain positions. When I'm in a situation where I have too much available capital, I won't spread off things in like the SPX. I won't spread off things on an expensive stock. I'll just do it, naked instead. That'll tie up all the capital. It is very easy. You do one SPX strangle and you just used $120,000.
Yeah.
It is not that difficult to, even trading small and often, to ramp up your size if you want to. So, and I try to do it without adding too many contracts, but I'm just telling you as somebody that does this basically all the time, occasionally I'll add some contracts. Occasionally I'll add more expensive underlyings. Occasionally I'll add strategies that are more expensive. But I think the trade small, trade often works no matter what the account size is. Let's go to the next slide. I'm okay with taking assignment if my put is breached. But what are the ways to adjust the call if it's close to being in the money?
I don't understand what the trade. So they just have a naked call, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Because if it's part of a strangle, you're going to move up the put side.
No. This is just a naked call.
Just a naked call. So I would be looking to do the same thing here. I might look to sell a put. That wouldn't use any extra buying power. That would reduce my delta by 50%. That would be my goal. I could buy back the call and sell the further out month. If I'm closer to that 21 days, let's say even 30 days, I would do that. So one of the two ways I'd be looking to close, I'd be looking to reduce my delta by at least 50%.
So what this person's saying is that you're okay taking assignment of a put because you understand that if you sell a put and you get assigned the stock, you're just long the stock. Then you do what you do.
Okay, but I never do that.
Right, I understand, but that's what this person's very comfortable doing. But on the call side, they're not comfortable because they don't like the short stock. So which ways would you adjust the call?
It's the same amount of loss that they have or same amount of gain that they have on the naked put in the same situation.
I know, but if you are short a call and the call is being close to being in the money and you're nervous about that because you don't want to be short the stock, the easiest thing you can do is roll it out to the next month. And when we say roll it out, we're talking about rolling it out, and you would also roll it up. So you keep it out of the money. If you can, roll it out, roll it up. That would be our first choice. Now, there's other things you can do, like you can buy it back and sell a higher one, but we don't like that because that's a debit. You can close the entire position. You can sell a put against it. There's all these different things. But if your call is close to being is in the danger zone for you being assigned short stock, just roll it out to the next month and roll it up a strike.
Yeah.
Let's go next slide. Based on your research, 45 days to expiration is optimal to put on a trade. However, you guys rarely use weekly expirations, even if they are at 45 days to expiration. It seems you only use monthlies. Why is that?
Usually liquidity. I mean, usually it comes down to liquidity. When you're looking at these weekly options around 45 days, in most equities, they're just not liquid enough. Markets are too wide. It's usually just liquidity.
Yeah, but we have other reasons too. So if we were just trading and just managing our own capital, we would be totally fine with using a lot more of the weekly options. But because we do this show and because we do everything live and on the show, and because we're trying to do the show and manage positions at the same time, it is very difficult for us to have lots of different series of options, like all the different weekly options in there, and then manage those positions and do that while we're on air and everything else. What we try to do is we try to keep our stuff consistent. It hurts us a little bit because we're not as diligent about that 45 days to expiration as we would be if we used the weeklies, but we do it for the sake of the show because we think that it's easier to explain things if everything we have on is more consistent. And we really, I'm downplaying a little bit.
I find myself looking at trade size off now, even on my own, anything I do, and I still hang out the monthlies because
I understand that. And I understand that. But I mean, we do a lot of things so that we don't have to fumble around on the show and we can keep things moving. Like I entered, early this morning, I did a bunch of futures options trades, but then I also entered like 10 earnings trades, away from the market, just so I don't have to do it right when we open. Just so we can keep the flow of the show going. Let's go next slide. So what is meant by the term pin risk? Someone in a chat room was talking about it, but I didn't understand what it meant.
I think they're probably talking about an equity as opposed to an index product like SPX that expires to cash. Most other products, SPY, Qs, any individual stock, are going to expire to stock. So if, for argument's sake, the stock is exactly $100 and you're long or short the 100 call or put, you're at pin risk, meaning you have to do something. If you're long the option, you get to decide what you want to do. So you don't have as much pin risk because you could say, exercise that and I want the stock if I'm long a call, or if I'm long a call, don't exercise the stock. I don't want the stock the following day on Monday because it's going to be an expiration on a Friday. If you're short the option, you have to sit and wait and see what the other side decided. Now, any option that's in the money by a few pennies is typically going to be exercised. So you will have pin risk, meaning you will come in with stock on Monday. So that's what they're talking about, pin risk. You should do something, in my opinion, close the trade, roll the trade, as we just discussed in some previous confirmance sense.
We don't really focus on the term pin risk a lot anymore. We used to, when individual market makers like Tony or myself would be making markets in an underlying, and we would have a lot of delta risk around the actual strike price, meaning that, if a stock is 10 cents in the money, if an option is 10 cents in the money, it's wrapped around a strike price, and then it moves 10 cents the other way, its delta on expiration goes from 100 to 0, or from 0 to 100 in like 2 ticks. That's what's meant by pin risk. And that doesn't really exist anymore. And it's not like anything's changed, except the counterparty firms nowadays are these big, massive hedge funds rather than individual traders. So they don't mess around. People used to think, well, everything's going to gravitate towards the strike price, and it's going to pin at a certain strike price. That's pin risk. But nowadays, that really doesn't happen much anymore. So that's what pin risk is. The risk of it wrapped around a strike, and you don't know what to do. You don't know if you're long. You don't know if you're short. You don't know if you're going to be assigned. You don't know if you need to exercise. That's pin risk. At Tasty, you know how we solve it at Tasty? We manage early. We don't even deal with it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. You know what we got? This Week in Stocks.
Show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Top of the morning to you all. How are we doing?
Rich McDonald from London, he was so excited to tell me that he was on a game show in LA.
You were on a game show in LA?
Yes. He was walking down the street and some Hollywood producer spotted him and goes, "Oh, we gotta have this guy." And what was the game show again? I forgot.
It was called Eliminate.
Oh, I know Eliminate! You were on Eliminate! Oh my God!
You've seen it?
Have you met me? Yes, I've seen Eliminate.
You get eliminated on Eliminate?
Who would not pick the Scotsman? Like who? Why? Oh, that's that woman's trash. I'm so sorry, Rich.
The camera's finished. And she turned around to the guy she eventually picked and she said, "So where are we going on our date then?" He said, "I'm very sorry, I've got a girlfriend. I'm going out with one of the Lakers cheerleaders. I just wanted to get on TV."
In a tribute to you today, just so you know, we have one of our viewers sent Tony a bunch of Scottish things. The first thing.
I mean, I wanted just a man in a kilt, but apparently I'm just going to get some pudding.
I don't even know what spotted dick is, really. It says it's delicious. I mean, this is the first time for me trying this. Vanetta, you?
Yeah, I'm on a dick-free diet.
Have you managed to warm up your spotted dick?
It kind of tastes like, you know, like the banana pudding or the vanilla pudding that you get, but that's like not refrigerated.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. And I imagine if you go actually to the UK, I'm sure there's places that can do it more authentically.
Is all the custard in cans?
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those ones. If we end up in a war, then you just fill your bunker with custards and beans.
Control knocked me off my pivot today because they came up and they said that you were having, I actually had to go Google this, that you were having a conversation about traditional spotted dick desserts, whatever.
No, it's not a dessert. It's not a dessert.
It's a muffin.
Are you adding this to your repertoire?
It's a muffin. It was and we poured the custard on top.
You pour custard on top of a muffin. That's dessert.
Okay, American, you uncultured American. Okay, Dylan, explain to them.
I think that the good Dr. Sheridan accurately describes any item that has custard upon it as being in the dessert category, whether you're a sophisticated Milanese gentleman such as myself.
I can't be friends with Dylan Radigan if I eat SpaghettiOs out of a can because the Italians...
I mean, but you can't because remember, I'm from Saranac Lake. My relationship as a young man with the canned beans was to go out to the ice fishing shack. Because the canned bean is a very staple food for the ice fishermen.
So you grew up in the ice fishing community?
It's a card-carrying member.
Please tell me what the pleasurable portion of ice fishing is.
I haven't done it since, probably I was 16 years old. But our primary pleasure was smoking pot because you could get into the ice fishing shack.
There we go. Do you actually care if you catch a fish?
No.
Okay, perfect.
With your buddies, you're like, Sosnoff, grab the drill, and then it's like man work, and you got to drill the hole.
Tony is going to counter that and say it's all about catching the fish, for sure.
No, I don't think he's an ice fisher guy. I don't see him sitting around the hole in the ice fishing, just hoping a fish pops in.
There's not enough marijuana in the world or Coors Light to get Tony to go ice fishing.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tasty Trade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. and up to $4,000 at Tasty Trade. Make your move, genius. Tasty Trade.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your
Who
partner.
loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready? Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning?
Oh. He's got to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, I live in Italy. Like we drive like.
I drove a truck in New York City.
I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed the most? Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close. Like, you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Sosnoff? I have nothing.
Started trading around 2018, soon as I got out of college. Stumbled upon a couple of different YouTube videos and learned that way. Truth or Skepticism with Dylan Radigan was actually kind of what really caught me in the early stages, because Dylan was sort of the skeptic, and like I was a skeptic as well. And Tom was able to sort of convince him, and that was kind of my favorite show.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tasty Trade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tasty Trade. Make your move, genius. Tasty Trade.
Thomas, we're back, my friend. You know what that means? Enough out of you. We've got this man, Jamal, in the house. Jamal, happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, Tone. I appreciate that, man. But before we get into the stuff real quick, who won the game last night, the hockey game? Who played last night?
My son got killed 7-1. Is that who you're talking about? Are you talking about the four nation? Are you talking about the four-nation team where the USA and the Kachuk brothers took over? That's right, and won, beat them handedly, 7-0, 7-1, whatever.
Nice. That's also
USA,
7-1.
baby, USA. Saturday's gonna be a great game against Canada.
Okay, good. I might have to watch it. I haven't watched any of that. I might have to watch it. Let's get into slides. I know we don't have a whole lot of time here, so let's get into the slides and talk about the week. Inflation, is it no longer an issue? I'm not really sure. Let's move to the first slide. That's essentially was the headline of the week, these two inflation reports. So CPI came in first. It was not a great day for the market, obviously. Jump month over month in CPI, biggest since August 23. Notable rise in eggs and shelter prices. Eggs are still the headline there, apparently. PPI, though, the next day comes in and market basically shrugs it off, saying, it's just not as bad as they thought. All these other components that comprise PCE came in weaker, so people are expecting weaker inflation. It's weird. Who knows? Either way, bonds were all over the place. They moved in opposite directions on both of these 2 days, and after today are kind of sitting at the top of the range here. So the next biggest thing on the week was tariffs. We're widening this trade war with tariffs. 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel, and also potentially moving to have reciprocal tariffs against nations who have higher tariffs against us. Those are supposed to start April 1st. Now, the one thing I will say is a couple of Mondays ago, obviously we dropped really big on talk of tariffs, right? Yesterday, when there was more talk of tariffs, market actually took off throughout the rest of the day, and we ended up on the highs. What do you make of that?
What do I think of what? The The market.
Like 1 minute it's bad for the market when tariffs are mentioned. The next minute, market doesn't seem to care about tariffs.
Yeah,
Like
nobody
yesterday, we
knows
literally.
nothing, my friend. That's what
I
it
think
means.
the
It's all-
market is immune to tariff talk now. I mean, we're already. I think the market's already tired of it.
Yeah. Next. What's the next thing? Next.
Yeah. Next.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to come out of some place you don't know if it's going to affect the market one way or the other. It's not going to be because of tariffs. It's not going to be reciprocal or anything else. It's going to be something that we don't even know about.
Fair enough. For volatility, you're saying?
Yep.
Absolutely. Yes, for sure.
Yep.
The dollar is red for 3 straight days in a row and 4 out of the last 5 weeks. So the dollar might be weakening here, which is really interesting. I would have expected a little bit different, but we'll see. Obviously, it's just trading. Speaking of volatility, VIX and VVIX both negative for the 5th straight week. That's right. Volatility is down 5 weeks in a row. VIX is 15. VVIX is 95. Of course, the long-term averages of those are 20 and 100. So things are fairly quiet on the ball front. Let's move to the next slide. So, to your point, there appears to be very little tariff risk in premium and SPX vols. I mean, essentially, implieds are sitting around 15 or so, could be a little bit lower. Historicals knocking on the door of 10. And there's, of course, there's a little bit of difference in there, but really not this. It's premium that you would expect or I should say that some people are probably expecting with regard to tariffs. So I know a lot of people are worried about weekend risk and to mention more tariffs, but you can see SPX vols don't seem to be worried about that at all. Let's move to the next slide. I didn't know this. Did you guys know this? Mexico and Canada account for 40% of U.S. steel imports last year. When you look at other countries, Canada's number 1, 6.6 million metric tons. Brazil's number 2 at 4.4 metric tons. Mexico's number 3 at 3.5 metric tons. So this is obviously where a lot of the tariff stuff is coming from when you're talking about what's going on with metals. And then there's another one with aluminum. We get a ton of aluminum from Canada and nowhere really else. So this is kind of where the countries that are being targeted right now. But I mean, 40% comes from Mexico and Canada. Who knew?
I didn't know this because I've been an AI expert on Twitter. Now I'm switching to be a tariff expert on Twitter. So I'm not up on my game yet, but I know I've got a bunch of emails about this. People talking about home builders or maybe even, some metal suppliers, maybe that'll be a little bullish or bearish. Some people make the argument it's going to be bullish because prices are going to go up. Some people make the argument it's going to be bearish because they're not going to have any inventory. I mean, who knows what it means? I think if you know it, I know it. We're already talking about it. It's baked into the market. What do you want to do about it is my answer. Like, find a strategy that's going to fit your assumption.
Yeah. And I kind of like the price act, the let to see the price action and then give a name and then make the decision after. You know what I mean?
Yep. Agreed.
Next slide, please. Mag 7 names have not really killed it on earnings, as we've noticed. And the reason why is their sales surprises have been down. When you look back at 2023, they were crushing it. I mean, 2.5%, 2.4% over sales surprise. They were crushing it on earnings. They were moving big. This time around, I mean, Meta might have moved big, but other than that, Google was down. Apple was fair. A lot of these moves have been muted, and it's made for good selling opportunities in those earnings names. So they're really just not crushing it on earnings more recently, and that's what we talked about, this slowing growth in the Mag 7 names that people have been worried about.
Earnings have been good to us.
Well, the market's not that worried.
Yeah. Market's not worried. No, not yet. No. Have you Chinese names? I know you guys trade these every now and again. Chinese, I just happened to notice this yesterday with Baba, but Chinese tech names particularly have been bid recently. Baba's up 46% over the past 6 weeks. You got JD, you got KWeb, FXI, Baidu, some of the names that we've noticed, but obviously KWeb is more geared towards China tech. And it seems like now those have been some of the names moving recently. Talk about volatility. The only where you can really see a little bit of bid is currency vol. I'm not sure if you looked at these, but remains bid. 1 month implied vols for the G7 currencies increasing to like that 82nd percentile. Euro, and in order actually as far as IVRs, Euro, Canadian dollar, yen, and the Aussie dollar. They're kind of bid right now. Trading any of those? I keep looking at some strangles on some, but I can't bring myself to do it, man. I just feel like
I have strangles on all of them, and they are challenging. You have to have a little delta, so you got to skew your strangles. So like I just rolled them all today. So I have the euro.
In which way though?
What?
Yeah, but skew delta in which way?
Well, I'm skewing them. I'm long all the currencies. I'm staying long all year. So I'm super bearish on the dollar. So I'm long the euro, the Canadian dollar, the Japanese yen, the Aussie dollar, the British pound, and they're all up again today. They're all up big today. But it's really hard to trade. They're thin. You got to stay really small. You got to give up at least a tick every time you roll up. You don't ever get filled at the mid price, and I think you got to keep a little long delta because it's the only way you can get your money back. Because the vol in there is only like 5%, 6%, 7%. So you got to kind of have a little directional bent. But it's the ultimate contrarian play. These are the most oversold of any commodity, and the Chinese tech stocks. We've been arguing about this for a year. They were the most oversold sector for the last year.
No, it's a good point as far as long delta in these stocks. I mean, if you're going to make a bet anywhere, you're going to make a bet on short the dollar. And I guess that's when I say my biggest worry is the big overnight potential move, right, from all these different talks. But currency is where it's at. But you made a good point, and I think people should know that. When we say these things are bid, fair vol in these things can be like 5 or 6, like flat vol. Bid means it's probably 7 vol right now, 7, 8, right? And that should, I would say that should come in fairly fast eventually when it does. It's just a matter of when it does. But
yeah, like the euro's 7 right now. There's just nothing there, the British pound 6, they're boring. If you look at them from that side, Canadian dollar 7, they're nothing.
I forgot to mention too.
And the market's nothing. Unchanged. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I forgot to mention this week the fact that bond vol did come in. I noticed it came in on PPI day. I was a little surprised because ZB, I should say more than anything, longer term bond vol. I had mentioned a couple of weeks ago how that was kind of bid with all this other stuff going on infrastructure wise, and then it just kind of collapsed on yesterday, which I thought was kind of interesting. So supposedly Apple is having this product event on February 19th. Tim Cook tweeted something yesterday about welcome to the family. So it would be awesome if they have a new product because the damn sure haven't had one in a while, but we'll have to wait and find out. Meta shares 18 days in a row, man, up. It's just kind of funny. It's just something I had to mention. I couldn't help it. Markets are closed, of course, on Monday. Next big things we got coming out, macro-wise, FOMC meeting minutes on Wednesday, and then February options expiration on Friday. So fairly quiet next week when you consider we got a 4-day week as well. Research, February 11th, OJ, the good and the bad of bullish credit. Check it out.
Very good. So we're going to take a quick 90-second break. We'll catch the opening bell right after this Valentine Day edition of Tasty Live. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your partner.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready? Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning?
Oh. He's going to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
For sure.
Yeah.
Like I live in Italy.
Yeah.
Like we drive like.
I drove a truck in New York City.
I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed most? Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close. Like you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Sosnoff? I have nothing.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, $4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Know someone who needs a better broker? For 1 month only, earn $500 for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. See how it pays to have friends? Terms and conditions apply. Tasty Trade.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with the opening bell being imminent, Sosnoff.
Let's get the party started.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I need Coinbase Premium to come in by $4.
Well, even the S&Ps are basically unchanged right now, Sosnoff. They're exactly unchanged. NASDAQ is down $1 and the Russell's up 10. Place your bet, Sosnoff. The market's basically unchanged. Who you got? Green or red?
I'm going red today.
You're going red? Oh, for a change? Volatility unchanged at 1725. It's a tug of war, Sosnoff. Bitcoin is, we haven't mentioned, is trading 96,800, just under 97. Bonds are over 115, 115.20, Sosnoff, flirting with 116. There's your opening bell, my friend. Let's see what's going on in the market. I'm trying to listen for the dings. A bunch of earnings trades. Should have worked out nicely. There we go. There's a couple. That's Coin. You got your 410 calls. What's Coin doing?
Down
Coin
13.
down 13.
Yeah, those are just some.
There's your DraftKings.
Nice. We'll take it. Yeah, I haven't adjusted anything. These are orders that I put in yesterday.
You can put in orders for pennies and nickels and dimes any day you want, right? I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's no delta risk to that. It's just closing orders.
Yes.
You sold some Meta. That's a new opening trade, right?
Yes. I hate Meta here. I want to sell it a million shares, but I'm not. I'm being very conservative. I got filled in Meta. Wow. Yeah, I did.
You did. 728.20.
Meta's actually up.
It's up 729.50. What do you mean you didn't get filled? Yeah, they want to know if you want to sell more.
I know.
And if you like Meta doing this, you're going to have to start liking Netflix too, Sosnoff. Netflix up another $1 to 145 and change. It too is trying to pull himself a Meta with its move. Apple up 40 cents.
The Coinbase puts did not come in as much as I would have liked.
Oh, where? In what month are you talking about?
In March.
Got it.
Let's take a look. Coin.
That's Palo Alto Network buying back your Strangle 175, 227.5 in PANW. Who cares about those wide markets? PANW paid you. PANW down $10, 10 and change. Let's see some of the other movers that we have here in the market, which right now is basically unchanged to the upside. We got BKNG, never traded bookings, holdings, untradeable, but it is up $46. It is a $5,000 stock. And then when I look down the list here, not too many names that I know. Yeah, sure, you got Domino's Pizza, but who trades that? Who even eats it? It's up $1.70. No real names here throughout the first list. So it looks like it basically A tug-of-war market to the downside. Oh, these are all earnings. I'll change that. I'm so sorry. Let me redo this. I apologize. I'll be back to you in a moment. Change this to my high option volume list. There you go. Let's take a look at the downside now. Palo Alto Networks down 11, Crowd down 8, Reddit down 7, almost 8, ARM down 5 and change, TSM down almost 4, Marvell down just about 3, and Costco, since you mentioned their pizza a moment ago, down 4. Let's see what's bringing us to the upside. You got Roku up 17, Baba up 5, PDD up 370, Goldman Sachs up 3 and change. Let's see what Tesla's doing, Sadnov, because Tesla's been on a little bit of a tear. It's up $3, Tesla. Tesla Ivy rank expanding in the last 5 days, up 5%. You would expect that to the upside. You didn't expect it to the downside. Tesla up $2.24 now.
Well, taking a look at the earnings trades, I mean, Coinbase, we made back everything we lost yesterday. All right, that's the start. AMAT, was AMAT have earnings? Yeah, AMAT pretty much nothing.
AMAT did have earnings.
Yeah. AMAT pretty much nothing. Coinbase obviously good. What else do we got here? DKANG was a good earnings play. Roku was a good earnings play. PA&W was a good earnings play. I think they all worked out, right? Yeah. Roku, PA&W, DraftKings. Yeah. Well, for once, all those earnings plays worked out. So let's see. We got a little Baidu to make some adjustments on. We got a little short Meta today. I know you'll be proud of me. Moderna did not quite do what we wanted it to do. It's actually up 11 cents, which isn't bad, but it did not. It was up about $1 last night after the number came out. And it was down
a dog with fleas. Why are you looking at that? There's so many other places to go.
I'm just saying from what we, different positions we have on. So the big ones for us are, did they halt Moderna?
mRNA, let's take a look at it. Is it halted? It is halted, Sadnov. It's now $30 and change, down about $1.50.
Yeah, that's weird. They just put a halt on it. AMAT, we just got filled. That's the end of you, AMAT.
AMAT, A-M-A-T.
Yeah, it was nothing. It was
AMAT
nothing.
down $9 and change, 174 and change.
Yes, we did not make any money in there, and we are not proud.
Sadnov, you were right. Even the S&P is down $1, NASDAQ down 14, and the Dow down 50. Russell's actually up $6.
That's good news. That's good for the good kids, by the way.
I know. Very proud of you. Oil up 25 cents, gold down 340, silver still up a big $1. It's a big move in silver.
Well, I thought this Coinbase premium would come in more. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Coinbase IB rank of 18, stock down $14. I think you got to be directional. I think you're a little bit, are you a little bit bearish in there? I don't know what you are.
I guess.
When you look at it, you've got you got March with 35 days and you got April with 62 days, and you still have March volatility 7 handles higher at 82 than you do with April with 75. So I would be looking to do some sort of diagonal spread or calendar spread in coin.
I'm going to cancel my working orders in there, and I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive rolling down some stuff.
Okie dokie.
Just getting myself into a little bit more of a, I don't know what you consider this opening for Coinbase.
It was up 25 yesterday, down 14 today, down 15. I don't know, buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing here.
Yeah, Coinbase doesn't have a history of staying down very long.
Never fade a superstar.
Never fade a superstar. Well, I'm flat Coinbase now, so we'll see what happens. We are in the short the 400 calls and basically the 220 puts. God knows, Godspeed, as they say.
Yep.
Hopefully they take a little more premium out of there today because I'm not covering. What else do we got here?
That's the spirit. Be stubborn.
Oh, I'm stubborn.
Moderna's still closed.
Yeah. All right, what else you got?
That's it. We can take a quick 90-second break. We got fast market. We're going to look at 10 trades that our viewers came up with. You want to do that?
Sure, let's do it.
Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live right after these messages with fast market.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Crypto is better when it's tasty. The Tasty Crypto Show, hosted by me, Ryan Grace, and Frank Caberna, will help traders of all levels learn DeFi trading. We'll provide our insights on altcoins, crypto industry news, and blockchain education. And we'll have you swapping, staking, and trading using derivatives in no time, all using the Tasty Crypto Wallet app. So don't fork up your chance to become a crypto master. Watch Tasty Crypto only on Tasty Live.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it.
Coming up on Bad Money with Jim Blamer. Blamer's hot stock tip of the day.
Trade ideas? Trade ideas? You're coming to me for trade ideas? I'll give you a trade idea. Trade me for tastytrade.com. Those guys are great. I love those guys.
Finding where markets meet politics, if you will, is kind of a passion of mine. We're changing cycles right now. We're moving into a different political complexion down in Washington, D.C. We're moving into the end of a potential Fed rate hike cycle. And as you change these economic and political regimes, asset prices behave in different manners. So I do think what's worked over the past, say, 1 or 2 years may not work so well in the future. I have like a kind of a core satellite portfolio mix where I keep some assets for multiple months, even quarters, years at a time. But then I augment that with some options trading in order to help provide a little bit more convexity to my portfolio. Risk management is the most important thing. You can't control where the market's going to go on a day-to-day basis, right? No one individual investor has that capability. But what you can control is where you get in the market, where you get out of the market, how big your position size is, and learning that the market is not always going to move in your direction. You have to appreciate the fact that you will make mistakes. But the idea is that you make enough of these trades with a consistent enough edge that over time, as you stockpile some results, then ultimately you are profitable over the long haul.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? More Tasty Live with Back Market. I'm waiting for my music. Can you hear me?
Power failure. We're on it.
Power failure.
It's going to be like this for a couple of days. John's on vacation.
You're so right.
Oh, crap. I didn't understand. That's what it is. I was trying to figure it out, Tom, what it was. Wow, where's John when you need him?
You are so right.
There's my music.
There you go. All right. So kind
is
of
is he back on Monday, Tom? Or Tuesday, I'm sorry.
I hope so.
Everybody hopes so.
He is special, isn't he?
Yeah,
right in front of the mic. That's beautiful. What is this, ASRP or whatever that thing is? Talk sexy to me now. Go ahead.
I'm ready.
What did you say?
He doesn't know. He just says things.
AARP? What is it? AARP? What is it, Beth?
ASMR.
ASMR. There you go.
You whisper.
Doot. All right, let's see what we got.
Soundoff, is that a new little hoodie you got there? A little waffle hoodie you got going there?
It might be, but I can't tell you because this one is very, very, it's very classy and it's very expensive.
I'm surprised Costco's carrying Lane Bryant now. That's very nice.
It's a very expensive. It's out of your price range.
I can tell. Nothing says I've arrived like waffle knit.
Beth, let's see what you got. Ken from Los Angeles. He's got a little from K-Town. You know, I like K-Town in LA. Have you been there?
Yeah, I think I was there with you. Is that Koreatown?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had dinner together. I remember I had to put out to get the hotel room.
Oh, yeah, to get the nice room. Yeah.
Right, to get the nice room. Right, I had to pay it forward. We had a great dinner there.
Ken is short-term bullish on ENPH. Double credit put spread. Okay, let's figure out what this is. So he's going long 2 of the 55 puts, short the 60 and 65 put, collecting a 415 credit, aiming for about 130 to 250 around 21 days when ENPH goes back to this. This guy's confident. You are confident, and lucky for you. ENPH is actually up.
Yeah.
ENPH is up. What's up? Up $1.22 today, and we have a small bullish position on in there already, Ken. But I don't hate this trade. I don't like it with the stock already up $1.23 this morning. You could be right, but I don't like selling put spreads into an up move, especially when I think we're at all-time highs. Well, I know we're at all-time highs. Let's go next slide.
Yes.
I'm going to wait on this. I'm already long ENPH. I'm already short, just so you know, I'm already short the 60 puts.
Okie dokie.
OLED on its lows. I don't even know what stock this is.
Me either. I'm looking it up right now and see if there's any markets. By the way, Moderna opened. It's up 80 cents. So
good.
Nothing to see here. OLED down $2.32. I'm sorry, up $2.32. It's the lows were 140. It's 146 right now. Good IV rank of 90. It has earnings on February 20th. Sadnov. Looking at March options, they look untradeable at $1 wide. He wants you to buy stock and sell calls. I think you'll have a hard time doing it with the stock up $2 and change, but it is just off its lows.
You know, here's the problem, Josh. Like if I was going to go out and sell calls, the calls are the 27 Delta calls, which are the 165s, are 310, 430 with 2 trading all day. If you go out a couple more strikes, there's not even any bids.
Yeah.
The stock's only traded 37,000 shares. I got to pass on this one. This is a liquidity issue. This is a pure liquidity play. This is a pure liquidity no go, Josh. Just from the standpoint of liquidity. That's it. I don't think Tony or I would trade this stock. You know, just because it just doesn't trade.
Even if it was making new lows like it was 3-4 days ago.
Let's go to the next slide.
We're not trying to cherry pick here.
I mean, the market of the stock is 40 cents wide. Baba, 7-day short straddle before earnings, hoping for a vol crush. Not the craziest thing I've heard.
No, sounds logical.
Hoping for a vol crush, short straddle. Stock's up $5. Well, let's just give ourselves a little bit more room and sell the strangle. I'm fine with that. I'll do the 7-day strangle. Let's sell the 30 Delta call and the 30 Delta put. 118, 134. We're right in between. And we'll see what happens. The market on this is like 595-ish. I don't know. Working it. I might have to give up a couple pennies here to get filled. Yeah, I just wanted to get a fill. 593. Could probably get filled at 594 or 595. 593, we'll take a fill. We sold the 30 Delta strangle. Let's see what happens in a couple of days. We sold the 118, 134 with 7 days to go. Let's go next slide. Joko from Coronado, California. All right, let's see what we got here. March, April ratio strangle swap.
They're making it difficult for you. Have they watched you with this platform? You're not very good with it. This is going to be tough for you. 4 legs.
I don't know why people like these strangle swaps so much. So
because they work.
Do they? 320, 330, short 2, long 1 for $24.
They don't use a lot of buying power typically. They're
all right. Let's do it.
Premium selling.
CRM.
You want me to explain it to you? I mean, I'm trying to explain it to you.
You might have to. March, April. So in March, I'm going to be short the 320, short the 330, right?
That's correct. The stock is down $5 here, so you could make it nice. Right in the middle there anyway, 320, 330.
Yeah, it's right in the middle. And then in April, we're buying the 320.
2-to-1.
Same one, right?
2-to-1 though. They're short 2, long 1.
Yeah. So
he even gives you a price target. I mean, you got to love this guy.
Yeah, no, I have no complaints. So it look, what price did you say? 24? Yeah, it's a little cheaper than that. It's 23.30.
My man Jocko making some money. He deserves it.
It's actually lower than that. Yeah, no, he put it on a good price, much better than me. Mine's going to be about 80 cents worse if I get filled. Jocko, I'm having a hard time here, man. I'm working it. Nothing done. 23.15. Nothing done. What'd you do? Nail the perfect spread? I'm
I can't get filled in here. Maybe I just hate this stock. I didn't know. 2310.
2310, Sazov. 2310.
90 cents worse than you. I don't know when you wrote
Jocko
this
found
up.
a good trade for himself.
I don't know when you wrote this up, but it is a better trade for you than me, for sure. Let's go next slide. Google. Let's see what we got here. Google, we currently do not have a position. We took it off at earnings. IV rank is 20. This is very tight for us. Not my favorite thing, Carlos, selling Google strangles when the IV rank is 20. You want to sell the 75 puts and the 200 calls, the 195 calls. We'll do this one very small because I don't like the IV rank. And you think 460, but I can't even fill it at 450, just so you know.
Yeah.
448. I think it's a little too cheap, but we'll play this and we'll see how it goes. I kept my size
Google
small.
IV rank at 19 to support your thesis.
I know. I don't like selling 19 IV rank. Let's go to the next slide. Nate from Virginia. Botch launch of the new flagship graphics cards and slow to no production of new graphics cards due to Chinese New Year will lead to lower projected earnings and profits. Sell the 30 delta call or a wide call spread in March.
NVIDIA up $1.50 on that news. NVIDIA hasn't had a down tick since 114 back on February 3rd.
I like that then. See, this is what I like. I like it when they haven't had a down tick. So what we're going to do is...
Good IV rank of 46, earnings February 26th.
How about the 150, 160? Is that wide enough for you? That's wide enough for me. 230-ish, maybe? I don't know. What's the stock up? I need an
Stock
uptick
is up
here.
$1.48 and up a gazillion since the 3rd.
I need an uptick. Come on, boys. We're doing a show. I know. You can't wait. Bastards. I had to just get a fill, Nate, because you could probably do better. 228. I sold the 150, 160. You know what I'm going to do, too? I'm going to put another order in higher. Up at 230. Let's see if we get filled. Because the stock's rallying. All right, let's go next slide. Filled. 231. So I did 228, 231 as the stock rallies. Let's go next slide. Oracle, Bill T from Toms River, New Jersey. This has a 98%. This has a 98% IV rank. That's good. So Oracle right now, we have a very small strangle on. What does he want to do?
Oracle has earnings March 10th.
And let's do this. He wants to do March 150.
Neutral trade 150, 210. 150, 210. He got $3.25 in credit.
Okay. 150, 210. 325 in credit. I wish I could get filled here. You're going to be closer than the other guys. Nothing done yet. You know, Oracle is, again, not my favorite trading vehicle. I don't know about you, Tony, but I find Oracle to be hard.
Yeah, hard. I agree.
I fight with this stock all the time. I feel like they torture me. I'm trying 320. I am going to go put an order in above the market at 322 and see if they come for it. Build at 320, and I'll leave another order in at 322 to do another tranche. Let's go. Thanks, Bill. Let's go next slide. Intel, DSZ, WTF. Did they pick fleas off this dog? Call ratio spread. I'm flat Intel. We've been long it all year.
We got flat at yesterday. Stock's down 34 cents after opening a little bit higher this morning. What does he want to do in here? Intel. Call
he
ratio.
Wants to, he wants to do a call ratio spread. Buy one of the 27 calls, sell 3 of the 29s for $1.11. This guy trades like a Sosnoff 1x3.
Buy the 27s, sell the 29s.
And it is a bearish trade. I consider it a bearish trade because your risk is to the upside. Obviously, above 29 minus the credit you received, cut that in half. Like say 29.
I think you got to do this in April, right? Because there's no 27. There's only 27 and a halves.
Okay. But it's more of an omnidirectional trade because your best price on this is 29, where you would make $2 plus the $1.11 in credit. You'd make $311 at 29 if you were to hold this all the way to expiration.
But I did it 1 by 2. I did it 1 by 2 instead of 1 by 3. I did it 1 by 2 for a 42-cent credit. I kind of like that.
And you did it in April. Yep.
Well, because they don't have a 27s in the monthlies.
You want the same thing.
Yeah. Let's go to the next slide. SPX, Fred from Brooklyn. 0
and if you did
day.
it 1 by 3, you would have been able to do it for $1.34, Sosnoff. So you're actually doing a little bit better than the gentleman.
0 day. Long call spread. What does he want to do here? 2 strikes in the money, 2 strikes out of the money. Just a shot for a higher market close on Friday. Are you crazy, Fred?
That's correct. A pure directional shot. He's buying.
You do that.
Yeah,
I'm a little bearish for the close today. So you do that.
Well, I hope he did it on the opening or shortly thereafter when we were down small.
Yeah, we were
We're
down
up
this
5
morning.
on even the S&Ps.
We're up 5 right now. I'm going to pass on this. Let's go next slide. Jack from Philly. K-Webs had a strong run to the upside. Ivy rank is still decent level. How about selling a strangle? Sure, if it's liquid in there. It's traded 14 million shares today. It should be. It's a $36 stock. A 1 standard deviation strangle. It's a little cheap. We're probably going to have to go a little higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 41 on the call, so that's a 23 delta. And I don't know, 33 on the puts. It's a 24 delta. Or we'll go down to the 40s. Yeah. 40, 33 for 153 in March. I think it trades 152. Let's see. Nothing done yet, but there's plenty of liquidity in here today. This one's actually liquid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not getting filled, but the markets are fairly tight. I will get filled at 151. Yeah. I'll offer more at 152. All right, Jack, filled. Thanks. Let's go next slide.
That's K-Web.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we got some stuff on. I'm not upset with this. ENPH, I didn't do it because we already have long stock in there. OLED, I didn't do because there was no volume at all. Just to show you, K-Web's traded 15 million shares so far today, and OLED has only traded 37,000.
Yeah.
In BABA,
Yeah.
we did the, was that a strangle swap? We did the strangle swap.
Yep.
In CRM, we did the strangle swap. What do we do in BABA? Let's just see.
BABA, you sold a 90 put spread?
We sold we sold a strangle, the 118, 124, 134. So, Beth, in BABA, we sold a strangle, not a straddle. In CRM, we did a strangle swap. In Google, we sold a strangle. In NVIDIA, we sold a call spread. In Oracle, we sold a strangle. In Intel, we did a call ratio spread. In the SPX, we passed. And in KWeb, we sold a strangle. We needed to get some short premium on today, and we did. And while we were doing that, the S&Ps, they were up
I've done nothing. They're up small, but
yeah, they're up $1 right now. And Yeah, the S&Ps are up $1 and the Nasdaq's basically unchanged. And I'm just taking a look at Coinbase because that's the one we kept our positions on, and that really hasn't moved much, Tony. But it's down $18.
It hasn't. Yeah, $19 now, $2.79 after being up 25 yesterday.
I think they surprised the children yesterday.
They surprised me.
All right, that's what we got.
I'm going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. I got more Tasty Live immediately following these messages from our sponsors. You know who our sponsors are. This is Tasty Trade. We'll be back in 90 seconds. We got Bad Taste in Julia next.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Woof! The first half of this year's market has been giving the good guys the business.
It's certainly been back and forth for sure, Pete, and I'm getting whiplash over here.
With good mechanics, we can see Team Tasty stay strong in the second half.
Absolutely. Let's check out our starting lineup.
Liz Deerking, Eastern Illinois University. #1, because dedication and motivation equals success. Being able to make that one trade that builds on the next is the very first step.
Matt Helmuth, Illinois State University. #30, because that's how many of Tom's credit card purchases I have to decline a week. Stop trying to buy a suckling pig online, Tom.
Bobby Shepard, School of the Art Institute of Chicago. #6, because that's how many revisions every piece of copy goes through.
Jenny Andrews, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. #18, because that's the average of the VIX over the last 10 years, and I cannot wait for it to get back there.
I like the looks of that lineup.
Well, being mechanical is always better than just trying to run plays and see what sticks, Pete.
When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game.
That's right. Now get off the couch and get into the game.
Watch Tasty Trade.
We just ripped higher up to 50 points, and I just thought we would stay there, but...
The thing the market does best is it keeps you very humble.
You get paid a lot for being right, and you lose a lot for being wrong.
So give me, I don't know, a couple hours, and I will give you everything that you need to start trading options. See you inside.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity,
and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Know someone who needs a better broker? For 1 month only, earn $500 for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. See how it pays to have friends? Terms and conditions apply. Tasty Trade.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. So enough out of you. We've got Julia in bad taste.
Hi, Tony. How's it going? Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hello, Julia.
I'm doing
How are
very
you?
well. Thank you for asking.
Great on this very, very cold day. That was, yeah.
Is it cold out?
It's cold out, yeah.
I didn't go outside.
Tom doesn't know
Did you sleep
because
over?
his heart is full of love.
I slept here last night.
I wouldn't put it past you.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried going out for a walk last night.
Why?
This is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's not that far. It's, like a 20-minute walk. It was a bad idea.
Yeah.
It did not go well. I had to stop inside to warm up.
Yeah, I didn't check the temperature, but I will now because I don't like the fact that you told me it's cold.
It's on your computer, Saz, and it's 12 degrees. I'll teach you how to do this, Boomer.
I'm going to tell you right now,
Bottom
Chicago.
left. All you got to do. Look, you go to the bottom left of your computer, and then you do this.
You know what? I don't like this. I don't like this weather forecast.
Really?
No.
Oh, no. Why wouldn't you like it?
Monday 11, Tuesday 9, Wednesday 13, Thursday 11, Friday 19. That's a cold week.
I know. And we were supposed to get whatever, like a foot of snow, and then that didn't happen. So now we're getting like the backlash of like, fine, now you get this.
Hey, Grandpa. I got 14 slides I got to go through.
Hey, it's really cold. You should stay home next week.
And I was threatening to come in. Now I might stay home. That's it. Okay.
Okay, that's the nail in the coffin.
I mean, you should not have to go outside in this kind of weather. You're sensitive.
Not looking like this.
Keep the tan up, Anyway, okay, let's get into these slides. There's a bunch.
Have you ever had a tan?
I've had a tan for me. For myself. Yeah, I've had my version of a tan.
I don't know what your version of a tan is.
Julia, have you ever had tan lines? Is what we're really asking.
I have had tan lines. I've had them. I can't actually tan. I got the Italian jeans, so pasty in the winter, and then
You are the whitest Italian I've ever seen.
Well, it's there's no sun outside. I haven't seen the sun in like 6 months.
I'm just saying.
I think that's racist. I think you could have said pale, the palest Italian. I mean, I think that's kind of racist right there.
You're the palest.
Thank you so much for calling that out,
I'll
Tony.
ask
I
our
appreciate
HR
it.
people.
You're the
I feel very
palest.
attacked right now. Yeah.
You're the palest Italian I've seen.
Thank you so much. Somebody cut that.
See,
out.
Tony
Thank
is,
you, Tom.
is
Appreciate it.
Tony is like a
swarmy.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm annoyed about it because my brother got all the Italian genes. He's got like the olive skin, and he just kind of looks more what you would expect an Italian to look like. So, but we're the same amount of Italian. He just got all the I don't know. Italian.
Have you done 23andMe?
I don't want them to have my DNA. Is that bad?
All right. Well, then we don't know. We don't know if you're the same amount of Italian as your brother. Then we
That's
assume
actually a very
you
fair
are.
point. Yeah, we got a couple jokes about that.
You're a
pretty
math
different,
girl.
actually.
You have to get the formula.
Gotta get the DNA tested.
It's the kind of thing you don't really want to know.
Yeah, maybe I don't want to know. Actually, yeah.
I don't want to know.
It's just yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to know either. But we do have 14 slides. A lot of them are pictures. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Sadnov, I've seen pictures of your father. You are your father's son. I've seen his picture on his birthday, by the way. You are your father's son.
I don't know if
You look like your father.
A little.
A little bit.
You don't see it? Oh, I see it. I think you do.
Today was my dad's birthday. He was born on Valentine's Day.
That's so sweet, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Look at that. Yeah.
When I
All right, let's do it. Look at back
when I
at
met
index
Corinne,
impact.
I said I had to go to. I just met her like a month or two before Valentine's Day.
Mhm.
I go. I got to go to my dad's house for his birthday.
Yeah.
She's like, "You're so full of crap."
But she didn't believe you?
Nope, not for a second.
I mean, I might call you on that too, to be honest.
Not at 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Anyway, so a couple weeks back, when Tom wasn't here, Tony and I were palling around, and we were talking about the potential impact a stock might have on a broader index. Tony, you remember that?
Oh, sure. You do the fun stuff when I'm not
do.
here.
I sure do.
I mean, you were visiting your mother.
Mother.
Yeah, your mother.
Your mother.
Visiting your mother and making all of us look bad to our moms. So now, yeah, you got to miss the fun piece. But this was kind of a cool one.
I have to tell you, Tony. So my boy from Luke Foods is in Portland, Maine, doing a food review, and I got to tell you, he did a great job.
A food review?
Wow.
Yeah, he's this crazy guy in a car that I follow.
I like that. Okay, cool.
Okay, his name is Luke Foods. Is his thing.
And he
don't worry, Julia. He takes his shirt
He eats
off
food in the
too.
car.
He eats food in the car. You've
But-
shown me this guy, yeah.
But he went to Portland, Maine.
Yeah.
And he went to all my stomping grounds.
Oh yeah, and he
Like every place that I go
all
to.
clams, all the
Every
Oh
place.
my God, you're from Portland, Maine now too?
No.
What do you-
But
what
when
do
I
you-
go to Portland, Maine, I
what are
have
you,
like
Dr. Jim Schultz
I have
of
like
hometowns?
I have like 6 or 7 places I go to. He went to all 6 or 7 places and gave his review.
I think that's a good sign.
It's a really good sign. It was really good. His
Maybe
review,
that's a sign that you should start eating in your car.
his reviews were really funny because he had never had a lobster roll before. No.
Well, did he have
Never had a lobster roll. Never had a lobster roll. This is a guy I want to follow.
No,
sure.
he's from Kentucky. He's a hillbilly from Kentucky.
Okay, they don't have lobster in Kentucky?
Have you been to Kentucky?
Yeah.
They don't have lobster.
Yeah, they do.
And if they have lobster in
I thought-
Kentucky, they just call it lobster, but it's schlobster.
I think they're giving us a sign. I think we got to get moving. Let's go back to the intro slide.
You weren't on the show when we had the schlobster guy on.
The schlobsters. I don't know. That's me. You missed the fun segment. I missed the schlobster. And now we got 14, 13.
But I have to tell you one thing. When you were on the show,
It was
you got one more.
schmaking, you
You got
monkey.
one more.
I'm
I
going to
already
tell you.
told
So we
production.
had a guy.
It was
that had-
schmaking.
I'm about to tell her the
It
story.
was-
So we had a guy from
was schmaking,
Chicagoland
not
area. He came on
schlobster.
once for bootstrapping.
Okay.
And he had he's kosher butcher.
Okay.
He created a product called Schmaken.
Schmaken, like kosher bacon.
Kosher bacon.
Schmaken. What
Schmaken.
was it made out of?
Beef.
Is beef schmaken?
Beef Schmaken.
Was it good?
It was really good.
Really good.
It was very good.
You're schmaking me crazy. That's
He sold.
Yeah, but
He did the show here, and
Yeah.
he sold like 100 cases
Schmaken?
of Schmaken just from us doing the show, and it was great. Did you buy it? I forgot. I have some of
Of course
it.
I bought it.
Yeah.
Bought it for a year afterwards.
So the guy
It
who
just
made
fell
the
off radar.
Schmaken,
The Schmaken?
we
Made the
teased him
lobster?
because, shellfish, Jews, it's not kosher. So we said you got to create schlobster.
I was gonna say like a scallop. If they could make like I can't even schmallop. I don't know.
Schlobster is better than schmallops.
But I do like a good scallop, and I also like these slides that we have to do during this ADHD Power Hour. Are we ready to get into it?
Okay, go.
Okay, let's do
Sure.
it. Okay, so a couple weeks back, we talked about one way to analyze the potential impact of a single stock on a broader index. So if a stock is expected to move 5% and it makes up like some, it's one of the components of the index, how much can we expect the index to move? There's a way to calculate that. So today I did my very, very best to back test this. And it's very hard to do for reasons that I will get into. But I really wanted to look at some significant moves in some major names over the last year approximately and understand how the realized moves in the S&P kind of compared to that, to those
Okay.
expected estimates. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to get through this quickly. This is a recap. I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time on this. If you want to go check out that segment, it was from 2 weeks ago. But basically, the expected move of a stock, the expected impact on a stock can be estimated if you have an expected return for one stock and the correlation between the two of them. So for example, like let's say that two stocks A and B are correlated with a correlation of 0.8 and expected A is, stock A is expected to move 5% around earnings. So the expected impact, I guess, on stock B is just the correlation between them times that expected move. So 4%. Make sense?
Okay, yep.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so That previous case is if we assume the volatilities are similar. We can also sort of like beta weight this a little bit by taking the volatility of, right, the standard deviation of returns of stock, whatever you're interested in, dividing it by the expected, the standard deviation of returns of whatever you have the expected move for. Make sense?
We've been doing this for years, beta-weighted notional IV.
Very similar, very similar.
Okay.
But this is for expected move. If you want to consider the expected
I
impact of one
understand.
stock on another stock, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So if you wanted to extend this logic to an index, right? You take that formula,
Yeah.
multiply it by the weight of that holding in the index, and then
Okay.
you just sum all them up.
Okay.
Like,
Makes
right?
sense.
You're just
Yeah.
taking a weighted sum of all those expected moves, basically. Make sense? So like if I wanted to calculate, like Apple is, going to move 5%. We're expecting it to move 5% when it reports earnings. What is the expected move in the index, right? I can take all the holdings of the index. I can take the correlation between all those, holdings and Apple, and I can use this formula to calculate how much should the S&P move from that move. Expected. Make sense?
Yes.
Easy peasy. Okay, let's go to the next slide then. So what I wanted to do was actually try to look at some data to see how well this holds up. It's very difficult to do this type of back test for like two reasons. Number one, there's not a lot of very big moves that you can really look at over, some time frame. Here I wanted to look at the top holdings of the S&P. So that's Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Meta, or Google. They all kind of move around in the top like 6 spots basically over the last couple of years. And so I wanted to say, okay, on the days when these, assets had moves that were larger than 5%, either to the upside or to the downside, what was the expected, index impact? There's not a lot of moves like that happen in this period of time. And then in addition to that, you also need the historical weights of the S&P over your backtest period. And those aren't really easy to get. So not a lot of data here, but I wanted to see if there was maybe something interesting that could come about. And so here we looked at from 2024 to 2025. We want to see like Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Meta, and Google, like when they have a move greater than 5% or less than 5%, how did the S&P, what was the expected move in the S&P, and then how did it actually move? What were those results? Make sense? Using that formula that I showed on the previous slide.
Sure.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, unsurprisingly, when a major holding in the S&P has a large move to the upside or to the downside, the index is unsurprisingly expected to follow suit. In fact, for moves that are this large, remember we're looking at plus minus 5%, the index in this very limited data set was expected to have the same sign of daily return, so move to the upside or to the downside at the same time, 100% of the time, right? So like if any of those holdings move like 5% to the upside, we would expect that the S&P should be positive that day based on this expected return that we looked at in the previous slide. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Which totally makes sense, as you would expect, right, Tony?
Yeah, sure, makes sense. I'll give you a sound enough answer.
Yeah, it makes sense. We're looking at very large moves. So like here we're looking at like Meta was up 20%. We would expect the S&P to move up some percentage, and generally we'd expect that to be positive if Meta is moving to the upside 20%. That's effectively what we're saying here in this back test. When we looked at the expected moves for these very large moves in the holdings of the S&P, we would expect that the S&P would have at the very least the same sign as this company that was moving very much to the upside or to the downside in this back test. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah,
Okay,
totally.
let's go to the next slide. So when we looked at the actual moves, we did see that like the direction kind of aligned with the expected move, but the actual numerical values differed by quite a bit. So here we have all of those, I think it was like 36 data points, all of those big moves in those 6 holdings over the last year. And that kind of hatched bar shows the expected move, and then the kind of solid bar shows the realized move, and then it's green for positive and it's red for negative. What we can see is that when we expect a positive move in the S&P is usually positive. And when we expect a negative move in the S&P is usually negative. But the actual size of that move can vary from its expected value quite a bit. And that's usually because there are a ton of other factors that are actually moving the markets. We're looking at very extreme moves, so these are kind of edge cases.
Oh, what are you trying to prove?
I'm trying to prove anything. But I did notice something a little bit weird that inspired this back test that I'll talk about in a second, and I kind of wanted to talk about it. That make sense?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to, what you're going for here.
Let's go to the next slide. So I wanted to look at a couple interesting examples, maybe, and I don't know if we're going to have time to do it, but so in February 2nd, Meta jumped over 20% after earnings. And the expected move in the S&P was about 3%, but it only moved 1%. Okay? Let's Let's go to the next slide. So on August 5th, NVIDIA dropped over 6%, and the expected move in the S&P was 0.75%. However, the S&P dropped almost 3% because that was also coupled with concerns around the Nikkei crashing, right, over 12%.
Okay.
So we can see there's a lot of instances when these kind of like external factors sort of like move the markets in ways that sort of deviate from these expected moves. But what we do actually see, if we go to the next slide, is that 89% of the time, the signs of the expected moves and the realized moves were the same, right? So even though, like, you know, NVIDIA dipped, or I'm trying to think how to describe this. So even though, like, you know, Facebook's earnings or Meta's earnings might have caused this very large move, the actual move in the S&P might not line up with that expected value, but the signs usually do. That happened about 89% of the time. So we found that it was actually pretty weird, generally speaking, for the move in the index not to match the sign of one of these major holdings, sort of when they have a big move. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the expected moves and the realized moves were this. Yeah, sure.
That kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But interestingly, so, and that's kind of what inspired this a little bit. If we go to the next slide, we had 2 deviations from that, like recently, actually. 2 pretty significant deviations. And we'll talk about that more in the next slide. Next, there we go. So on January 30th, Microsoft dropped 6% after earnings. And there were other concerns that kind of like, you know, were also bubbling up around that time as well. On February 5th, Google dropped over 7%, also around earnings, and the expected drop in the index was 1.7%. So in both of those cases, we expected some pretty big drops in the S&P, but they actually turned out green. Do you remember those days? It happened pretty recently.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't remember, like, there's a lot of days when Google or Microsoft or NVIDIA have had big, even mostly Apple, have had huge moves, and the index has done not what we expected. But I think I remember both those days.
That's weird. That doesn't happen a lot. When we're talking about moves that are greater than 5%, it's actually weird for one of the top holdings in the S&P. That does not happen very much. That happens like in this data set.
It's happened recently more so, I feel like, because like just in Apple alone.
Yeah.
And then Tesla had, you know, dropped 30% as the market was going higher for the last 2 weeks. So it's kind of weird. There have been a few weird moves like that.
It's weird, and it's been kind of recent. And 2 data points is not enough to like indicate a trend. And there's been other data points as well. We were just looking at like 6 companies basically. But I kind of wanted to look at this because I think it's worth watching over the next couple of months because it has felt weird. And I wanted to see if any data kind of supported that. And it turns out like 2 very big moves, 2 very big drops in Microsoft and Google, like we would have 100% expected the market to end red those days, and it turned out green.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that kind of might indicate that there's some shift in market dynamics right now, or some maybe shift away from tech, or some shift away from AI, or something that could be resulting in maybe more optimism that was kind of reflected in the index after these 2 very big drops happened. Those were weird. And I kind of wanted to try to do a study that showed a little bit of context to show exactly why. Because it's not out of the realm of possibility for Apple to drop 3%, or for, you know, Tesla to drop 4% and the index to wind up green. But when Microsoft drops 6% and Google drops 7%, and we're expecting the S&P to drop almost 2% in both of those cases, and then it turns out green, that's weird. It's not weird, but it deviates from sort of the expected behavior that we can measure, at least looking at the last year's worth of data. That's what I was kind of trying to look at.
I get it.
I mean, it just means it's broad based.
Yeah,
the market is kind of.
I'm not sure that I can draw any takeaways from this that I can actually use.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to try the back test, and the back test was difficult for the reasons that I described. But it was really those 2 data points that I found really interesting, and that's why I found it was interesting. It's like I've been feeling this in my portfolio personally, where we'll have these really big moves, but then the indexes won't move very much. And it felt like that's been happening more recently, but it was really hard to actually measure that. And this was kind of my attempt at
That's fair. I mean, there have definitely been some individual stock moves. You know, today's another example, but I don't know if some of it has to do around earnings time or not, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I just don't know how to take something away from this that I could actually use.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because, again, it's not a lot of data that we're working with. Like, if the indexes are maybe more resilient now than they have been to some of these moves, or a little bit more insulated from some of these moves. You can't really claim that from a couple of data points, but it's a trend that I want to keep watching as we sort of continue to have like more, volatility in 2025. So it's that was the point.
Beautiful. Lovely.
Sick. Let's go to the takeaway slide. We'll finish up. So the potential impact of a single stock on an index can be estimated using historical price data and a detailed list of index components and component weights. And based on this very limited backtest, the data roughly supports that when major holding is expected to undergo a large move, we can expect the direction of the index move to match. And large moves resulting from earnings might move the index less than expected compared to, moves resulting from market or sector-wide events, but we kind of need to do more research to be able to validate that. And as well, if there is a trend, it's not really measurable yet because there hasn't been enough data. But I think it's worth watching going into 2025 because it's felt a bit weird trading, and it was kind of hard to actually put numbers behind that before this kind of test sort of came out.
I don't know if there's a trend, and I don't know if it's a bad thing either.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents. Those are my 14 slides.
Very good, sir. Very good. Well, sir, very good, Julia. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Sir, ma'am, Mrs. Murr.
Ma'am,
we're going to take a quick 90-second. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back.
Very nice.
What do you want from me? I'm doing the best I can here. Happy Valentine's Day to you, Julia. I hope you find love in all the fine and right places. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this.
Julia's a huge Valentine's Day person.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with tastylive to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tasty Live core strategies.
Dear Kaylee, hats off to you for being such a culinary genius. I don't think it has ever dawned on our kitchen staff to serve gazpacho hot. Sincerely, Bob.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't want to fact check you with my vagina, but I will.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
All right, so you've got a couple spread trades under your belt, and you're ready to start scaling up your trading. The common thought is to just increase the contracts, but this is only multiplying the risk and the reward of the position, essentially pushing the chips in and doubling up. Instead of adding contracts to the position, consider widening out those spreads. One of the things that I do differently than a lot of people is that for the purpose of the show, I have multiple accounts, right? So I'm trading in a lot of different sized accounts. So I've got to balance finding ideas and finding opportunities for smaller sized accounts as well as finding opportunities for those larger sized accounts. I think that the variable of trading on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute basis is really powerful and really fun to have access to. Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Beat the opening bell.
Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. But you know what I say? Enough out of you. Tasty Trade World headquarters, your friend of mine. Oh, happy Valentine's Day to you, Mr. Scott Sheridan.
And a happy Valentine's Day to you too. I'll go on. Now, you and I are fine. We're good. Beth, I'm sure you're good. Tom, come on.
Nah, John's
lay it
better.
on us.
What did I do? What?
Valentine's Day. That's exactly right. We're asking, what did you do? You have a Valentine. So the average spend on Valentine's Day per American, somebody who actually goes and spends. So I'm not sure if you're in that category, but if you do, I think it's $189. What'd you get?
Yes.
What'd you get?
What, you're comparing me to an average American? I'm not average. I mean,
I know you're not. You're special.
I'm special. I'm so far above average.
Right. So what does the special person get their special somebody for Valentine's Day?
Oh, well, I mean,
like the distance, you just don't call her, you leave her alone for the day. That's what
I'm
she
going.
gets.
That's the best gift you can give somebody, Tom. You know,
right?
She would probably say that is the best gift I could give. No, I'm thinking of taking her to Sweet Green for dinner tonight.
That's nice because this place you don't need reservations. You can walk in. There might be a line. That's good for you.
Yeah,
Sweet Greens is so overrated. It's just not good.
No, I don't know what to do because
okay.
we're actually
oh boy,
we're babysitting. We're babysitting tonight. So
it's not babysitting when it's your grandchild. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
I'm not. Yeah, look, you get to speak because you are a grandfather. I'm not. So I can't say that. Okay.
Did you say you were babysitting your kid?
Yeah.
No. And that was really funny because Lila once said
Tom Wood.
No, I wouldn't babysit my own kid, but I could say I'm babysitting. That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's not. When it's talking about your kid, like Lila once said, "Yay, Dad's staying home, Mom's going out, Dad's babysitting." I turned and looked at her and said, "It's not babysitting when your father stays home with you."
That's right.
Well, okay. It kind of is.
I'm your dad. Okay, I'm staying home with you, but a grandchild.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, true. See, that's what we don't know. Okay, we know the mothers, don't know necessarily who the fathers, although she does look like me. So I can take credit for her and for Max. Leave, I'm not sure about. So okay, I personally say you can babysit your grandson. Okay, so that's nice. You're babysitting your grandson. That's very nice.
So they can go out to
mom and dad. So mom and dad are going out to dinner.
Yeah.
Is this her first time leaving the little one alone?
Yes, but I have to go through. It's like going to Mexico to get I have to go through certification.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Right. It's like going to Mexico to get certified for scuba diving. I'm going through the same process tonight. I have to get certified.
Okay. Now, having said this, I spoke to the mother yesterday. She sounded good.
Okay.
Sounded very good.
Good.
In the background, I hear the sweetest little cooing. And I said, wait a minute, is this what you're referring to as screaming? Because I need to know, because this to me sounds great. She's like, oh, no. He's great right now, but that's about 2% of the time, okay? It's the other 98% of the day. So if this is the first time, Patrick, piece of cake. He's going to be all over this. Honey, we're going to dinner. Your mom and dad have them. We're good. She, on the other hand, can we make a market on the number of times she texts or calls or asks for photos?
I don't know.
I'm double digit bid. I'm double digit. If she actually stays out for dinner, I say you get at least 10 requests.
I mean, like I said, I have to go through certification from 4:30 to 5:15.
Well, my guess is you're not allowed to touch them. That's certification. Okay, you can't touch them. Just leave them alone.
Once I'm certified, I'm allowed.
Oh, you're certified. Okay, you are definitely certified. We'll leave it at that. Well, I'm happy. That sounds like fun. So where are they going? Any nice plans?
I don't know.
It's a surprise.
I don't know where they're going, but I have to fend for myself in that neighborhood. Food? That's your old stomping ground.
Wait. Oh my God, that neighborhood. It's 4 blocks from you. 5 blocks from you. That neighborhood. Okay. That horrible place that you used to call home, which is five blocks from you. Okay, so here's my over-under. You're going to get Mexican takeout. You're going to go to, that's my call.
No, she doesn't need Mexican. So that's it. So
empanadas?
No. Not gluten-free.
Well, first of all, you don't care about her. Just call it the way it is. You really care about yourself.
That's true.
Okay, so let's just talk about you. We
even
take
on
care
Valentine's
of her.
Day, unbelievable.
we take care of her later. So you could go bodega, sir. Come on, you're gonna get something on the block. What do you got?
There's a Culver's. There's the D'Agostino's. There's a Sweet Green right there.
D'Agostino, Sweet Green, close. Culver's, that's a little far. That's down Essen. That's another 3-4 block walk. We don't want you hurting yourself. So if you're going to do that, drive or have it delivered.
It's cold out. Cold in Chicago. It's cold.
Culver's with what is not concrete? They call it a they just call them Sundays. What do they call them? They're good.
Custard.
Custard. Yeah, but don't they call it something when they put stuff on it?
Concrete. They call it concrete, I think, but it's just
but the concrete. I think concrete is DQ.
Oh,
Can we get Vinny on the line? Is he in school?
He's in school right now. He can't answer.
Yes, he's a soft serve. He's a soft serve expert, so we can reach him.
We can't call Vinny, but you can call Tom and wish him a happy Valentine's Day. 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. Phone line's open right now. I got 4 or 5 lines open. Give us a buzz. You can also wish Scott a happy Valentine's Day if you'd like.
And I appreciate that. And I do feel badly because we didn't get to a particular caller who will remain nameless, and we needed the Super Bowl picks. And I have to say,
I got them. He did gimmick bets.
He did, but I think he won 10 out of 12 or 12 out of 14.
That is correct.
And
good.
In fairness, he said, there's no layups here. Like normally he'll come up with some free money. He said no free money. Now, what he did say, wait for the first round of the basketball tournament because that's where he does his best work.
That's where I do my best work too.
Yeah, that's where you do your best work. You take an 11 and a 13. Oh,
I want all your action, Tom. Don't go any place. Scott and I are here to facilitate you, Sosnoff. I'm going to do my fiduciary responsibility as an ex-market maker on the floor of the CBOE.
I wish there was. Tell me what game I could bet on tonight, and I'll bet you guys. I don't even know what game there is.
Oh, any game you want.
Any game you want.
Any game you want. Hold on. Come on. Let's pull it up. You want college, pro? What do you want? Ladies? We don't care. Women's? What do you want to do?
I don't know. I have to look.
Okay, so get back to us. Have your people call my people.
You study, and then you get back to us. You don't call anybody else. You promise me?
I want the White Sox in preseason.
By the way, speaking of the White Sox, what you think you're bullish on them this year? What'd they do? I mean, they were the worst team ever in baseball. What'd they do so far that you're bullish on them?
I'm not bullish on them.
Oh, Kevin Durant in a press conference. The one I think actually after he scored his 30,000th point was wearing a White Sox hat.
Because they practice in Phoenix, don't they?
Are they here? They're Florida Cubs are here.
Oh, the Cubs are there. That's right.
Sox.
The Cubs. Yeah, Sox are in Florida.
Cubs are here. I thought the Sox were in Florida.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Cubs. But I thought that was odd because I mean these guys at that level, when you put a hat on, that's some good branding. Although it was great. Was it what Frankie sent us about the Bulls, like how horrible they are? Like the list.
Yeah, but Kevin
Durant.
Durant's dating what's her face? She's a White Sox fan.
Well, that's why. Who's he dating? Good for her, whoever, and good for him, I'm sure.
He's dating. He's dating the WNBA player, the one in Chicago, Angel Reese.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, she's a little young. I mean, come on. She's like 21. He's 38, 37. Come on. Maybe she's 22. Tony's going, and? Okay.
Nah, that's so disgusting. That's horrible.
What, you actually said horrible. You didn't even get the horrible.
I did it for you. I did it for you.
I appreciate that.
I was being so proper.
You were. Okay. Give the number one more time.
Hold on. I have a live picture of Sosnoff babysitting tonight, even, believe it or not, ahead of time. Please throw this picture up real quick for everybody. Can we do this?
It's going to be good. Simpsons?
There it is. There's Santa practicing with somebody else's baby. That's him. That's him practicing with somebody else's baby. That's
Is that Josh? Is that Josh?
That is Josh.
Patel?
That is Josh.
Or Cash Patel. I think it's Cash Patel.
That is Josh's head. That is Sosnoff practicing. You know how they do that in school sometimes? They'll take a practice baby. That is Tom with the practice baby.
You know what? Now that you mentioned it, Josh has a little Cash Patel in him.
A lot. Okay, you just got to add it to the list, sir. You better be careful. Okay. More importantly, I thought I knew your entire wardrobe of four garments. That's a polo. That's a linen polo short sleeve. Where'd that come from?
It's a very, very classy, very fancy. I can't tell you guys the designer because I don't have access.
That had to be from the rack or something, because that's solid out of the 80s.
That's not Sosnoff's body.
That's solid. Oh, come on. I love that. That's not your body? I thought that was his body. I liked it.
Here's Tom's body. This is Tom's body.
See, that's better.
Aren't these cute?
You're the Tom to my Tony. Nobody has ever said.
That's funny. So you guys pass the hearts back and forth. The one, want to be my friend, want to be my date. Okay. More importantly, that whole Josh Cash, I got to get that out of my head now. That's not working for me.
I know.
So.
Well, let's go to your list. I got a couple of phone callers. I see Punta Gorda, Sosnoff. You know where that is. That's right down by Grenada or by Chile. And then we've got Austin, Texas coming in. So
it's by Cuba. Punta Gorda is by Cuba.
By Cuba. Got it. Sure. Right.
Chile, Cuba. What's the difference?
Sosnoff, Punta Gorda goes, isn't that by Grenada?
That's a Punta Cana.
Punta Cana. All right, top 15 is almost going through the system. First 40 minutes of the day. No broad-based indices or futures. Tom, for you, number 15, MU at a 25. For everybody else, Tesla at a 41, NVIDIA at a 46, Coin at a 12, Roku at a 26, PLTR at a 51, Apple at a 28, SMCI at a 46, PANW at a 19, Intel at an 85, DraftKings at a 14, Meta at a 6, AMD at an 11, BABA at a 94, AB&B at a 15, and number 15 for Tom, MU at a 25. Rounding out the next 10, SLV at a 42, mRNA at a 64, and HIMS at a 109.
Good job out of you, Mr. Sheridan. 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. I still got a couple of phone lines open. We'd love to hear from you. But let's first go to Punta Gorda. I got Ben. Ben in Punta Gorda. What's up?
Good morning.
Hey, Ben.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Beth, I'm a little I called. It's funny. You guys just talked about the Valentine's gift card, about the Valentine's cards, and that's the sole reason that I called in. Such a fun. I've been watching you guys for 10 years, going just shy of 10 years. Been very proudly fading saws for 10 years.
Oof.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Valentine. And that, I just want to say I'm gonna paintbrush the Valentine's card and give it to my wife, saying I would only fade saws on NVIDIA, and I would never fade our love.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's a good man right there.
Hey, Ben, that will get you sleeping in the guest room tonight.
Hey, love you guys, man. Thanks for all you do, and have a great Valentine.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank
Thanks,
you, brother.
too.
Appreciate it. You too. Happy Valentine's Day to you and yours. We're going to go to Andrew in Austin, Texas. Andrew, what's up?
Hello. I was just wondering, how does Sosnoff do it? Like, he's waking up at 5 in the morning, shoveling snow from driveways. He answers all the emails. He's making hundreds of trades a day. I understand he's like the lead developer on your platform.
That's right.
And he's the model for the new Tasty Trade store. How do you do it, Sosnoff? What's your time management tips for me?
It's really remarkable. I'm just a special person. Very special.
Some would say he was gifted.
Gifted.
Nobody who's on the show right now would say that, but some would say he was gifted.
Yes, and don't spoil the new short.
Open?
What, the new store?
Yes,
it was supposed to be open.
Opening that you were getting.
It was supposed to be open this week, maybe next week. I guess we're any day now. I'm waiting for
Very soon.
What are you shaking your head? What are you guys shaking your heads for?
Because if this was us, here's how this would go. You guys are pathetic. You can't get anything done. I got to do everything myself. I'll build the store up. But now that you're in charge of it, a couple technical issues that were out of your control. Other people had problems.
No. This is your crack team that said, hold on, we want to review it once before we push it out. Because they're worried.
Review what?
Review the disclaimers that have like Tony Batista's always right, those kind of t-shirts. Thinking it may be a recommendation.
He's just using this as an excuse. Don't take the bait, Scott. Don't take the bait.
No, it'll be any day. We're ready to go. I'll talk to Cassie today.
Good job. Thank you, Andrew. We're going to go to Eddie. Eddie in Texas. Eddie, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So let me give you a quick summary of, I guess, what my situation is. Been listening to you for about 2 years, and I love it. I got bit by the bug last November, and I've been trading nonstop. But I do have a Tasty Bite Size account, and in total, I'll probably put on maybe like less than 100 trades. But I'm filing my 1099 and W-2 here this weekend. But I'm curious. It got me thinking about should I maybe start trading through an LLC, or what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, I'll take it if you don't want to take it. If you want to take it, Scott.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't do tax advice.
So Eddie, we usually, we reserve the specific tax questions. If you want to ask that you should ask your accountant, because we can't, we don't want to go down that path. But there are two choices as far as that some traders make. The first one is, you continue as a retail investor like you're doing right now, and then you can claim to be a professional trader, but that means you can't really have another job. And the only difference is that that's a different mark to market at the end of the year, and that there's a different tax consequence for losses and things like that. But be careful about that, because it does open you up to, potential audits and stuff. If you go the route of going in as a corporation, whether it's an LLC or you form a corporation, then you run the risk of much higher data fees, because the exchanges view that as professional. Even though you're not a professional, they view any corporation as a professional. It's a different classification. So there's the risk of higher data feeds. So that's the challenge with changing what you currently have. So
Tom's right, 100% correct on that. The only carve out is if you have a trust. I'm not recommending this. I'm just saying this is fact. If you have a trust and the trustee is not compensated for their work, then it's not considered a pro from a data perspective. But yes, to anything else, yes, any other entity.
But what I would suggest, Eddie, is that you stick with what you're doing right now. And the way the tax software works, coming back from our clearing firm, everything is pretty much done for you. So there's not a lot you have to do when you get your tax file from Apex. So I would stick with being just the regular retail investor. That's what we do. We don't even declare as a professional, because we have other full-time jobs. So I would keep what you currently have. Try not to get too cute with it. But if you want to sit down and talk to your accountant, go ahead.
Okay, that sounds great.
Good,
and
good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks,
you.
man. Gonna go to New Orleans. I got Giuseppe in New Orleans.
Hello, Tom. Hello, Tony. Hello,
Hey, Giuseppe.
How y'all doing? Good.
Oh, Giuseppe, good.
Hey,
How
man.
you doing?
Good. Listen, Tom, I have to give you a compliment. That show you did when Tony was gone for a week on sabbatical
Yeah.
was probably the best show I've ever seen.
I know.
You need to do more young people and maybe put those two old timers on the shelves, you know?
You know,
absolutely. It took a whole football team to replace me, and they did an excellent job. I definitely agree. Maybe next week they'd like to come back on the show again.
Hey, Giuseppe, he has a no trade clause. Otherwise, we would have got rid of him a long time ago.
Yeah, well, I think you put him in a geriatric home myself.
Oh, he'll be there.
He's getting gray about an hour.
It's going to happen naturally. We're letting it happen organically. It's happening.
Yeah.
I feel the love, Giuseppe. I feel the love, my man.
Great. Real quick, I get to business. Tom, great suggestion you made, I think, this week or last week about people scalping, because scalping is very hard. It brings you to the next level, but telling people to use MES and MNQ rather than the big boys, that was a very big suggestion. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
And don't forget, you owe me an update on the scalping. Remember, you said you was going to update the thing and give us an updated scalping presentation.
No, I actually just wrote to somebody. I'm working on it, and I hope to have something. Maybe I can finish it up this weekend. I don't know, but it's definitely on my short-term list, and I will have something for you.
Well, if I could make a suggestion, sir, I mean, we got a guy almost in retirement. Maybe you can just task Mr. Tony there to do it, you know?
No, I've known him for like 40 some odd years. The only person who's a worse scalper than him is sitting next to him right now on screen.
Happy Valentine's.
Wow.
And then the last thing.
We're gonna have a book, love letters from Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the last thing I want to add is for Scott. Are you ever going to maybe update the curve/chart screen where you could put orders in on the chart and putting alerts in?
Yes, coming to
the chart. Yeah.
You said trade. You said trade from the charts, like you'll see your trades pop up. And then what was the other one? That's coming. What was the other one? Notes.
The alerts.
Alerts.
Like
yes. We have a whole new alert system. Yeah, we have a whole new alert system that's being worked on, as well as more features for the ability to trade from charts. If you want to send me an email, scott@tastytrade.com, I will get you an ETA, but I believe it's slated for over the summer, but I'll verify.
That's just the only recommendation I've had. You know, I like to give you recommendations sometimes when I see things. So, but guys, have a nice day. You know, happy Valentine's Day, and Tony, I'm glad you're back. You make me smile.
Thank you for the kind words, Giuseppe. Really appreciate it.
Later,
we're gonna go thank you. We're gonna go to Downers Grove. I got Rob at Downers Grove. What's up?
Gentlemen, long time no call.
Hey, Rob. Been a while, man.
How you doing?
What's up, Rob?
We're good.
Yeah, it's been a while.
For sure.
Hey, I've got a platform request and I've got a trade idea.
Give it to us.
The platform request. I've got an Android tablet, and my request is to get your team on getting the app for the tablets for Android devices done. Since I know the Apple one is done, but Apple sucks. So.
Hey, Rob. Rob, you're the only person in America with an Android tablet. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
You and the guy that bought the first one.
The other thing, with the platform, I use the web platform obviously right now on the tablet, and every time I make a trade, it says that there was some sort of error and it was sent to the development team. I don't know if I'm using the wrong web browser or what, but I don't know if maybe you know anything about that? Yeah.
I don't. So you can do two things. One, either call our tech support. They're happy to help you, or send me an email. Tech support is 888-247-1963. That's just the general number, but you can hit tech support. Otherwise, you can send me an email, scott@tastytrade.com, and I will get it over to tech support and have somebody reach out to you. That something does not sound right. You shouldn't be getting a message every trade that says there's an error and it's going to developers.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's not right. Something's not right.
I get the error for some reason. Yeah.
Right. That should not be the case. So yeah.
Okay. And then my trade idea is basically, I guess, and you can tell me if I'm not thinking this right, but sort of an inflation play. I feel like with tariffs and Trump being a wild card and whatever he does, inflation is going to go up. So I'm trying to short the dollar by basically getting long Canadian dollar, Japanese yen, and the euro. And the way I'm doing that is basically just selling put spreads until my hands bleed.
I mean, I have the same position on, so you're not going to get any complaints out of me.
Yeah, no.
And to keep my size small, I don't do any more than 3 spreads at a time. Although I think it's a Canadian dollar, I double up because it's a smaller buying power requirement. I mean, is that a fair assessment of that sort of like size?
Yeah, that's of all the products, that has the worst liquidity of all the ones you mentioned.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I get filled, but yeah, I basically put it in when short strike is at about 25 deltas, and then I'll spread it off. I don't know, 5 or 6 ticks below that, and then I never go more than 3 contracts at a time. Or at least that's the plan. I just started doing this a few weeks ago, and it's already started to work. But you know, how that goes.
Well, you're getting a nice sell off in the dollar right here the last couple of days. Yep.
Right.
All right, man. We got to jump.
That's my idea.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go real quickly to southern Minnesota. I got Brent. Brent, what's up?
Hey, Tony. I want to thank Scott, you, Tony, and Tom for everything you do. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
I saw Tom in Minneapolis years ago. It was an excellent show. One question for Tom and then one statement. I was wondering how many different braid colors Tom has. And then also, I just wanted to correct you folks, the derivation of cars or cards relates to train cards, which were the original size of the commodity contract for the agricultural commodities that were traded. It was how many cars I traded. But go ahead. Thanks.
You are correct.
Yeah, you're correct on that. It was train cars, but we always called them cards because on the option floor, they were cards, and on the futures floor, they were cars.
Gotcha.
But you are correct, sir.
Yeah.
We're wrong.
Thank you. How many different colored braids do you have, Tom, that you wear?
It depends what you're considering, because back in the Thinkorswim days, I had black, and here I've had gray the whole time. So I only have 2.
Okay, I thought I saw you with a different color in Minneapolis. That's why I asked.
No.
Thanks again.
No chance.
No?
You got it, man. Good luck to you out there.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Scott, I want to wish you and your family and everybody else out there in the Tasty Nation family a happy Valentine's Day. Sosnoff, be careful tonight, all right? Keep 2 hands on the baby. We'll be back in 90 seconds. This is Tasty Live. We got Liz and a lot of other people next. Peace.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
how much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready?
TikTok.
Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? Who's more patient?
These are two of the least. These are the least patient people I've ever met.
I'm going to say him just because he's a little older than me.
Who calls or texts more? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning? Who's a better driver?
I drove a truck in New York City.
I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the bed the most? Who's the bigger spender, do you think?
Me. Yeah.
Who's the alpha in this relationship? Who is more spoiled?
Oh, him.
Who do you think is funnier? Who is the better debater?
Well, I'm gonna give it to him.
Dylan, you think you're the better debater? Are you the master debater?
No, he's he's good because he doesn't answer the questions, which is great for debating.
Hi, my name is Liz Deerking. The beautiful brunette next to me is... What an intro. Jenny Andrews, and we are about to play a very exciting game. No. Hold on. No, you're wrong. Hold on.
She's wrong, I'm right.
High school party, high school condom.
Yeah, because it wasn't in school.
I had friends at my high school who were mutual friends of Liz, and so we were all at the same party.
And then parties for the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives. Same thing with college. She went to a different college. I went to a different college. But we both ended up at the CBOE together.
Yep.
Don't die like squirrel.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Friday Valentine's edition of the Liz and Jenny Show. My name is Liz Deerking. My Valentine to the left of me is Miss Jenny Andrews. Happy Valentine's Day, Jenny.
You've made my Valentine's Day, Liz. Coming back. It's great to see you. TP was wonderful, but I missed you. Our viewers missed you. We all missed you. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. A big thank you to TP. I had a lot of stuff to take care of this week, and I appreciate him filling in. He is always a wealth of knowledge, and you never know what you're going to get with TP.
You know, the shows with TP fly by, and we never get to everything we need to get to because the viewers have a lot of questions for him. He has great ideas. He knows about everything. So you've got a question, ask TP. It was wonderful. He answered a lot of questions, but good thing I'm going on spring break in a couple weeks. 3 weeks from yesterday, Liz. 3 weeks from yesterday, and I'll be on spring break. You can have TP back again.
You know what that means? When you say you're going on spring break, all I hear is my pool's going to open soon, and I'm going to be floating in the sun soon. I can't wait.
I know.
I cannot wait. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, now my only question, this is very serious. Did you get to the bottom of the fact that TP's got a pygmy horse or a real horse?
R.I.P. His horse died.
No!
I felt terrible asking about it.
No! Why didn't you tell me before the show? You knew I was going to ask.
No, I didn't know you were going to ask me about his horse.
I was the one who said it was a pygmy horse, but was it a pygmy horse? Like tiny, 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 right?
You know what? When he said it died, I just said, "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry." I tried to change the subject. I didn't want to keep asking him questions about the dead horse.
Sorry, don't make me laugh. My lungs still hurt.
Yeah, I had no idea that his horse died.
Yeah, I didn't either. Well, it's not like anybody sends you an update. Well,
and I guess I did ask one question. You know how I ask a lot of inappropriate questions
all the time. Go on.
All I asked was, how much did he pay for the horse? Because I wondered, did he pay a lot of money for the horse and then it died shortly after?
That was what your question was?
Yeah.
In true Jenny fashion.
How much did you pay for that thing?
Oh my God, that's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, now that being said, because it is Valentine's Day, let's pop real quickly into Twitter if we can. Beth, please. We just want to say all these Valentines have been posted in the Tasty Live, but this one we sent especially to Tony Batista today because that was our task, is to send to one on-air personality. So we sent this to Tony Batista. Let's see if we can.
If you refresh Twitter, I actually retweeted. It should be at the very top, I think. There it is. I retweeted Tasty Lives. You can see 1 of 11. So that's 1 of 11. So there are 11 Valentines that people can go through, look at, take, use. A great Valentine for your wife. I'm sure they'd love this. What is this? ETF? More like DTF? Sorry, my cat ran across my keyboard.
Oh my gosh. Vanessa's hysterical. Our marketing team is pretty funny. But yes, so these are all here. All these Valentines are here for your enjoyment. They should have put these on little, what they should have put them on? Like little heart candies.
Oh, yeah. Now, don't you remember? Look at all the hearts that you made on your screen.
Oh, I didn't see. Did I do it? Let's see. Can I do it again?
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh, yay.
I loved school when you would bring those little cards and put them on everyone's desk and pass them out to the class.
Oh, yeah. Those were the best days ever.
I don't know if kids still do that. Did your kids bring any Valentines for anyone?
Not in high school. They were walking out the door today. I was like, do you have a special Valentine? Both of them kind of grunted at me. I was like, okay, all right, okay. Okay, so I'm going to pop in the platform real quick. Let's take a look under the hood, if that's okay. Making all new highs, by the way, Jenny Andrews. Take a look at this. No, that's ARM. Okay, I was
that's ARM.
The ARM is not making all-time highs. Somebody had said we had scraped the all-time high. Was that SPX?
It doesn't. I was going to say it.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go
now. Yeah, SPX, all-time highs. ATH.
I went out to dinner last night, ran into an investment banker, and he's like, "What do you think? What do you think? The market keeps going up." And I was like, "Ride the wave, baby, ride the wave." I don't know. I don't know. Everyone's so worried and cautious, but who knows?
You know what though? This has been an interesting trading, transformation for me, is that I'm riding the wave with like training wheels on, because I don't have much to lose if it crashes, right?
Exactly.
It's kind of like I'm riding a bike with training wheels, that if one wheel falls off, I've got 3 others because I'm not putting too much into it.
Right. So that's just like long diagonals or long zebras. Honestly, the long diagonals are a lot less, usually a lot less at risk than the zebras. Zebras can tend to be more expensive. So if things don't work out, you don't have too much at risk. So it has, and that's kind of how our account is too, where we don't have too much risk on, but we have a lot of positions on.
We do. And you know what, Jenny, we should really manage some of these, because when on Wednesday, when I was on with you, we put this Roku position on.
Right. That that was an early earnings trade. Roku they had earnings, I think, yesterday after the close.
Yeah.
But on Wednesday, this was on the list of what's your assumptions. So we put on an early earnings trade, and thank God we did, because that made us $733. Thank you very much.
So let's
Thank you
close
very
this. I'm not even going to entertain trying to price improve. You can see this is, what is this?
Oh, well,
$15
I'll tell you how I do these, because this morning I had a lot of diagonals on close and close. We've been doing these for earnings. So I look at the distance, because when it's really, now this one isn't through, but when it's through, I'll look at the spread here. So 84, 94, 99, $15 wide. And if it's really through, usually if it's $15 wide, you can get it out for like 14, 50, depending on how close it is to the long. It kind of depends on how far through it is and how close. Can't remember what one it was this morning where I had to do it for a whole $1 less, which irritated me.
Oh, yeah, that is irritating. But this isn't through, so I'm just going to close it. I'm not even going to worry about markets. We're just going to close it mid-market, $12.20. We're going to take our $600, $1,200 back and run like a thief in the night. That was an expensive one, too. We paid $5 for it.
Okay.
So that's good. So that is good. I'm going to get rid of all of our closed.
SMI was an old one.
SMCI, right?
Oh, yeah, SMCI. This was an old diagonal that we did 3 days ago for earnings. We pop out the side because I'm wondering, did we do it for earnings and it didn't work and then we reestablished?
Wait, hold on, Jenny. You're not going to believe this. You know how I just said my pool's open? Pool Ken is calling me right now.
No.
Yes. We can will things and I'm not going to answer it.
Pool Ken? Why Ken?
Oh, no. Ken was the dad of the pool company.
Yeah, the dad.
So I just have like the main number in as Pool Ken. So it's like, it goes to Mario. Yeah.
That's right. I'm like, the sons have always come. Did something happen? Why did the dad go?
No. Pool Ken is, I just have, the dad is the one who sold me the pool. So I have him in as that. That's the main number.
Okay.
But we will things into action. It's going to happen. He's calling me to give me a date on when it's going to happen.
That's nuts. Like we talk about spring break, talk about March, talk about pools opening, and the pool guy's calling you.
Bada bing, bada boom. I love it. Okay, so
now
now
something that's so interesting about pools. So when we built our pools, they were a third of what they cost to build a pool today.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like when I put in my in-ground pool, my total for the pool, $36,000. Today, you want that same pool? $136,000.
It's insane. It's totally insane. Yeah.
Yes.
I know. Yeah.
Why did that happen? How could that be?
Well, the pandemic hit and everybody wanted pools.
I guess.
I have no idea. But yeah, I'm glad I got one. So, okay. So, but let's close this SMCI. This was done a couple days ago. Now, this is one where we have a 47.39. So this is, how wide is this one?
That's another one where it's just trading like right under our call spread. So that one's $8 wide, but it's not through it.
It's not through it. All you have left is this 40 cents in extrinsic there, and then there's some of the other. I'm just going to close this.
But will you do me a favor and pop out the side? See, is this our first one, or did we have one on and then reestablish SMCI?
No, this looks like it's new. Well, I don't know. No, we reestablished.
Yeah, roll.
Let's see where we are.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But take a look at our activity in SMCI. So I'm not going to overthink this. Did we roll it? Maybe, but we're up.
Yeah. Okay, so this, fine, SMCI, we had these on. I had an SMCI trade on. It came back. It was a winner yesterday. The trades we had have come back. And yesterday I was like, oh, this was a loser, now turned to a winner. Awesome. And I closed it yesterday, and today it's up 360.
Why I oughta.
Oh, no. Thanks for nothing on Valentine's Day, SMCI.
Because things can come back. So a lot of times we'll leave them.
A lot of them have come back. So that came back. Uber came back. There have been a handful of them that have come back.
Oh, is Uber? Do we still have Uber? No.
Well, we changed, or was Uber one that we changed to a naked put or something? I don't know. We may have closed it. I don't know. But there have been a lot that have come back.
Yeah, there have been a lot that have come back. It's crazy.
And look at SoFi on a tear today, up $1.17.
SoFi, love it. Now, did you and TP do a DraftKings position yesterday?
No, we had no time to trade. No time to trade, Liz.
The DraftKings, look at this one, Jenny. Now this is my creme de la creme. DraftKings is up 12%. Yeah.
And it wasn't this morning on the open. I think it was only like 48.
Yeah, you can take a look because I had this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had the 50. I actually had the 52 call, I think, and I closed it this morning, but the high was 53.47 and the open
open 48.72.
Yeah.
I had some bullish diagonals on. I closed them on the open at 48.72.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that run for the roses. I mean, how can you go wrong? All the kids are DraftKings in it up. Do you know why I like DraftKings? I just put 2 and 2 together. DraftKings, Deer King.
Oh, yeah. DKNG.
DKNG. That would be my ticker.
Sign your last name from now on. DKNG.
That's how it is true. That's how I'm going to do it. Don't make me laugh.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Although you do look better. You are improving day by day, little by little.
Yeah, little by little. But nobody minds if I put a cough drop in my mouth. So you might hear some clinking around my teeth. Okay.
What's your cough drop of preference?
Well, this isn't my preference. I really like the mentholy ones, but right now I have the honey halls.
Okay.
So it was what was here. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah. All right. ZN, that's up almost 50%. We should take that off. I did put that on with TP this week.
Yeah, and this was an interesting ride too, right? So we saw you guys put it on probably here, right? On February 12th? On this big down move? Yeah. Is my guess. And it bounced right back up.
Right. Maybe we put it on the day before because we took a little heat on it and then it came back. Right. 3 days ago. We put it on 3 days ago. So we put it on, then it took some heat and then it came right back. So $140 in a short amount of time. Great.
Yeah, we'll take that. And it's crazy. So it's funny because I don't look at ZN that much. And I know you guys were doing the difference between the two. I look at ZB and I know my price levels I want in ZB.
I know, and I felt the same way. Like I always know, when ZB gets to here, then I want to sell some puts and get back in. But he had said trade ZN right now because of it had a little more volatility to it.
And the chart looked different, right? So, but right here, I can't believe we even got the opportunity to get back in around 113.
And it's kind of crazy because see how ZB is up 7.7% today. Like if you go to, that's ZB, and ZB had a big move. So ZB has had big moves where yesterday ZB was having a big move and ZN wasn't really having as quite of a big day.
Let's take a look.
Like percentage wise, when TP and I were on, it wasn't as much. Even today, I guess it's like 0.4 when ZB was up 0.7.
Yeah. But we're going to keep an eye on those bonds.
Those are down right on the day now.
No, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You can't keep that rally.
ARM is looks like we had a diagonal in ARM 8 days ago. We put it on. They must have had earnings or something because it's down quite a bit. I don't know if they had earnings because I didn't. Did you put on an ARM trade? We put on all the earnings trades.
You know what? Yeah, but it's not always going to be in the list. Let's see. NVIDIA cut stake in ARM Holdings. Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's why. Because, I don't think that was earnings. So ARM out of nowhere, down 4%.
Yeah, but
now what do we do?
Why did we have a 1 day, 7 day
diagonal?
That might have been from what's your assumption or something.
It's not though, because it was on 8 days ago. If it were what's your assumption, it would be on 9 days ago.
Huh? Maybe it was a leftover from earnings. Right? I'm going to see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to go to our activity. That was a roll. That we did it for earnings. Then we put another one on.
Yeah. So I don't know at what point. Okay, let's take a look. Will you look at the trade page, see if there's like juice in the puts? Sometimes there's $1.34 left in that. Sometimes I'll switch to just like a put.
There's a lot of juice. There's a lot of juice in the puts, but there's only a 9.9 IVR.
Yeah.
Honestly, Jenny, with something like this, we have $136.5 left to lose. In my opinion, the choice is I don't know that I want to pump any more money into it.
But that's our call is so far out of the money. Sometimes I'll look at using that $135, and if we only have 7 days left in that trade, you could use that and just buy a 250 wide call spread for that $1.35. You could it just improves your chances of making your money back.
Not bad because it only has to pop up a little bit in that but that's just that little bit of money. Then you're not paying extrinsic value.
Well, yeah, it just has to go. If we're gonna, it has to go so high for us to keep that 130.
I would like to close that. Let's just put this in. This will make a little bit of money back if ARM pops up. If not, we're only out an additional.
Yeah, we're taking in a little credit. It's not like we're paying for it.
Okay, so that's arm. Let's make sure we've gotten to everything with an in the money sign. Or let's pop into Twitter real quick first, and then we'll go back because we'll make sure we get to all these in the money signs. Okay, so these are Valentine's Day Twitters. We love it. Look at this.
And Mikey, trying to get in on the fun. When I asked you to show me a spread on the platform, that's not what I meant. That's funny. These are funny. I think Vanetta made.
I'm telling you though, but if you say options verbiage to the general pop, it sounds filthy.
What was that other one that I saw? I mean, there are a lot of them, but let me see what that other one was. Oh, you're the position I never want to close.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But these are all the options lingo in and of itself are terrible if taken out of context. Just like those shirts you bought me. I don't need $1 that way, I love 10-cent wings. And something about spreads. I don't remember what they are.
Oh, no, yeah. Something about the jade lizard.
Oh, yeah. I love the jade lizard.
What are you doing anything for Valentine's Day?
I am going to Hillcrest to watch my son hopefully become conference champs.
Oh,
so if they beat Hillcrest, this is I think they'll beat them, but if they beat them, they'll be undefeated in their conference.
Nice. Bring home the conference trophy.
I shouldn't say that because there's 3 more games left, but the other games are really, really easy. So
yeah.
So knock on wood. If they beat Hillcrest, this is their only competition that would stop them from being undefeated in the conference. Mm-hmm. We're ranked number 2 in the seeds.
That's awesome.
I know.
That's awesome.
But you know who we have to get by, Jenny? Mount freaking Carmel.
I don't know that their basketball team is that great.
They're amazing.
Well, so are you. Your team is too.
Yeah, but this is what I'm just going to get on my little high horse, and I know you go to a private school, so I apologize. But I don't think Mount Carmel, who can recruit from everywhere for their teams, should be against people who have to live in the same town.
This is the fight that goes on forever. It's the fight that everyone talks about the private schools. Should the private schools be in their own league and not play against the public schools because they pool kids from everywhere, where the public schools just take who lives in their town?
And we're very strict about living within our borders. Like, we won't take anybody that doesn't live within our borders, and they can pull from everywhere, and they're fantastic. Like, if we can get past them, we're going all the way.
Yeah, good luck. I believe in them. I believe in your team.
Thank you.
What are you guys called?
Nothing. They removed our mascot like 2 years ago. What
does everyone cheer when you're cheering in the sideline and the stands? What does everyone cheer?
Go Lamont. It's sad. We used to be.
You need a new mascot.
You used to be the Indians, just like you guys at U of I. It got taken down.
Yeah. Well, you need a new mascot. Maybe you can come up with one.
Yeah, Mount Carmel is a powerhouse in athletics. Like, we played at their school. We haven't played them yet. We played at their school, and all it says is state champ, state champ, state champ, state champ, state champ, state champ, state champ. And there's no girl sports. You know what I mean? It's all boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you doing for Valentine's Day?
We're going up. We are going up to the lake for the weekend. We are going to a Notre Dame basketball game this weekend, and sledding, tubing. What snow sports? I don't know.
Snow sports?
Maybe skiing. We're just gonna go up north, and we can. I don't know if we're gonna go to the ski resort or go to the tubing place. We have to be up there for the Notre Dame game, so somehow we're gonna fill our time because we're gonna stay up there until Monday because Lily's off school on Monday.
When you get back, I would like to know what snow sports you participate in.
For sure, probably either tubing or skiing. I don't know which one. I have to decide.
Have you ever brought your daughter on skis yet? No. So you're gonna put her on skis now?
I'm sure she's pretty agile. She has good balance.
She does have good balance.
I don't know. I can't decide tubing or skiing. So after that note, you think I should just go tubing?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Remember the first time you brought Logan? He came back crying, you came back crying, and he was a teenager too. And it did not go well.
No, he was too little. By the time we bundled him up, put everything on, and put on his snow boots, he had to go to the bathroom. It was just too much to put all that stuff on and then take it all off for him to go to the bathroom. He was like 8.
Was he? Well, I can't wait to hear about your snow sports edition.
I'll take some pictures. I'll get some pictures.
Okay, perfect. And then the lovely Fauzia. We love Fauzia. Happy Valentine's to all of Tasty Nation and to my favorite all-time options traders. Oh, we love Fauzia.
Look at all those hearts.
We love her. We do. She's a wonderful, wonderful trader. And I'm going to shamelessly self-promote Fauzi right now, because if you want to follow Fauzia's trades, you can just go right here, hit this little button, and see the beautiful Fauzia right where she. There she is.
And there, so you can see the ratioed strangle she sold, because I saw her post about this in Airbnb. Oh, and with arm down, maybe we should follow her. She did a big lizard and arm. With arm down, arm down, she did big lizard and arm.
Yeah, so she's at the, let's see, 70.
Here, just hit duplicate this trade.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I love that feature. Okay.
There we go. So here, let's take a look at her trade. This is fun. So she was at the 65 level. I love this. This is awesome. Now, honestly, I might adjust ours because she did it when it was trading clearly 165, but this is a big lizard at the 65 level. It's a reverse big lizard at the 65 level.
Oh, it is a reverse big lizard.
Where is the call?
Well, go back to her trade. Let's see.
Hold on one second. Oh, she bought the call in the March, which is crazy. So she's got the March 178. Take a look at this. So take a look down here. You've got a reverse big lizard, and I like breaking down people's trades. This is kind of fun. So she's got a reverse big lizard, 165, 130 in the April with 62 days left, and she bought her protection in March. Watch this.
Or is that a glitch on the replicate this trade? Let's go back to the follow page. Because why would it call it? Let's see. Let's read it again. Arm sold a big lizard.
Yeah,
it does have the March in there.
It's got the March in there. Yeah, that's
no, that buy to close. So that was that was a roll or of some sort, because that's closing. See, buy to close.
Oh, good call. I thought she bought her protection in the.
So because she put part of it in as a roll, that closing that one, it actually pulled it up on ours. So I guess that's something to be mindful of with the follow page.
Good call on the buy to close, BTC.
Yeah. So all she did was sell the 165 put.
Here, I'll go back to it.
Oh, that's all right. Sell the 165 put and buy the 130 put and sell the 165 call. So
yeah, so it's a reverse big lizard.
It is a reverse big lizard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, you can go. So that's good.
Just delete that March option.
I can't. Because it's not in there.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. I was going to go in and hit delete on it. You can't because it's not in there because she was closing it.
Yeah, you'd have to just clear it.
So, I mean, honestly, it's easy to do, though. I'm going to close this. If we were going to replicate her trade, you go straight to April. She was the 65 level, 130.
Yeah, 165, 130.
It's using a lot
of big credit.
You're also using almost $8,000 to do it.
Well, because you have a naked call in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it though. I love that we can do that on the follow page. I'm going to go back in here. We've got a lot of tweets coming in, so I'm going to try to get to them. Jeff, the mRNA trade idea yesterday was great. Made almost 100% profit in one day and sold the 30-28 put. Lift is still working. Did you guys do mRNA yesterday?
Yes. So we did just a spread. We sold just a put spread in Moderna. So we sold it for 70 cents. We might as well buy that back because it's the 7-day.
Okay, let's get rid of this.
Okay.
Which is great.
Yeah. And then in Lyft, TP, we had a short put in Lyft already. TP was talking about selling a put. Now, I don't know what Lyft is doing today.
It's down.
Oh, it's down. Okay, so we've got the 14 put. It's pretty far in the money, but TP just sold the 12 put yesterday for 30 cents.
Oh.
Yeah.
But we have to take in a little bit more credit because we have a smaller account than TP.
That's exactly what I said. I said we need to take in a little more credit because selling something for 30 cents and closing it at 50% at P50 and taking it off for 15 cents, we wouldn't be making the kind of money we're making, Liz.
And this account is doing pretty well. So, and we were talking about how do you scale up in a small account is you get a little bit more aggressive. You bring it in a little bit more. You do certain things like that. Now, I have no problem selling it. Selling this if you have lots of different or multiples of it. I would rather a multiple of a 12 than 114. But when you're trading in one lots, we almost have to bring it up.
So we've got $130 in that 14. If I would sell, instead of that, would I sell 4 of the other ones? Yeah, maybe I would. And
I don't know if I don't know that I would do 1 for 4. I don't know that I have to get that same credit, but if I was going to do a multiple, I don't mind moving it down. Do you know what I mean?
Or maybe I would do 2 13s, but he's very focused on the P50, the theta per day, the buying power. He has his own, busts out his calculator and he has a formula where he's, dividing the buying power by the theta per day, he really gets into the weeds of it.
It just reminds me of that tweet that Hibachi used to put where it's like the guy doing the math in his head like this, where he's like looking at all this stuff. That's TP. Yeah. That's what his brain looks like.
Right. So
we're simpletons. I'm looking for a credit that I'm happy with a buying power that I'm happy with.
Okay. The last 2 days, even yesterday, I put on everything that had earnings. I think everything or almost everything that had earnings, I put them all on in maybe 3 minutes. I just zipped through the earnings, put every trade on in like 3 minutes. So I was not busting out a calculator, calculating the theta per day with the buying power, with all the numbers. Like, I don't really fool with that.
It's so funny because since I did that podcast with Riz, where I was talking about how many trades I make a day, I've been actually looking at my trade counter every day. And my son's been asking me too, because his one friend is asking me if I trade. He keeps asking me, did you trade today? And the answer is if I'm awake and not in a coma will be yes, right?
Yeah.
It will be yes. So my trade counter at the end of each day has been up near like 60. I've been trading like a boss lately.
I know, but we've had so many earnings. So It's been fun. It's been a fun earnings season. I'll miss it when the earnings season ends.
It never really ends. It's like Hotel California.
It kind of ends. It definitely slows down.
It totally slows down. I agree. And like, there's not as many fun ones. I will give you that. But it's almost like the show that never ends because it's 4 times a year and it's spread over 2 months. So there is like maybe a 3-week lull where we're looking for earnings setup calendars.
Right. Yeah.
We do. I'm going to address these. I do want to go back into Twitter. I see you. We know there's a lot of tweets in there, but we do have some things to address. This is something that Jenny and I put on. Did we put this on, right?
It was what's your assumption? They had earnings. Someone was neutral to bearish. Maybe I think they mentioned maybe a skewed, neutral to bearish, maybe a skewed strangle. We went with a skewed iron condor where we have a $5 right call spread, $2 right put spread. Thank God it was defined risk because this thing was up $100 yesterday and now another $26 today.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's
speaking of that, did Annabelle find out anything about her Annie auditions?
So she got callbacks, but she got callbacks. They were supposed to be yesterday, but all 3 directors are sick. So they pushed it to Tuesday. So we shall see. But clearly I have Annie on my brain. That's why I was like, oh my goodness. Isn't that Molly? Okay, but thank goodness for defined risk. We are just going to close this and never look back.
And it says it's working 502 or something, 520. We know we can pay 501, 502 and get out of it.
I'm going 502. We'll try to get out of this.
Yeah, 502.
There we go. 502 filled. Okay.
That was quick.
Yep, 502 filled. The other thing we want to address is IBIT.
Oh. We must have got assigned on a short put.
Yes, because now we're long. We had a put spread clearly, and this has got to be holding up quite a bit of capital. Watch this. I'm going to see if I can close this. Because no, it's not that much capital.
Well, I'm surprised because we would only do a put spread if the naked put were holding up a lot of capital.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
but I guess Jenny, I want to show you something though. Sometimes it's kind of bizarre with this. I want to see, I'm just going to go into the March. I'm going to sell this put. Yeah, the put holds up a lot, but the stock doesn't.
It doesn't it should, try to buy 100 shares, hit the button and buy in 100 shares.
Oh, I don't know why we're not getting back that much. So let's just
try to buy back the stock without the put and see what the buying power says then.
This makes 0 sense to me.
This all goes back to the discussion we were having before because we have a long put, we have the stock, and we have a long put. So is it releasing buying power? Even though this is not a portfolio margin account, it's just a margin account.
It is releasing buying power because look at this, 662.
But if you go out to buy the stock, it looks like you're holding up 2,400.
Let's do something. So we've got the stock, right? We've got IBIT stock. It's the only way for us to get long Bitcoin. I'm going to close this and see what happens. So we're going to close this put. Okay, wait, no, let me clear this out. Sorry. I'm going to close just the put.
If you close just the put, then it should add buying power.
And it's adding buying power.
Yeah. Okay, so let's not keep that stock because I don't want to keep buying a put.
No,
Let's
I'm going to
just
close this
that
whole
whole thing.
So I'm going to close it for 56. I'm not going to get credit for it. I guess I can get maybe
that. Call is 4-cent bid at a nickel, so you should be able to get 56.
Okay, we get 56.02. Now, if we want to stay in IBIT, which is our only way to be in here, let's sell another put spread. We got to keep an eye on that, though.
Yeah. I think the 50, I'm at the 56 level. My puts are the 56, but
if we start, let's go, maybe go 54.50, 144.
Sure, and I'm fine with that. But I do, in IBIT, I do the weekly.
I would like to go. That's fine. I'm in so much crypto. I don't really trade IBIT that much. So if we're going to go weekly, let's go 55, 52 and a half, 81 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
So I don't know. I mean, I know we give up a lot. There's a lot. We're giving up a lot. And I don't care if you go further out in time because I don't like giving up that 40-something cents.
I know. I mean, we could go down lower.
Change the trade. Let's change that trade.
No, let's go weekly though. I don't mind because take a look at this. I don't mind going 55.50 and giving up 16 cents. It's $5 wide.
And we just keep treating it. We have to keep treating it like a naked option. Where we're only buying something to release capital. We're treating it like a naked option.
And you're getting $1 each. There you go. So it's in.
Yeah, because I don't want to give up 40 cents.
Okay, there's no more red in the money signs. Perfect. So I'm going to go back to Twitter now and make sure we're getting to everybody. I will go top down too, but I want to make sure we get to them. Listen, Jenny, forever. I love Bart Simpson. Can we talk about rolling up the untested side of a collar? My collar is strangling me. LOL.
Oh, and he's got that spy. He has that spy collar.
So he's got a spy collar. So the untested.
So if he's rolling up his put, put.
You can roll up your put.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
And it's going through his call.
So you can keep chasing the put up because those puts will get, if that's your untested side, those puts are going to they're cheaper and then they're cheaper. So like, how do I explain this? Let's go in. So SPY, right? Let's say you've got, I'm just going to go to March. Let's say you bought one.
He had like the 600 put or something like that. I think he had the 600 put.
And then if the stock continues to go up, these puts will get cheaper and you can roll it up if you want to. There's nothing wrong with it. Just keep an eye on what you're paying.
Yeah, just realize everything that you pay, every debit you pay is your basis, your cost basis on your stock gets worse every time you pay a debit.
Yes. So just be a little bit conscious of that.
And so, okay, also pull up a call spread. Just the TP went over this because he's posted about his SPY. So just pull up the 600, like the 600
call spread.
Yeah, just pull it, buy that.
Okay.
Buy the 600 and sell the 612 or something like that.
Like a long debit spread.
So his collar is this. So
yeah.
To TP, we've talked about this, and TP talked about this. So if you had that call spread, if you go back to
this, his collar is this as well.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Right. But so TP was saying, if you had that call spread and the stock was going up, would you move that call up? And if I had a long call spread and the stock was going up, I wouldn't move that long call up, would you?
No.
If I had a long call spread.
But I have a couple of stocks that are collared. I move it as a package. I move it out.
Move the whole thing out.
Yeah, I would take the whole thing out. That's how I move my collars, is out and up. Out and up.
Right.
Ideally, that's what you want for a collar, is out and up.
Right.
Think about, you want to pop your collar, you want it up and out is how you want it.
Tune in on Wednesdays. Tune in on Wednesdays when we're live from the SIBO. Watch Liz pop her collar.
Pop the collar
out and out.
Up and out is how you want to have your collars, right? It's the 80s. You want your collar up and out.
So yeah, if you think about it, that it's a synthetic long call spread or a synthetic short put spread.
Would you do that with your? Would you do that with your put spread? No, you want it up and out. I like that though. That's a good question. Okay, so thank you very much. Listen to it. Oh, Bob on fire.
Bob on fire.
Happy Valentine's Day. I love it.
Yeah.
I bet he's cooking up something super special.
He probably is.
Yeah. Yeah. I would be 1 million pounds if I lived in Texas near there.
I don't know about that. Because Bob's always cooking something on the grill. I think grilling's pretty healthy.
Look at this.
Look. What is that? Is it on a train?
Yeah, but I don't think that guy has any pants on. So we don't want to see what's behind the train. So funny. I love it. Thank you very much, Mikey. Then this was from us. Now we're going to get, this was the Fauzi. We already talked about this.
Yeah, right.
Strangle,
well, that was her Airbnb. That was a different trade. We looked at her arm trade. This is an Airbnb trade, but that was on the follow page as well. And again, Fauzi she puts on big trades, takes in big credits. She's big by big. If you're big by big, follow her. You can find her on the follow page.
Yeah, and so is Jack Tucker big by big. Look at these 3 tranches of 10. What do we need, Jack? Where do we need it to stay today?
16,750 in premium. He put in GTC orders to close around 55% in premium just to mix it up today.
So that would be $8,000, right? If he gets to.
So let's see, 6105, 6135.
So he needs.
And where is it now?
Wait, so this is where the sweeping range is 6105, 6135. Okay, ready? And that was ES or SP? What was it?
SPX, right?
SPX. Okay.
SPX. 6105, 6035.
You're in great shape here, Jack. Hold.
We're rooting for you, Jack.
We are always rooting for Jack. I love it. And I like when people, do you know what I love? I think it's kind of fun. I mean, you and I do this every day. You see us. You know when we lose on a trade because it's out there. You know we're not just saying, oh, I made money in this. I made money in this. Well, you watch us. You watch the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I like that Jack actually puts it out there for us too.
And you know who's been on fire lately? You missed it. You were gone all week. Mikey's been on fire. Mikey's been scalping ES calls all week long.
The Polish warrior has got it down. He's been on fire all month.
Yeah, he really has.
Yeah, the Polish warrior has got it going on.
With all that money he's making on his ES calls, I wonder what he's buying Lady H for Valentine's Day.
Ooh, I bet a scuba trip. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus trip.
When do your scuba lessons start, Liz?
I told you when the kids leave. So Annabelle's gone in a year and a half, then you're going to see me in a tank. Although, I don't know, with the way that my lungs feel right now, I can't even imagine putting on like an air mask and getting in the water.
I used to be brave and go in the water, and I've gone with the scuba tank, and I've gone snorkeling. But the last time I got in the water, I just got very nervous with the fish.
The fish? You've never scuba'd. You've snorkeled.
No, I've done it with the scuba tank.
In a pool?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
say. But I've done the scuba tank. But I have last time I almost had anxiety about what I saw something. Oh, I saw a giant eel. And then I was out of the water.
We went, that happens though. We one time went swimming with the turtles, and you put your head in and there's all these giant turtles under there. I was like, oh my God. Then I became a turtle. I was like, I got to keep my head above the water.
The turtles I'm not afraid of, but the electric eel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll get you. But good luck, Jack Tucker. Now, Frank the Great, we love you. Happy Valentine's Day to Frank the Great, right? I hope he's going to have a wonderful time up in Wisconsin. Wait, he's in Arizona now, right?
No, he's in Arizona.
He's in Arizona. Okay, so he's staying warm. Okay, so Frank the Great comes in with all of our, economic indicators. And the retail sales this morning, everybody was saying they were less than expected. So we appreciate that.
But the market didn't really do too much.
No. And then these were from yesterday. So options buyers from yesterday. I'm going to go top down, see if we got to everybody. And then we're going to go play in the platform. Okay, Cupcake Trader. Welcome. Tried the NDX 0DTE 20 delta out of the money credit spread that you talked about yesterday. So you and TP must have talked about this.
That was TP. Yes, because someone brought up, last time I had TP on, instead of the Jajun style trade, he was selling an NDX put spread. NDX put spread about a 20 delta out of the money credit spread. Sold the 21970, bought the 21960 for $1.59. Not quite hit 50% so far. But you know what? TP said he was at 50%. I would take less. Sure.
I would take less too. And what do we say by noon? What time is it? It's 10:47. Get the hell out. Isn't that what we say about the trades by noon?
By noon. What's the market doing now? So 2196. Let's go to NDX and look at that. 21970, 21960. Because the market, you never know. I know TP likes 50%. He waits for his 50%, but
2196.
21970, 21960. That's the spread.
Right here. Ooh. You're not in good shape anymore. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, it's still at the daily expected move, but when you do those spreads and when TP was on, it was almost more like a quick scalp if the market bounces up. But this seems like a long time to be still sitting with this spread.
It does seem a long time to be sitting with that spread. So, and you'll notice the NASDAQ's up. The NASDAQ is keeping its wings up, but the SPOOs are down and the Dow is down. I mean, really not down. This is an unchanged market.
Everything's kind of unchanged.
Yeah, this is totally an unchanged market.
It's still at the expected move, but I don't know. I know.
So you didn't do the Jajun trade yesterday with, and we didn't do it today either, obviously, because we were too much to talk about. But so you did the NDX trade with TP yesterday?
We didn't put it on. Someone asked about what delta he uses or what delta he's looking for, and he just said about a 20 delta. He makes it just, this 10 points wide, one width wide. But you can find where it's $5 wide. Sometimes if you wanted a smaller scale.
Right. Like I see what you're saying, because you can go, let me clear this out. You can go, here's $5 wide.
Yeah, but I would, if I were doing it in the morning, I'd probably bring it up where I could do a $5 wide for like $1, bring it up a little bit.
Here's a $5 wide for $1. You could still do that 75.
Yeah.
It's weird, but you have to hunt and peck for those $5 wide strikes.
Right.
But my issue, and I wonder if next time I have TP, I want to talk to him about this. This is a very illiquid product.
He thinks it moves more than SPX. So, and I guess if that's what he's thinking, that it moves more or can move more, have a quick pop, then he's trying to just get out on a move.
Yeah. I get it. I get you're trying to get out on a move, but you might miss that move because of the illiquidity.
And I want to say, I want to say the last time he did it, it was just a $5 wide, not a $10 wide. And I know he said 20 delta, but I feel like he just does the $5 wide.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because if he's okay to leave them, I'm fine with, risking $400 to make $100, but I don't know if I like risking $850 to make $150.
No, because the market can go in each direction. Like those are just, I think these zero DTEs, and we talked about this with Bob on Fire when he came into the studio too. I love them. I love the zero DTEs. I'm absolutely addicted to them, but they are a level of engagement, a level of entertainment, and they are just trading scalping fun for me.
Well, but if you're selling the 20 delta and going out of the money, it is a higher probability trade than wrapping around and just looking for a quick scalp, getting, risking one to make one. It's a little bit different.
It is a little bit different, but it is also the wild, wild west in the fact that you do not have duration on your side. There is nothing that you can do to manage this, where a lot of times we say, take them and roll them out in time. Now, I guess you could take a look at that, Jenny. We could start taking a look at these. I'm going to go to SPX just because I feel better with it.
And this is just one side of Tucker trades, where Jack Tucker had so many tranches of his iron condors and SPX. That's just, one side of it, where they've got one put spread. It's similar to what Jack Tucker does.
It is. And you know what you could do, Jenny, is, and people could do this, is kind of take a look at it as those, we know what we're doing with 45 days till expiration, right? So here, if I'm looking at the 6,100, 60.95 for $1 and it comes down, you don't have to be like, oh, shucks, I'm out. You could still roll this out one day. You could keep rolling this too when it gets in between those strikes.
In between those strikes.
Mm-hmm. You could.
Mm-hmm. But again, these I wouldn't put on at this time of day, not at 10:50. I'd be put on.
No, because at what time do we get the hell out?
By noon.
That's what we say.
Yeah, by noon. That's funny. I tell my parents. So my parents are supposed to be flying home from their cruise tomorrow, and
Wait, I want to, you need to record them when they see the bathroom, because you did a fantastic job. I want a full, on, house reveal like they do in those makeover shows.
All right. Well, thank you, but I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be up in Michigan City. But
Do you want me to go record them?
No. But So I've already had to change their flights. I've gotten alerts from Southwest that due to winter storms on the East Coast, and I don't know, here too, maybe, that they were worried they had a later flight coming out of San Diego tomorrow at 5, and I had to move them up. So now they have to get off the cruise and board their flight at 10:40. So I just send them a message on WhatsApp because that's what they get on the ship. I said, you better haul ass off that ship and get right to the airport. I don't know if they're going to make it 10:30 boarding.
No, we've done that before. You can make it, but you do have to haul ass. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, can your parents move in that gear?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if they wouldn't have made that one, the next flight's at 5 p.m. and that may never make it home.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see.
So if you live in the San Diego area and you see 2 people roaming the streets tomorrow, it's because they didn't make it home to Chicago.
Well, there's a lot of people roaming the streets in that area. So
2 people carrying a lot of luggage, wheeling a lot of luggage behind them.
That's pretty funny. Hopefully they do make it home, and I can't wait to hear what they say. Now we got Jack JT coming in. Happy Valentine's Day. Ooh, headed to Vegas for the weekend. Glitz, glam, good food, the best way to celebrate. And then to Disney. I love this guy.
Oh, Jack JT, so fun. Disney, like I said, Disney countdown.
Yeah.
Less than 3 weeks.
Okay, this is a good afternoon, ladies.
So, did someone make this one?
They must have. Happy Valentine's Day. Here's a Valentine's Day card. I'd buy puts on my loneliness because you're the call option on my happiness.
That's funny.
That is good. This is the old studio, which is pretty funny. Okay. Better Off Dead classic. Oh, yes. Better Off Dead. I love it, Mikey. Liz, please let Jenny know what movie this is from in case she needs some skiing advice for Lily. Better Off Dead is like the greatest movie. You've seen this, right, Jenny?
No.
You quote it with me all the time, being like, $2. He's going to...
Because you've been saying that forever, so I say it, but I've never seen it.
That is so funny. Okay, well, if you get a little bit of dead time, Better Off Dead. I don't know. It's such a funny movie, but I don't know if it would hold up. You know how some comedies hold the test of time and some don't? I'd be very curious what you think of this one.
Well, did they go skiing in it?
Oh, yeah. They go skiing, and the kid is skiing behind him. Like, the kid is, like, chasing them down the hill, being like, $2. I want my $2.
Oh, my God.
He's the paper boy. Okay, wow. Jack Tucker, happy Valentine's Day. Totally agree that trading terms do sound very dirty.
Yeah,
they do.
Perfect for Valentine's Day cards. Now, we've been doing this for almost 15 years. It'll be Tasty's 15-year anniversary. Or is this going to be 15 year or 16 year? 15 year, right?
I don't know. I
don't know, but can't believe it's taken us this long for them to start making Tasty Valentine cards.
Yeah. I mean, what the heck? It's pretty funny. Okay, so we only have a couple. Oh, we got another one. Love it. Our love is like trading, a perfect exchange. You're my favorite investment. Aww, that's a good one. And then, we've got more coming in. Okay.
Oh, so you nailed it, Liz. Look, they leave for Roatan. How do you say that? Roatan?
The Roatan?
Diving trip. V-Day and my annual birthday trip makes it easy for Lady H and I to gift giving. That's nice, Mikey.
Yes. Scuba. I want pictures. I love the pictures of the scuba. You guys are living your best life, and I love it.
Next Friday, they leave.
They're such a fun couple.
I know.
Such a fun couple. Okay, we got to everybody on Twitter. It is almost time that we are out of here.
Anything left in our account to do?
I'm going to pop back in to make sure there's no more in the money signs. Is there anything? Oh, we still have our UVXY.
Yeah, and it's running out of time.
We have that order in.
$9.
You know what's crazy? Hold on a second. I want to see something real quick. So we're long delta. So this is not a good idea. Jenny. I'm just going to talk through things. We are long delta. Would you ever want to buy this 19 call back for 40 cents just as a little bit of short delta protection? We have 2 long UVXYs.
Sure. Because I don't like having,
it is what it is.
It's only 40 cents.
And we'll address it on through the weekend. This is our short delta protection, right?
Hey, we've got a little bit of long vol, which TP and I never really got to talk too much about. about vol trading, because I know people had that question, but remember that question where someone said they thought ZB was going to have a crazy move between now and 120 days, and they wanted to do something that could benefit if they had a crazy move between now and 120 days.
Yes.
So he did something almost like,
I'm going to manage this while you're talking, if that's okay.
I asked TP what he would do, and he did something like our free longs. Remember our old free long trade?
Yes.
So he went out 120 days in ZB, because this was a viewer had that question in ZB, and he went out 120 days in ZB. If you go to the trade page and go to June, he went to June.
Okay.
And went to the expected move and bought the expected move.
Oops, sorry, buy.
So like buy the 111, buy the 111 and buy the 121, something like that. Okay.
Okay.
So this is $2,000, and then he went shorter term, real short term, like 15. He went to the 14-day.
Okay.
So, and then sold the expected move, and he said just keep selling like short-term expected move until you've paid for your longs way out in June. And this is very much like the old free long trade where you've got the embedded credit spread in there, because you could see your long June put is 110 and you're short the 114. So you're essentially short that put spread if it has a big move in the next 14 days. But he kind of said keep, selling the expected move short term, so hopefully it won't blow through your shorts.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was his.
I don't mind that because you're taking in premium.
Right, your positive data.
I would almost want to do it shorter.
Not that much buying power.
I would almost want to do it shorter term. I know that sounds bad, but I would prefer to be 7-day.
So it won't go through it.
So I mean, it could go through it, but it's less of a chance.
Yeah. So anyway, that was his idea of what.
Well, let's take a look at that. I think that but should have a little bit more time. Jenny, we had that SoFi strangle around the stock that I bought back for 10 cents, and now we've got a zebra that I'm just going to reestablish. And for those of you who know what we're doing, it's got 7 days left. When we come back, it's going to have 4. I'm just going to move it out in time, and I'm going to sell 50 delta, 70 delta. Yeah, just because I want to. We're putting in 32 cents. It's fine. Wait, why is that doing that? There we go. So we're going to pay 76 cents for it. We're moving it out in time.
Okay. Sounds good.
Actually, like this was better.
Yeah, the 30-something cents.
Yeah, that's what we're going to pay.
That's fine. We're buying 270 deltas, selling 150 delta in March, just moving our zebra and SoFi out in time. That's fine. We can look at selling a strangle next week around
That's what I was going to say. I just know that it's got 7 days and we don't want to do that. So I'm going to make sure we get filled in this.
And we're out of time. Everyone have a happy Valentine's Day. Liz, good luck on the conference.
Thank you very much. Everybody, happy Valentine's Day. And remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see you on Monday. No, we'll see you on Tuesday.
Tuesday, everybody.
Have a good weekend.
Me and Mikey, Valentine's Day.
HR. Ready?
8 years and you say 9.
Yeah.
It's 8 to 9. Yeah. It's same thing. It was right there. Right when we started.
He was my friend first, clearly. Met at work.
Yeah, at Tasty. We met here. Mike interviewed me for a support role right when I was starting off. So Mikey was here. That was where Mike and his whiteboard came. He's nervous. He gets nervous sometimes when we're this close together.
What I remember about Nick was his beautiful brown hair and brown facial hair, which no longer...
Say it.
Wait, she thinks she is mine, but I don't know. Who would my celebrity crush be? That's what I was gonna say. No.
Do you mind that you have Vince Vaughn?
Yes, she's got Vince Vaughn. Okay, but
we accept these answers.
90s. So it's like Johnny Depp in the 90s, not now.
Did you get it right?
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, that was.
Sydney, sweetie, Sydney, Sydney,
Yeah.
Sydney, 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 cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
I'm basically a mod for the Sydney Sweeney fan club on Reddit.
Thank you.
I got my wife and Brad Pitt for Tom.
Oh my God. That is the lame. That's a lame answer. I
was gonna do Kate Upton.
I said Kate Upton.
Kate Upton was what I was gonna put down.
That's his style. I wrote Shakira for myself.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to you. There she is. Good, you found the place. Good, you're not stupid. I dated 3 stupid girls in my life. I loved every one of them. So maybe you're the next one. Having a good day? I'm having an awful day. But then it got really good again.
Oh, good.
So I'm feeling all right. Hey, where'd you go to college?
I went to
University of Penn State Community College. You didn't know they had one of those,
No,
did you?
I didn't.
Yep, the Fighting Rams.
Oh.
I'm one of the Rams now. Do you have any sexual fantasies?
Excuse me?
I do. My parents are watching. They're sitting on a rainbow. I'm a half man, half giraffe, and I'm dressed like Brett Favre. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, talking about it gets me pretty hot, though. Uh-oh, there it is. His pants just got tighter. I'm a vampire. Can you believe that? Does that make me more mysterious and attractive? Uh-oh, watch yourself. We don't want to get hit by a car. My brother did that once. He can't talk now.
God, that's serious.
Yeah, pretty serious. Are we getting serious? I think so. How many kids do I want? 5? 11? First meal. Here we go.
That was rude.
This is on you. So much time is flying by.
Yeah.
You're very funny.
Oh, thank
Does anybody
you.
ever tell you that?
Yeah.
Well, you're not that funny, so don't worry about it.
That's interesting.
Not a big fan of Sam's anymore. But now you know everything about me. I feel like I'm opening up so much. God, I'm scared. This thing's moving so fast. Oh, wow. I haven't cried like this in a long time. Are these tears? Uh-oh, here we are. Front door. Big first kiss moment.
Oh.
This is just moving a little too quick for me. You're a great kid.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. I got my man Mikey Butler with me, as always. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in tastylive, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because that helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever. Just come hang with us for the next hour of the day, my favorite hour of the day. I get to spend it with my buddy, Mikey Butler. How's it going, sir? Happy Valentine's Day. Will you be mine?
I will. Will you be mine?
Of course, always. You are my work
Perfect.
wife.
Amazing. Yes, happy Valentine's Day. I'm donning the red color for it. I thought I had a red party shirt, but I don't, which is odd. I think I need to upgrade to a red party shirt. But yeah, everything's good. The market is not moving. Had a little unfortunate PanW earnings trade gone wrong, but it's only down 9 points. I think we've got some time to see if that reverses, and if it does, we'll be just fine.
Yes. Going back to what Mikey said, the market has done basically nothing all day today. I think it's been our tightest range in the market overall that I can remember this year. 25 points intraday range here on the E-minis, which is basically nothing. We're sitting just a skosh off all-time highs here, about 1% or a little bit less than that. It's been a big old nothing burger today. It's almost trading like a holiday, which we do have on Monday. So quick PSA, markets will be closed on Monday. So you've got President's Day there. So a little long weekend, another long weekend that we've had many times this year so far. This is a deviation, though, from what we've seen in the last couple 3-4 weeks, where Friday and Monday have kind of been where the volatility has been centered around in the market. Not seeing that anymore. It seems like the market has kind of digested the Trump rhetoric and speak and tariffs and all that stuff, and it's no surprise anymore, or at least the by there, I mean the market is comfortable with the chaos that seems to be, the day-to-day life now. E-minis down 3 right now, haven't really moved all day. NASDAQ up 9. You got some big movers in the Mag 7 Meta. I think this is 19 straight. If they close here in the green, up $6 and change. Apple has had a nice little bounce. It's up $2 and change here, but it's had a really strong week. I think it's up like 6-7%. Nvidia as well was up at 137, 138-ish. Google and Amazon have been like the laggards of the group, but overall, and of course Tesla, but Tesla has had a nice bounce. Overall, mixed bag in the NASDAQ, along with the rest of the market. Dow down 100, the Russell down 2, everything basically just stuck in the mud here. Even when you look at the E-mini volume, 531 futures traded today. Very, very light. I doubt we'll get to 1 million by the end of the day today, which is, typically what you look for. Oil selling off a tiny bit /CL 70.82. It's been chopping around the 70 handle. Volatility futures up 4 ticks, but have basically not moved all day as well with the rest of the market. 17.30 on the VIX futures. Bonds up almost a full point here, 22 ticks to the upside. They've had a nice little bounce. Gold down $35 after just skyrocketing over the last couple weeks, with silver going the other way, up 14 cents here, was up significantly higher in the early morning session. And then Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce here, up 1,300 on the futures, spot up 600 and change. What has caught your eye today, Michael?
Not too much. Not too much. Microsoft can't catch a bid to save its life.
Yes.
So that's interesting. If you're looking
I didn't even mention it as a Mag 7. I forgot about it.
Yeah. It is trading near the lows of November of last year. So if you're looking for a product that you're looking for some bullish delta in that has had strong correlation to the NASDAQ and E-minis historically, Microsoft is definitely something to consider. We talked about Reddit, how Reddit was, it was surging, skyrocketing, and they had earnings, big sell-off after earnings, trading near the lower end, still significantly higher than where it was a couple months ago. But that's another one that's come off its highs pretty aggressively.
Yes.
And that's pretty much it. I mean, nothing else is really moving today.
Well, we continue
kind of
with
a boring day.
For sure, but we continue with some big moves in for earnings. I know Pan W to the downside. I think this was probably an inside move. If we go to the trade page, we just look at the 1-day expiration. $9 puts you at like 200 and change here. If we look at the straddle price, the put hasn't moved. So this was trading at basically $8 yesterday. This was trading at $9-ish. So it's about a $15, $16, $17 expected move. You're only getting 9 today, so that comes in inside the expected move. I know another one people were looking at, AMAT, kind of doing the same thing. Here, this was the inside the expected move, I believe. If we look at like the 80 straddle here, this one moved 5 and 7, so you're looking at $13 expected move right there. One of the ones that did buck the trend is our darling DraftKings, up $6 and change. I have some short delta now with the 47 strike short call. I legged out of the put side. If we get a $2 or $3 down move, I'll look to sell something against it. But a big move there. Well outside the expected.
Yeah. I'm just looking at their numbers. They were expected to report a 4-cent earnings per share, and they reported a 14-cent earnings per share, which is a 300% surprise.
Nice.
So lots of people losing parlays. That's basically what it is.
I gave you I told you it was the Saquon bet. I mean, the under 114 was just fresh, easy money. The under 24.5 longest rush. I mean, come on. It's easy.
Yeah, the Saquon fade, especially when the books are just so juiced for a minus 400 touchdown or minus 300 touchdown, it's disgusting. But but yeah, they definitely exceeded expectations this time around. You're seeing the stock price pop because of it.
Yes.
But yeah, I did actually make an adjustment to the PanW call diagonal spread I had. So I initially had the long April short the 1 day 215 call, and right on the open when it was down around the same level, I rolled the 215 0-day call to the March 215 for $1.50. So I reduced basis pretty dramatically, brought it down from like 890 to 650. Or no, 790 to 650 basically. So now I'm sitting on a long April, short March, 10-point wide diagonal spread with a cost basis of around $6. So happy with it. Didn't get a crazy move to the downside. And again, we've got 60 some odd days with the long option. So if we get a reversal back to 205, this will be a profitable trade, and I'll just close it. Not even. If we get a rally back to 200, this will be a profitable trade. So yeah, that's what we're looking for.
E-minis down 5, crashing on the session. I too have done a couple things this morning. I legged out of that DraftKings put. I closed out of the PayPal short put. Somebody in the chat gave us that yesterday. Took $56 overnight, so it was a nice little trade there. I closed out of some gold short puts that I had on the downside as part of a put diagonal spread, so leaning a little bit short gold here. And then I closed out of a leftover call in Amazon, rolled to a new position closer at the money. It's still a net losing trade, a couple $100 after earnings, after that drop on earnings, but just legging into some new long delta here in Amazon. You may consider a similar type trade, with Amazon really not participating in much of the upside recently after earnings.
Yeah, Apple surging from the lows, Amazon kind of there too, but yeah, huge disconnect in Microsoft. I feel like if you don't have a position in Microsoft and you're trying to play for a return to all-time highs in the NASDAQ, I think Microsoft is the easy choice in terms of gamma exposure, delta exposure, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm already long Microsoft.
Me too.
So yeah, I am not adding more risk there, but still have the April contracts. We'll see if we get a little bounce there.
Yes.
We're streaming live on YouTube. If you want to join us there, just pop over to tastylive. You'll see this video streaming, and you can pop in your trade ideas, questions along the right-hand side chat. We've got the newsletters link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Get your free cherry picks. No reason not to.
Why not?
And yeah, let's see if we can get some new trades on from the peeps. How about that?
Yeah. Yep. Basically done with earnings season next week. There's a couple names I know, like Walmart is in there, and then you have a lot of the China stocks like Baidu and Baba. Baba having a nice day today, up $4 and change. It's gone from like 100 to 120 in short order. I think there was a couple other ones I saw on my list. Etsy, I think.
Yeah, I just scanned through it and I didn't see really anything that stood out.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. It's basically at the end of this earnings season.
Yeah. Walmart's the 20th before the market opens. I'll probably do an earnings preview on that one. Booking.yeah, $5,000 stock. Can't even trade it if we wanted to. Yeah. Probably just Walmart. That's it.
Jesus, look at this thing.
All right, popping over to the YouTube chat now. Let's kick it off with Herb doing a zebra. What would be a better choice, the VIX or UVXY? The easy answer is whatever's more liquid, but there is a product difference between the VIX and UVXY. UVXY is 0.5% inverse to volatility change, so it'll be less of a volatile product. Or sorry, not UVXY. I thought it was SVXY. Let me reset. The VIX or UVXY. I would stick to my initial statement. Whatever's more liquid. The VIX, you're gonna have to deal with the difference in the VIX futures relative to the VIX spot price.
Yeah.
UVXY is more of a clean exposure. It is a short-term future exposure. So I don't know. I might go with UVXY if you're looking for cheap exposure.
Yes, we've talked about UVXY. It's a leverage product, so you can't buy and hold this. It's a short-term trade. I might not even do the zebra. I might just do like an in-the-money call as a way to get leverage on just the cash notional shares. Buying the 16 strike call for $2.08. I mean, you're paying a couple pennies in extrinsic value, but you're using way less than what you would just buying the shares outright. So I would do that and I'm looking at just like into next week because it really is a very short-term trading product. You can even see it in the chart. It goes, trends towards zero, and that's because of how the product works and the makeup of it and the rolls and the drag that exists because you have to roll the futures contracts to rebalance out. So that's UVXY. When you're talking about VIX, as Mikey alluded to, the VIX, people get really confused about the VIX because obviously you can't buy or sell it because it's just like a calculation of 30-day implied volatility on SPX. But the VIX itself, the options are not trading necessarily to what the spot price of VIX is right now. And what I mean by that is like if you look at the February options, it's trading towards that spot price. March as well, you can see the value of the options, and we can do this. This is a better example if we go to like something like May. So May, when you look at May options, you'd think to yourself, well, the VIX is at 15. Why is the 18 strike put trading at $2? That's the intrinsic value. It should have some sort of extrinsic value to it. And the reason is because this VIX contract, which is to the VIX futures, is not trading at 15. It's actually trading somewhere in the 18 to 19 range. And the way you can view that is by looking at where the options are basically the same price. So here you can see the 18 put is trading at $2.30 some odd cents. The 19 call is trading at $2.40 some odd cents, basically the same. It tells you that futures contract is actually trading up here at somewhere between 18 and 19. And you can see that, I think it's K would be, I think K is our May contract. So you can see with between 18 and 19, K is sitting at 1831, and that's where the VIX is trading at. So if you are buying the 15 strike calls, those are actually in the money calls relative to that futures contract. So when you're trading VIX, again, it's another product where I think you have to lean into it short term because obviously these pops happen and then they're basically done with. It's another short-term trade. Just keep in mind that you can't go out and buy, 90-day volatility at the 18 strike and come in next week and see VIX at 18 and be like, oh, wow, I'm printing, money here. The VIX is up 3 points. That is not the case.
Yeah. It's a more complex way to get involved, but it is what it is. Both of them will rally if there's a volatility spike.
No doubt.
That's for sure. So, But yeah, crash course on VIX. Love it.
It's a goofy one. It's a derivative of a derivative. It's looking at derivatives to give you a value.
Yeah. Indeed. Sunil, futures, when are futures going to open next week due to the holiday? I just linked a link to the CME Group holiday schedule. It's a little confusing, the chart that they have, but you have all the information there for whatever futures you're looking at.
Yeah.
I think Tasty recommends having a delta theta ratio of 1 to 2, right? But my P&L some days fluctuates from plus or minus 0.3% of net lick. Is this abnormal? Yeah, I mean, delta, just from a 30,000 foot view, delta is going to be your driver of P&L. Theta is really weak day to day in terms of driving P&L. So your markets, your portfolio is going to move based on your delta. Theta over time contributes, of course, but we don't really hyper focus on theta or ratios. We don't have enough portfolio positions to focus on macro ratios like that, I would say. And I certainly don't have short delta right now. That's for sure. Ain't that right, Nick? But
I know you.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, short delta, positive theta and short delta, if the market chops around, can certainly be a hedge against downside moves for sure.
Or grinds higher.
Exactly. In a slow way, not a fast way.
Yes.
But yeah, you can mess around with the ratios for sure, but I only have like 15 positions, so I'm not really concerned at all with my portfolio metrics. I'm more concerned with individual positions because they matter more than if I had 100 individual positions.
Yeah. It also, and echoing everything Mike just said, where theta is just like a good thing to understand, and we put ourselves on the side of positive theta because we know time will decay, and that value, we want to have exposure to that time decay, and that value is good for our positions. But it also comes down to what you're trading, and this goes also to what Mike was saying of, in our size accounts, it's a little bit less important. In somebody like Tom or Tony's accounts, it also depends on what you're trading in that shorter term options. Like if you're doing some 0-day options in SPX, and I just pulled up the 4-day, which goes into Tuesday next week, these options have $200, $300 worth of extrinsic value and theta decay on a short time frame. So they're going to massively skew your theta values compared to a short put that you have in Apple. The notional risk and the buying power that you use might be very similar, but the value of those positions is way, way different, and how those positions will act is way, way different. So overall, I don't focus on theta. I think delta is your most important metric. Understanding where your volatility risk is and what side of that you're on is very important. And then the other thing being gamma is kind of, those are the three that are really the focus. Theta is an idea, and a trade is a part of trading short premium strategies. The exact number isn't my focus. Long-winded.
Yeah. You'll drive yourself crazy if you're looking for a theta number to come out each day. That's immediately offset by any movement in the product.
Yeah, you have to understand that all those things, delta, vega, those are all going to influence your theta. So theta is just, it's theoretical. No big deal.
Yeah. With that said, though, a lot of people in the YouTube chat talking about theta and taking out weekend premium because Monday will not be a trading session. I think you're already seeing it. Some people saying you'll probably get a theta crush this afternoon. But if you just look at the 4-day, like bringing up what Nick was saying, the SPX 4-day options, every single one of them near the stock price is down about 30%. You can see the at the monies have lost $600 right now. They used to be trading for $2,200. They're trading for $16 now. The slightly out of the money options have lost half of their value. So this non-movement certainly contributes to a bigger volatility crush and theta decay, but I think you're already seeing the decay. I would be shocked if you saw these 4-day options crush significantly more than they already have. I just don't see it because there's still weekend risk and there's still Monday risk. Like just tag on the weekend risk to Monday. These options are still going to hold value, but if we come back to the market on Tuesday and we're still sitting at 61.30, these options will get decimated. And probably the further dated ones, like the ones for Feb 21, the monthly ones, like those will probably get decimated too. You're seeing less come out of the 7-day options, for example, on a percentage basis. And that's because you've got your weekend risk, you got your Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday risk. But the Tuesday options still going to hold on to some value. I don't expect them to get crushed much more than what they already are.
You gotta remember too, if you know it and I know it Everybody knows it. Okay. So the long weekend is not a shock to anybody or the markets in general. So there is no free lunch in that trade thinking, oh, well, there's an extra day of decay. That's already been priced in. And whether it comes out now or on Tuesday, and by come out, I mean like that be realized in the decay of extrinsic value, is still anyone's guess. Because as Mikey outlined, there's weekend risk. Like that is still priced into the markets as well. So no free lunch.
No free lunch. Let's see. I want to get some short delta going into the weekend to get my beta weighted deltas in line. What equity do you recommend? I would say I would use SPY. Not an equity. If you're looking to adjust your beta weighted deltas, which are already beta weighted to SPY by default, using SPY is your cleanest way to hedge those deltas. Using the underlying factor or the dividing factor to hedge against your beta weighted deltas is the cleanest way. So I would look nowhere other than SPY if you're hedging SPY beta weighted deltas.
Yeah. And you could do that a number of ways. I mean, we like doing put diagonal spreads or wide butterflies, something like that. With volatility where it is right now, it's very cheap to sell calls. So I would avoid doing that. But something like this, obviously, if you want to do this much shorter term, you could definitely do that, a March Feb. If you're a little less certain of when this downside move might come, you could do like an April, March, something like this. I like to go to a 40 delta. You buy the 605 in April, sell the 590 in the March expiration, and nets you around 20-ish short delta. That's per contract. So you could size that. If you want to get 100 short delta, you do it 5 times. And, this sort of setup gives you a nice blend of, having some positive decay and not having to be exactly right into next week. I could do something like that.
There you go. Smash. Let's see. Any adjustments to your SoFi year-long trade? I feel like it will continue to rip higher, considering rolling my short call in March at 17 up and out to April. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, it didn't look like it was going to rip higher when it was trading at like 13 2 days ago. I'm trying to get filled on this SPY. There we go. So for me, I have the 16 strike straddle. I mean, the stock's been whipping around. It's gone from 18 down to 14 and change. We're sitting here at 16. I'm long shares. I also have the short put at 16 and 2 short calls at 17. I sold those calls at a now in hindsight inopportune time because the stock has rallied a little bit. I did these yesterday at 70 cents. They're marked at $1 and change, so I'm out like 60 cents in value that I missed out on in hindsight, of course. But I've basically got a straddle now. So the long stock is covered. It covers one of the calls, and then I have the 16 straddle. So I am straddled at 16. I can continue to roll this out. If you want to roll out in time to April, I guess you could today, but I would stay in March. There's still a lot of premium here. Low price stock. I would kind of sit with it. But for me, I have nothing left to do. I have a total of, where's my position at? Let's see. So these are all the adjustments I've done. So we started with the covered call, then we added the put. We sold the calls against it. We sold an extra call against it. We rolled out in time. We've done all that. So I'm left here with a position that's up about $200 at the moment. My net basis on my shares is $11 and change. That doesn't account for the options that are open right now, but it's just one that I'm going to continue for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I would say the notion of rolling up and out from March to April, you can only move it up 1 point, 1 strike for like an 8-cent credit. And that's because there's a higher implied volatility reading in March relative to your time-based premium in April. So you're just not getting that boost. So I kind of like staying in March. If you actually reach 17, then you can probably move it if you want to, but
yeah,
you're getting more IV-based premium in March still.
Yeah.
What is the alternative to TLT to take advantage of short-term interest rate changes? We like to trade the rates themselves. So the 2-year, the 10-year, and the 30-year all have, they're very small products. You can just short or get long directly. And that also gives you the ability to specify what rate time frame you want to trade as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do something like that. We like to trade the 2 years, 10 years. And again, they're not that big in terms of product size.
Yes, dollar denominated. So today's move is a $51 move, 51 ticks per contract. So, if you do get a move here, they certainly have been moving.
United Airlines has a 70 IVR, could be good for a strangle. Shout out United Airlines. When we were coming back from Steamboat, I looked out the window and it was just dumping snow to the point where we were sitting on the tarmac. They were spraying down the wings, and I was like, we're going back to the airport. There's no chance we're leaving. What are we going to do? And then they started spraying this like green ooze on the wings. And I was like, ooh, this looks like the heavy duty stuff. And then 5 minutes later, the pilot was like, yeah, we're taking off in 10 minutes. And we flew directly into the storm. Couldn't see a thing. I was like, there's mountains all around us. Obviously, I can't see where they are, but hopefully we don't smash into them. And we didn't. So shout out United for not trapping us.
Yes.
Anyways.
I did. Somebody gave me a trade idea in January. I had the 120 on the 24th. I had the 90 120 strangle. I did it at 420 and I closed it at 320. It's basically the same price. And I closed that 4 days ago. I definitely think this is interesting. 20 some odd delta. You can even define the risk. You want to go like $10, $15 wide. It's not going to reduce all that much buying power, but 1/3 the width of strikes, capture risk. I think I could get behind this.
Yeah, I like the 90 120 for April.
Oh yeah, sure.
When did they announce earnings?
The airlines are usually like the first batch.
Yeah, January 22nd. So April 17th, you're probably out of the woods for earnings in the April cycle. But if you're not, this still has a lot of time, but I really like the 650 credit here.
Do it.
I will.
I'm going to lean towards the Iron Condor / Iron Fly in March. I'm going to do the 95.80, the 115 130, marked at $4.30 some odd cents. Very similar trade to what Mike has, just a little bit less duration here.
652 I was filled at.
There you go.
The 90 120. Yeah, just collecting that much premium for $1,000 buying power, it's a return on capital potential, and 90 120 covers above the high we saw recently and brings you to the low of the beginning of the year. But 650 is a big credit to work with.
Yeah.
So I'm in.
I like it.
Let's see.
Pan W making a little rally back. Only down 7 now.
Love to see it. Yeah, my short call that I rolled into is exactly flat. So
into the up move.
Into the $3 up move.
Yeah.
So there's your quick decay that you got from the continued vol crush.
Yeah. And you could see he did this at 190, 185. It's up $3 from here. You did it at what was your 150 credit? If you go to duplicate this trade, you can see it's trading at 154. So the $3 up move cost him 3 cents.
Yeah.
Because you get that vol crush, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll typically see that. You'll typically see a continued vol crush throughout the day, especially on the open if the stock's chopping around. You just have to wade through the illiquid markets, which I certainly did. The bid-ask spread was pretty wide there, but I just kept working it, pennying it down, and then eventually I was filled.
Yes.
Roku jumped on a smaller than expected loss, which I'm happy for my covered calls, says Ryan.
Nice.
Roku gaps around like changes in the wind, thinking of a put calendar.
Okay. I mean, I always lean towards a diagonal just so you don't miss out on a big move. Especially here with Ivy rank low, you could do this fairly cheaply. I think it's the same sort of setup I walk through with SPY. You do the 40-20, buy the 95, sell the 90 in March. Or if you want more short delta, the 85, something like that.
Yeah, they were expected to lose 40 cents a share. They lost 24 cents a share, which is so funny because it's shown as like a 44% beat, even though they lost money. But yeah, it's like the Tesla days where Tesla was expected to lose like $4 a share. They lost $3.50 a share. Stock just mooned.
I got some short delta in Roku with my peeps.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. You can get a 190 put diagonal spread. I'm so used to saying call diagonal spread. Put diagonal spread for $5. That's a nice price point. I think anytime we can see a 50% payment of the max profit width, like we usually jump at those, just because it tells you that IV is high enough to where you're reducing basis enough in the long option to where you can have a nice 100% return on capital potential on not that big of a move. I'm going to get in with you too.
There you go.
Short delta. Who am I?
I know this is a first. I mean, into a 15% rally in the stock. Why not?
Why not? Roku will be 200 by the end of next week.
Getting bought out by Apple or something.
Yeah, some crazy news. Intel maybe could get long now with the jump in price and volatility. Good old INTC.
It was up. What was the high today? 25 and change. So it's come down about $2 since then. It's had a nice little rally off the 20 handle. What are you thinking? Just buying shares, selling call, or selling the 23 strike puts?
I don't know. I have a hard time getting in now. Like, didn't you sell a put when it was down at 20?
Yes, I've traded it a handful of times already this year, twice.
Yeah. I think this is still a diagonal spread situation, especially after the rally. If you're looking to get long now, I think you have substantial downside risk given the velocity of the move to the upside. And it's just so cheap to get into a diagonal spread instead of like selling a put. Like this you could do like a 23-26 call diagonal spread for $1.50 and make more than if you sold the put where you have undefined risk to the downside. So I don't know. I like to, if you're going to play for continuation, I think it's got to be defined risk, especially with these gap ups like this product. And another way to think about this is like this. Intel has gone from 19 to 25 in 5 trading sessions. Let's call it 6 points, right? Where is implied volatility pricing in a 6-point range to the upside or downside? August of this year, when Nick and I have already played golf 10 times. The sun is shining.
That's way light, dude.
Yeah,
30
let's call
times.
It 20. There you go. But that's another way to think about it. Like when you see a stock way exceeding in real, when you see a stock that has realized volatility that way exceeds implied volatility, especially in like a 180-day time frame, you can still assumption, but I think it is wise to define your risk in those situations. So yeah, long-winded way of saying, sure, if you want to get long, by all means, go for it. I would just be defined risk.
I think I got to get into IBIT now. We got a little bit of a rally. Volatility hasn't really moved.
IBIT has been so wonderful to us.
Do I go to April?
Yeah, I'm about to roll to April.
I could
do I roll right now to April?
Do I do I'll do the 50-65 strangle, $4.26. Yeah.
There you go.
We're going to do that. We'll probably get filled a penny below. Damn.
Yeah. I can either just stick with the 55.70 and pick up another $2, or I can go to the 55.65 and pick up $3. I'm going to stick with the 70. I want to maintain that upside gap potential. 55.70 rolling into the rally today. We're seeing not too much of a difference in implied volatility, but like we say, extrinsic value is always highest when you are near the stock price. I have the 55 short put in March. Stock's at 55 right now. And let's just see, 20 cents. Yeah, the roll credit is very similar to what it was yesterday, but I kind of like rolling now, and then if nothing really happens over the weekend with the holiday, maybe you see a little bit of a bigger crush. Probably get a bigger credit just paying for or collecting that weekend risk now. So yeah, I'm going to stick with the same strikes, 55.70 for 212. Keep on rolling with that credit received.
I like it. I'm at the 50-65, basically delta neutral, but I got $10 of room to the upside because of that skew.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a whole bunch of butterflies too. I got a March butterfly, 65, 70, 75. I got a February butterfly at 60, 65, 70. So upside explosion, as Mike would say, would certainly benefit my positions.
So like we talked about with our year-long trades, we look for these high EV products because we know we can collect a lot of premium along the way, which offsets our intrinsic value risk potential down the road. DraftKings, I started with like $5 in premium. I got up to $1,900 in premium or something like that. I think yours was similar.
Yeah.
But this year, it's February. We're halfway through February. I started with $565 in credit. I already have over $1,000 in credit. So this is when you're dealing with a high volatility product that can move, you do get paid a lot relative to the notional value of the stock price if that has high implied volatility. So I think we'll probably end up with like $2,500 to $3,000 of extrinsic value by the end of the year.
What's your net P&L on the position currently?
It's up $500.
Lovely.
Yeah, it literally hasn't moved, which has been great.
Yeah, we've been pinned around the 1,000 strike, or the 100,000, I should say.
Yeah.
For the better part of this year. So this is what you want to see. When you get this the implied volatility of 60 or 70% tells you that it can go 60 to 70% in either direction. We've gone basically nowhere for 2 straight months.
Yeah.
So it's good.
And the nice thing about this product is if we do get a gap up from 55 to 70 in short order, like let's say it takes a couple weeks, the IV in this product will explode, and both of us can roll from April to May even, and we can move our strikes further up. Like we can just shift our short delta that we would gain back to long delta by just moving our strikes up and taking advantage of that out of the money call skew. So I'm really not worried about that. It's just a matter of when we would need to do that. I would rather not have to do that, 2 weeks from now after we just rolled into April.
Yeah.
But either way, love our chances here at having a nice year-long trade.
Yes.
Let's see. Are you managing the short call on DraftKings left over from the strangle? Did you already do that?
Yeah, so I have it in March. I'm short the 47 strike call. There's still about 70 cents of extrinsic value there, so there's no issue with assignment or anything like that. Volatility has come in significantly. The put basically went to zero. I closed it this morning at 17 cents. So I'm net $2.50 in credit on my position, which gives me a break even somewhere around 50-ish. I'm out about $280 on the trade overall. If we get a dollar or two down move, let's say we get to 49-ish, I'll look to sell out a put here. But just given the move, I think I just got to lean a little short here and see what happens. Maybe there's some profit taking and get a little bit of a pullback. Who knows?
Yep.
If not, in the next couple weeks, I'll look to roll out to April, which isn't open yet. They'll probably, after this February monthly expiration rolls off the table, they'll open up April. I'll roll this from March to April, and I'll probably sell the put two against it if we don't get that down move.
Love it. Manny sold a juicy covered call against long shares of NVIDIA. So 100 shares of NVIDIA bought at 133. And then went into March and did a call ratio spread. So
nice.
Long the 160 once, short the 165 twice. Thoughts on this versus just selling a covered call? So yeah, I love 160, 165. Yeah, I love the idea of a call ratio against 100 shares of stock because you have no upside risk. You're really emphasizing the upside profit potential if you get up to 165. My only issue with this one specifically is you need a pretty sizable rally to make this go in the money. Like for this to make sense over just selling the covered call. Because if you just sold the 160 call against 100 shares, you're picking up twice the amount of premium. So you have a lot more downside protection and you have a lot more neutral profitability. You need this to go in the money for you to make more on this than the covered call, right? So you need NVIDIA to gap higher dramatically to 165. So I kind of like the ratio spread if it's closer to the current stock price rather than significantly out of the money. That would be my only, comment on a strategy like this. What about you?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I agree with you that it's a high enough volatility that I would probably just sell the call, especially if you got $30 of upside here and you're selling it at $2. I would probably even move it closer in. I think when you're doing these, I look at this sort of setup as like a super bullish trade. I would almost want to be doing this for basically a net zero credit. Like you're doing this at we'll call it $1.50-ish credit. You can move this to like the 55 and you're basically doing this at a scratch, right? So you're selling this at $2.50. You can even move it even closer, let's say to 153. You're doing this at $2.50. You're buying your call at the same value. It gives you a much, you get a lot more bang for your buck if you're that bullish on the trade. So it depends on how you're looking at this. If you're looking at this as like a basis reduction trade, I would just sell the call. If you're trying to be like more bullish here, I think doing a wider call ratio is what I would lean towards.
Yep. Yeah, if you're going to go out of the money, wider. If you're going narrow, closer.
Yeah.
What was the Roku trade? I did the 90-120 strangle in April. You did
in Roku?
In Roku.
Oh, yeah. I thought you did short delta in Roku. You did UAL.
Oh, you're right.
Strangle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roku, we got I did the 95-90 put diagonal. April, March.
Correct. Yeah, I did the 90, 100, April, March, put diagonal. In UAL, I did the strangle.
Yes.
The 90, 120 strangle. Bitcoin ripping higher. Look at this. You do a lot of single lot trades here for ease of explaining examples. How many lots do you do in your personal accounts, and how do you determine how many lots to do? So we're still pretty much one lot Johnnies here. You know, let's keep it real.
Speak for yourself, sir.
To answer your question, it's all about your total capital that you have. So if you have $100,000, no more than five grand in buying power for any position is staying small. But the closer you are to like 1% to 3%, the more variance you can absorb in crazy times. So $1,000 to $3,000 in a $100,000 account, I think, is very conservative. And then leaving cash on the side, of course, so you're not over levered.
Yeah. Also depends on your risk tolerance.
Yeah. And the number of lots depends on the stock. So like if you're trading DraftKings, for example, you're going to be doing more contracts than if you're doing Meta.
Yes, certainly.
NVIDIA March 110, 136 strangle. Calls when in the money. What's the best move? Rolling the puts up or something else? And when does this not work if the price continues running?
What was it? 128?
110, 136 in March.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd consider rolling up.
Yeah, the 110 puts aren't really hedging too much for you anymore. I don't think you need to go inverted. I think you can go to like the 125 or the 120 or the 135 if you want to hedge. But yeah, if you stay on top of it and you roll and you neutralize your delta a bit, it will make it easier to manage if NVIDIA goes from 135 to 150 to 160. There's so much premium here though that you can still, like if you went up to the 125 and then to the 135 and then eventually went inverted, I don't think you'll have that hard of a time collecting a ton of value here, ton of extrinsic value premium to where you could have a 10-point wide, 15-point wide inversion and still have more than $10 or $15 in premium collected.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just need to avoid NVIDIA going from 130 to 200 or higher in like a month.
Earnings coming up on the 26th, I was going to say. So, you know, that's certainly adding some juice here.
But yeah, as long as you don't let a strike go completely deep in the money and you're more in tune with manipulating the strikes, you'll have an easier time managing through volatility. Okay, let's see. Maybe one more here.
Yes, sir.
When you do these strategies where you keep rolling all year and build up $10 to $20 of credit, are you trying to take profit at 50% of total credit or just rolling all year and seeing how much you get to keep? The latter. So if we were rolling to get 50%, I would have already closed this position. This is more of an example to show you that the longer you're in a product, the more premium you collect. The more premium you collect, the more variance you can absorb. And at the end of the year, ultimately, if realized volatility is inside implied volatility, you're going to have a profit. It's just a matter of how much. So we like to pick products that give us a lot of premium for staying in there. And that's your DraftKings, your iBits, your SoFis. So it just depends on, your account size and everything. But we will be in iBit all year, and we'll come back to it at the end of the year, and we can review P&L.
Yep.
One
more quick.
One more. Can you please explain why a wider call ratio with a long closer to the stock price is better to manufacture more delta?
Sure. So in that case, when we were looking at it here, what was it? 53, 60 or whatever ratio you want to do here. The 65 here curve. Hold on. So the wider you go, when you look at this, you can just think of this as obviously you have the stock, but this long call that you have is a second stock position. So what I meant by it being a bigger position, if you're more bullish, because you're getting closer at the money with that long call, so you're getting that second lot of stock closer to the stock the current stock price. You're giving up the credit. You're doing this basically for nothing, but now you have 200 shares of stock from 153 to 165 as opposed to 200 shares from 160 to 165. And so and you could see it in the risk profile. You get that acceleration of profits above 153, and that's because you're now 200 shares of stock synthetically.
Yep. That's pretty much it.
Yes.
Raider, you'd like to see an in-depth tax discussion. If you search for tax on tastylive, you'll see a bunch of segments we've done, but Tasty Trade makes it very easy. You can just plug and play into H&R Block, TurboTax, whatever. And like you really don't have to do much unless you have like an LLC that you're running your trading through or something like that. But in that case, you don't do anything anyways. You just have an accountant and you say, here you go, have fun with my papers. But yeah, if you're doing it yourself, you can get like a premium version of H&R Block or TurboTax, and you can plug in directly and just you don't have to do anything in that case other than review line items or whatever. But yeah, it is easier than it seems.
That's it.
All right, that's it. Thanks for tuning in. If you got any questions, you can reach us on Twitter. I'm a Trader Mikey B. Nick's a Trader Nikki Bat. We got plenty more content coming your way on the YouTube channel as well as tastylive.com. Go subscribe to the newsletters on Tasty Live. I've got the link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Also, tastycrypto.com. Crypto newsletter comes out tomorrow morning. Go sign up for that for free as well on the homepage. But yeah, have a great weekend, everyone. We will be off on Monday. Don't forget. And we'll see you on Tuesday, same time, same place, 11 a.m. Central. Peace.
Me and Mikey, Valentine's Day.
HR. Ready?
8 years and you say 9.
Yeah.
It's 8 to 9.
Yeah.
It's same thing. It was right there. Right when we started.
He was my friend first, clearly. Met at work?
Yeah, at Tasty. We met here. Mike interviewed me for a support role right when I was starting off. So Mikey was here. That was where Mike and his whiteboard came. He's nervous. He gets nervous sometimes when we're this close together.
What I remember about Nick was his beautiful brown hair and brown facial hair, which no longer...
Say it.
In road trips, my family, it was like whoever could get the captain seat was it.
That's great. I'm having a great time.
Me too. But, I mean, stay a while. Take your jacket off.
No. I mean, I'll stay, but the jacket's not
Come
coming
on,
off.
take your jacket off.
Nope.
Come on,
No.
do that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I'm sorry.
You hopped on this cowboy's horse, so I guess you got to hear his tale. In '87, I took it off. There was the market crash. In '92, NBC canceled Blossom. A couple of years ago, I lost it for 2 days, and the Lakers won the NBA Finals. Bottom line is when this thing comes off, bad things happen.
You've got to take it off sometimes. I mean,
Never do.
how do you shower?
The jacket's kind of gotten used to it. In fact, every few days it needs it.
No matter what, you keep it on.
I can take my shirt off if you want, but I'm not taking the jacket off.
I just don't know if that's something that I could deal with.
It'll be like a teal tornado. Just endlessly washing up on your short.
I mean,
This is moving so fast, and I like it.
Yeah.
Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here's what a scalp is. We love those quick profits. A scalp is a trade opened and then closed in a short period of time, usually minutes or hours. A scalp is usually done for a small profit and is typically a very directional position. Scalps are most commonly done with future products because of the liquidity and added leverage they provide. But you gotta be careful. It's not always a profit.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tasty Trade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tasty Trade. Make your move, genius. Tasty Trade.
Don't screw up. You're the weakest link here.
You guys introduce yourselves.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff. You didn't know that? I don't have any idea why you're watching.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff.
41, you got it.
See that? We knew it. Pretty good. Baseball field.
Baseball game.
It was a wonderful evening.
It was a warm summer day, 1982.
It was around
82, 83. I don't know, sometime around there.
Yeah, 83.
83, let's say.
It was 83. I remember because I was dating somebody else at that time. 1983. Yes. It was a wonderful.
No, we were playing. We played softball on the same team.
16-inch?
12-inch.
With gloves. Because we were hand models at the time.
Yes. I played third base, Tony played right field.
You've been dying to say that, haven't you?
We took him to use a charity case.
We are back. It is Friday, February 14th, 2025. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Ilya Spivak. As a gold and silver guy, this is a pretty heartbreaking day, Ilya.
You know, I was looking at this just a little bit earlier going, wait, do my eyes deceive me? Aren't yields in the dollar down? What is happening here?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good this morning with silver, up 3.5%, hi-ho silver, and then they just massacred my boy. But we're still up on the day, and we'll see if the technical damage persists. Gold may have a legitimate problem. Island key reversal could be forming.
Not up on the day there.
No,
Jesus.
And yeah, it is a big turnaround here. So as we turn to the slides, it's, we're going to have to do that Valentine's Day pun for gold and silver. It is a heartbreaking kind of session, but for stocks, it's not really anything at all.
This is where things get really interesting. This is where things get really interesting, right? Because we talked about this yesterday, the idea that the markets are kind of dancing between, do we want to care about good is bad, bad is good type of relationship with the macro data because rate cuts, hey ho, not today, and increasingly not over recent weeks. And we've talked about the cyclical concerns that are quietly creeping out in the data. And of course, today was one of those days.
We did have the retail sales report this morning, and we'll talk about that in context of this move in yields. Bonds, I guess CPI didn't matter this week for the bond market. We erased that entirely in notes and bonds. But let's talk about this calendar. It is a busy calendar, so busy that we have to split it across two slides here. So let's just talk about this first half of the week. Monday, of course, is a holiday here in the United States. And just, I guess, a quick programming note, first call will be Monday evening, not Sunday evening, to that extent. There's still data due out, though, from other countries. So if you're a commodities trader, for example, or you're trading FX, you're probably going to see some movement, even if markets are largely speaking closed. So first half of the week, 16, 17, 18. I say 16 on there because technically it's Sunday night, but we go through Wednesday. FOMC minutes are out Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is that perhaps the most important event of the week altogether?
It's one of the two. So for me, it's that and it's the PMIs on Friday. Because what really kicks off the cyclical concern in the U.S. is the last set of PMI numbers, where all of a sudden U.S. economic growth winds down to the lowest in a year. And all of a sudden everybody goes, wait a minute, wait, what? And it's the service sector, the one thing that cannot slow down if a global recession is to be avoided. The only major economy growing at this point is the U.S., and the only major thing growing in the U.S. is the core services sector. We see this in the inflation data month in, month out. So when we look at the PMIs on Friday, we're going to get them for Europe. We're not going to quite get them for China, but we can almost extrapolate them considering that economy hasn't done much of anything since reopening from COVID lockdowns. And Europe is still anemic, and it's probably not going to become unanemic in a hurry. So what those numbers will maybe tell us on Friday is the U.S. continues to slow, and there is no safety net. So what are we to do? The three major engines of global growth, the U.S., the Eurozone, and China, are converging, but in the wrong direction. The U.S. is converging down on the weakness there. They're not converging up on the strength here. Part of that, of course, is because the U.S. economic growth is not spilling over elsewhere. And the reason it isn't, as we've talked about, is because it is in the service sector, which is mainly served by domestic firms. So global economies aren't benefiting from U.S. strength. Not even Canada is benefiting, and Canada is literally attached at our hip.
I mean, so, to your point, I don't know if you saw the Atlanta Fed GDP Now revision that just came out. But yeah, lobbed down to 2.3%, which again, 2.3% is good, but the context
but look at the direction of travel.
And I think that's
all of the revising has been down, and it's been going that way for weeks.
We had a high of 3.9%. So the usual caveat, right? We are still in the middle of the first quarter. The GDP reading for the first quarter is going to be due out in late April. We don't really take the Atlanta Fed GDP Now or any of these growth trackers too seriously until you're about 2 or 3 weeks out from the actual print itself.
That's right.
What we care about right now is directionality, right? And it looks like that the impulse of incoming economic data from the month of January so far is that growth is slowing a bit. Now, the Atlanta Fed growth projection is in real terms. So if you have a turn higher in inflation data, which we just saw, and you have a little bit of weaker consumption data, which we just saw, that's going to turn the knobs of real GDP looking a little bit weaker on surface level. So it's not bad. I mean, 2.3% in real terms, we will take, that was last quarter's growth. That's not a problem, right? But directionally, we've gone from a 3.9% tracking rate down to 2.3. And so momentum in the incoming data is on the wrong side.
It tells you where the data is heading, as it were. It tells you the thrust of the data. And of course,
which is good for bonds.
This is what makes today so interesting. It is good for bonds, and this is why the FOMC minutes matter so much. Look at where we stopped on cumulative Fed policy odds in the wake of ostensibly hot CPI data, which, by the way, stock market did not get spooked by ultimately, and neither did U.S. dollar sellers. The U.S. dollar tried to rally on it, couldn't do it. Stocks tried to sell off on it, couldn't do it. What we saw in that CPI data did not really move the needle ultimately on keeping one cut on the menu for the Fed for this year. And increasingly, that looks like a floor, because for the Fed to go from 2 cuts to 1 cut, that's maintenance. To go from 1 cut to no cuts, that's a head change. That's a Fed that's rethought their entire thing. And that's not where the markets are prepared to go. The next Fed meeting is not until March. There's all kinds of room here. It looks like there might be then a wall across which hawkish repricing cannot go. And that's what we saw this week. Look now, and you get weak retail sales data. Yields are down. The dollar is down. Why aren't stocks cheering it? They're not selling off on it, but they're not cheering it either, because we're in this weird place now where we say, wait, is bad data bad? Are we really going to just say that, oh, good, more rate cuts? That's not what the Fed is saying. They're saying they're in no hurry. They're saying they're reluctant, and the market is priced much more hawkish than the Fed. The Fed in December said 100 basis points this year and next. The market is down to not even 50, not even half. And so that's where those FOMC minutes matter. As long as the Fed in those minutes doesn't start to talk about maybe we can avoid cutting altogether, as long as that's not on the table, as long as the direction of travel is still towards some amount of cutting, 25 basis points is the floor, which means bonds have bottomed.
You know, we talk about that retail sales print this morning, not necessarily inspiring anyone. On the headline level, it was minus 0.9% month over month versus an expectation of a 0.1% contraction. So you start to drill down and strip away some of the more volatile components. First, you take out the autos. That's still negative 0.4% versus an expectation of plus 0.3. What if we remove gas? That was still in negative territory at negative 0.5% month over month. So it's not looking too hot, but the year-over-year reading, it's 4.2% year-over-year retail sales growth from a rate of 4.4. Import prices actually come in a little bit softer than what was anticipated. I mean, maybe there's a read-through here. You could tell a story of people expecting, you know, we saw the consumer surveys, inflation expectations going up. Maybe people started spending a little bit less in anticipation that items would cost more. Where does this leave stocks?
Let's be clear. Those University of Michigan consumer confidence numbers that we just saw were abysmal.
Hmm.
That was,
they weren't good.
And we know why, because it's right there in plain language. Just read the survey. We had a jump of close to 1% in a single month in 1 year inflation expectations. And when you ask what consumers thought was going to be this horrible reflationary thing, it was a single word answer: tariffs. Clearly, consumers are looking at this and going, I'm going to save my money here because I'm expecting that prices are going to be higher later. I'm going to need this money, so I'm not going to go splash out.
Stocks are mostly lower. 3 of the 4 indexes are in the red, but it's not exactly, you know, huge losses. The biggest loser is the Dow Jones, up by 0.29%.
Early in the day, yeah.
And that's kind of now where the conversation goes, because if we've been following these markets for the past month, Friday afternoon has typically brought a bit of softness, and then Monday has given us a gap lower. And depending upon what the catalyst has been over the weekend, we've been closing those gaps fairly quickly. DeepSeek was 5 days. We see the Canada, Mexico, China tariffs, that's covered in 2. Last weekend, aluminum and steel tariffs covered in the first hour of the futures market being open. So there is kind of this resiliency learned fixation on, is this just talk or is this actually going to be action? But people have been deleveraging in the afternoon on Friday, so that is something that's certainly out there today. The NASDAQ is a little bit above water, but I don't think we would call this price action remarkable, although we are starting to poke our head a little bit more through 22K.
It'd be interesting if we can take out those previous 2 highs. I've been watching those very, very closely. If we can get out of this range and maybe make a run at the high, that would be a little bit more constructive. We've already made that kind of a move in S&P, of course. We're hovering just shy of those highs that we set in early December. We still can't get through to the high before the DeepSeek news in S&P, but here we're pinned even more significantly. If we can't get out of this range here, if this test fails, not the best sign.
Yeah, this would be a bad place for the market to fail, both in the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
For all the concerns and warts, maybe we don't get the solve today because everyone's expecting it. Volatility continues to drift to the downside. Spot VIX is now below 15 at 14.9. If we go out to the VIX futures curve here, we can see that we are coming in, across VX and up to M25 here. This is up a little bit, which I find interesting. The kink here we're seeing in the curve. More risk later on in the year, not so much up front. And, I suppose if we think about the timing of the tariffs, you pointed this out yesterday on Overtime about the reciprocal nature of these, reciprocal tariffs.
Well,
they're not going to be implemented. You're right. They're not even being implemented right away. So if we're thinking about the immediate market impact, the ball kind of moves out to April now, right? And so where's the risk? It's more now we're getting into the second quarter and more to the middle portion of the year rather than what's going to happen in the next 30 days.
Well, and in some ways, this is actually worse because what there is now then is lots and lots of room, on the one hand, to negotiate. And we saw that with a phone call, these things can get shelved because the president of Mexico calls the White House, they have a conversation, we're on pause. The Prime Minister of Canada calls the White House, they have a conversation, it's on pause. That's encouraging. Of course it's encouraging. It should be encouraging. At the same time, uncertainty matters. The markets hate uncertainty. They hate uncertainty worse than they hate bad outcomes. If an outcome is on the whole negative for markets, but they see it coming, at least to some extent, and they can price for it, then it need not give too much indigestion for investors. But if there's uncertainty and it now runs into April, and the Fed can't do anything with it because they have to issue a new SEP in March before this. And the executive order, as we now see in a wave of coverage today, says, I don't just want you to look at tariffs. I want you to look country by country at all the barriers, including VAT taxes. And we heard the president say yesterday, a VAT is like a tariff. No, it's not. A VAT hits domestic producers exactly the same as foreign ones. It's just a consumption tax. Consider it a sales tax. So this makes for a very interesting situation. If by April, what Howard Lutnick and his team delivers to the president is, here's all the offenders that we need to attach reciprocal tariffs to. Oh, and by the way, we're including VAT as one of the things we need to offset for with these tariffs. There's an estimate from Capital Economics that I read this morning that says the effective average tariff for the U.S. across goods and countries would go from 3% to 20% if this math is right. And so we would be looking at a dramatic reshaping of how global trade works in a growth negative way. Now, of course, will that happen? Who knows? We see that more time means more opportunity for negotiation, so maybe none of it does. Maybe some of it does. Maybe on certain countries, maybe not others. India is one of the biggest offenders. Modi offenders, quote unquote. Modi is in Washington now. Seems like we're discussing a trade deal. Maybe this will be a good barometer for what's next, because if you start to rank countries by which ones are going to be hit hardest with reciprocal tariffs, it's India, Mexico, Canada, the European Union, the UK. It isn't China. So maybe what happens with Modi this week and what pronouncements come out of it give us a bit of sense. But the uncertainty itself can have a chilling effect. And now that uncertainty runs into April 1st. So there's plenty of time for it to bite.
Yeah, right now the average, according to World Bank data, the average Indian tariff rate on imports from the U.S. is 9.5%, whereas the U.S. average tariff rate on imports from India is only 3%. Likewise, India's been seen as a very important destination if we're going to rejigger supply chains to remove or at least reduce China risk. then you need to find another large population that can produce that same type of manufacturing output. And that's India next door. And they've certainly been building out their productive capacity to produce iPhones and what have you.
Especially if you are having issues with saying the place to do this is Mexico because it's right here and we already have a free trade agreement. But do we have a free trade agreement? Not if we keep badgering.
22,157, 158 here on the NASDAQ, 0.2% gain. The Russell is off by 0.13%. Really just can't catch a break here. Still struggling below that 2,300 level. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played in this pond yet. I still haven't seen my move above 23.37 to convince me to get long. Maybe then it's a waiting game and I'd take a stab on some long deltas closer to 2,200. But directionally at these levels, there's just no momentum.
I'm not looking for
right
a massive sell-off here, just to be clear, because I think if yields come in, this is going to benefit. And I do think yields will come in because there's relatively little room for the markets to get any more hawkish. It seems, as we talked about, when you get to one cut, it seems like you've kind of hit a wall. So at this point, I don't think I'm looking for extrapolated weakness from the Russell, but it does look a bit heavy here where we might come in and test the bottom of that range around 2150, something like that. And that would really be the extent of what my appetite here would be, just a swing into the recent range lows. And if we can manage that, okay, that I'd be happy with that for this exposure. Now, of course, if it were to break down, thank you, Russell, I'll take it. But my ambition here is not for an extrapolated move, unless, of course, we go to full-on correlation one, liquidation risk-off kind of a move where nothing matters and everything is getting sold. But I don't see that kind of risk. And I don't think that kind of risk can really be traded until it's visible. And all the measures of market stress don't suggest that there's some sort of a crazy credit squeeze or broader panic that's out here. Now, will tariff uncertainty do that? Unclear.
The swing zone that you mentioned, I see right around 2,200. It seems like this 100-point band in the Russell's been magnetic, at least for the start of this year. So, dips down there. I would, just on a risk to reward basis, I'd be more inclined to take a long stab, given my genuinely bullish disposition. But we talk about this being a
and if we got down there, I'd agree with you.
But as a vol selling opportunity, let's say we wanted to play this directionally neutral within the range. This is a pretty tight range, and there's just not a lot of vol.
Nothing there.
We could size this up. I mean, just for the sake of putting out the conversation. Let's go to you, Condor. That's good enough. 42 days. The range here on the RTY H5 contract, we'd call 2340 down to what? 2200? 2340? 2200? I mean, listen, if 32% probability of profit, risking a little bit under, 1 to make 2, that's not terrible. But that's what the bet is on the directionally neutral play here. You could widen this out. You could go out with further strikes and just say that this is going to hold, give yourself a little bit more breathing room. But then getting above 50% probability of profit, is that worthwhile? I like higher convexity trades. But you know what? This could be the glove that fits for some people. So I don't want to dismiss it entirely. Just we have to know what we're dealing with here. It's not super juicy. It's not as juicy as it once was, certainly not like this time last year. It is a tight range. If we get above 2340 or we get below 2200, then you're outside of the range and you're talking about taking another big step lower, maybe to 21 or perhaps up to 25. But you have to be very nimble operating around it. Maybe it continues, right? Again, seasonality. We chop around until March 15th if this is a typical year.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with looking at something like this and going, you know what? I don't have a strong level of conviction on the S&P. I'm not long from the bottom of the range, nor short from the top of the range, and the story there is inconclusive, basically since early December. Ditto the Nasdaq. So what I want from my equity exposure, let's say, and this is not me personally, but what a person could want is, let's say, you know what, I just want to pick up some pennies in front of this steamroller in a risk-defined way and just wait for something to make up its mind. The Russell, in terms of its structure, is the place where you would do that.
Before we turn our attention to the bond market, any last thoughts here in stocks? It feels like it's a pretty quiet day, all things considered.
So far, if this became a situation similar to the past several weeks where this caught vertigo into the second half of the day, that would be very interesting where it lands. Otherwise, we're starting to get closer to a place where if you wanted to take a stab near the top of this range, just on pot odds grounds, on the short side, you could. I don't think we're there yet. I think you need to see some actual testing of the highs and a reversal there. For now, we're still basically within the same congestion. We haven't even touched the high from before the DeepSeek news. Never mind the December high. So kind of soggy, kind of inconclusive.
How do you square that circle, though, if the Nasdaq has already cleared the pre-DeepSeek high, and this would be the highest close since December 17th, right? Shouldn't the tech sector be the one that's hampered more by this DeepSeek revelation?
Tells you that you're not rotating. If the S&P 500 were saying, okay, the DeepSeek thing is a problem for this sector over here, but those sectors over there, it's not an issue for them. They're fine. That the S&P can't make hay of this seems to suggest that it's concerned in a more broad way, that there is a lack of risk appetite, that people are not prepared to jump out the window on this news, be it the DeepSeek news or the tariff back and forth, but the uncertainty is biting, and risk capital doesn't want to go and get outlaid to push us to more highs. And that's at a time when credit costs are coming in. That is not a good footing.
I'm still trying to square, you and I have talked about the AAII Sentiment Investor Survey. And, one thing that I had flagged for us in September 23 was that we were reaching that people got too bearish too quickly type of environment in terms of their outlook. The threshold that was set that we were running the scan on was if the bull-bear spread moved into negative territory by greater than 16.5% over a 3-month window. That bull-bear spread right now has moved about 18%, which means the forward returns in the market historically since COVID, the historical returns in this market are positive over the next 3 and 6 months. It could be choppy here for the next month, just like it was in September 23. But if we can find some upside resolution right now, given where asset allocation has moved, I hate to say this when the stock market's at all-time highs, but I see the contours again of that shape that looks like, are people underinvested in the short term? And are you going to get a bunch of FOMO, right? Where, oh, geez, we were too bearish and I've got to get my clients' capital redeployed back into stocks. They're going to kill me if this market keeps moving higher and I miss out on it, right? And all of a sudden, AAII swings back to bullish. You get another 5% up in stocks.
I mean,
it could be a few weeks.
It could be. We have to be realistic about the fact that the market is not selling off and it isn't finding the fuel to rally. This is not a market that knows where it's going, which is why I've been so focused on the U.S. business cycle. If the U.S. business cycle actually turns, as the data seems to start to suggest here, from the PMIs, both S&P Global and ISM, now to the CPI, then to PPI, now to retail sales, the pile is growing. If the U.S. economy is turning, it's turning before the tariffs go into effect, It's turning before whatever else happens on fiscal policy, which means that then the positive surprises to be had from those things aren't going to be particularly effective at boosting sentiment. If the economy turns and there are no tariffs, the economy is still turned. If the economy turns and there are tariffs, well, that just makes things worse. So really the key here is, can the U.S. service sector continue to keep the global economy underpinned? And increasingly, the evidence is suggesting that pillar of support is starting to crumble. Now, it's early days yet, but if that goes, all this conversation about tariff this or tariff that is going to be moot, because then it won't be, oh, well, as long as this doesn't happen, everything is fine. Then it'll be everything is not fine, and if this does happen, it'll be worse.
Our attention turns to the bond market here. It was a rough week for Treasury auctions. 3 years, 10-year notes, both underperformed, lower bid-to-cover ratios. They tail. Same thing for the 30-year bond auction yesterday. Investors saw the uptick in yields after CPI with the 10-year and the 30-year and saying, we still want more compensation. Nevertheless, though, CPI here on Wednesday this week transforms what could have been a trend here in the 10-year. We see a breakdown in yields going back to the September lows, and we crack back into that uptrend. That looked like a false breakout down here, right? Yields tried to turn the corner below 4.5% in the 10s, and then we were just slammed shut. Really, on a technical basis, you see this candle on February 4th cleared out. We think about this from the inverse head and shoulders pattern perspective. It got real ugly real quick there.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, if at the end of this week, if a week ago you and I had sat down, which you and I did sit down, but if you had said to me, Chris, if next week after CPI and all the auctions and whatever's in the news, ZN is still trading up at 109, how will you feel? I go, oh, sounds like we survived the storm. The inflation data must not have been bad. There must have been good demand for the auctions, right? That's great. We don't need to move up right now, but at least we're finding stability. I mean, the weekly chart here tells that story better than anything else, if we could see it. You know, let's go to the continuous contract to better exemplify that. But that is a very, very, very long wick through the potential turning point here. And I feel pretty good about hanging on to long deltas, particularly with the action you're seeing in the dollar. It looks like the dollar's top, and that's a dollar and yield story going in hand in hand.
Absolutely. So obviously, I've been holding short dollars for a
while.
have,
yeah.
And it's really starting to come around here. It's really starting to work. Before the Canadian dollar broke up in earnest this week, I bought more. I've been selling dollars for weeks at this point and just building and building and building a position. At this point, it's getting a little large, as a matter of fact, spread across the euro, the Australian dollar, and the Canadian dollar. I haven't quite dipped a toe into the Swiss franc pool yet, but it's probably coming. On the spot,
sometimes you got to race, Chip.
Sometimes you got to race. On the spot side, I am also along the Kiwi, the New Zealand dollar, and I've been long the Japanese yen for going on 3 weeks now, maybe more. So I am to the hilt short dollars here. And I got out of the bonds. I was long them from the bottom there in ZB after that first big green day with the last CPI report. I took it off the table after CPI this week. Figured, you know what, I've got a good 2% P&L left of equity in this trade. Why don't I back up here before PPI takes me to the woodshed and erases everything? I'm looking to put it back on pretty much, if not today, then certainly early next week. Because it looks like we may have, as we talked about today, I mean, after CPI, you and I spoke, we spoke with Tom, we spoke with Dylan, and the general conversation that I think you and I were agreeing on was that was probably the last big downtick in the bonds because you'd hit a wall on Fed policy expectations getting any more hawkish, at least until you heard from the Fed that they've changed their mind. And that's a ways away by any stretch of the imagination because there's, of course, not really an opportunity for them to change their mind in the near term. I mean, we'll see what the FOMC minutes do, but there's not a lot of active event risk where the Fed could come out and say, we've changed our mind, unless there's an emergency or something. So
we've already had CPI, we've already had NFP, we just got the PPI, so we can basically impute what PCE is going to be.
Right.
Right. You know,
right. And so it won't be scary by the looks of it because all of the really frothy elements that we've seen in both PPI and CPI, not really the kind of stuff that makes PCE or breaks it.
No, and the trackers there, I mean, we can talk about truflation, whether or not people like it, but it just, again, I forget the level. I think it is more of a directional indicator, akin to looking at the Atlanta Fed GDP early on. This has fallen off a cliff. It's absolutely fallen off a cliff here in recent weeks. Couldn't tell you why. Maybe it's rents. We've talked about this new rent index, from the BLS, the new tenant rent index that's been put out. Let me pull this up here. Another great chart that talks about inflationary pressures. I'd be really
interested to see what the composition here is going to tell us, because and this is looking like a very good candidate for why this is down so much. It is an interesting thing. I mean, I'm not a truflation absolutist by any stretch of the imagination. Sometimes this data rhymes with what's going on, sometimes it doesn't, as most models do. But it is very interesting that you're getting weakening consumer sentiment, weakening service sector activity, weakening retail sales. Depending on how this model measures internal demand dynamics as an input into inflation expectations, if it's those demand dynamics that are driving this lower, that's a growth signal, and it's not a good one.
I assume, well, you're going to be looking at long bonds again in the near future. I'm still writing it out. I'm glad I held through CPI. Look, the construct of the trade was basically, given where volatility was, the short 108, 110 put spread made a lot of sense, because when that's applied, you're looking at a 50 IVR or so, and a world where the market's pricing in 25% tariffs across the board and one Fed cut through the end of next year. In a 45-day window, were we likely to push beyond that extreme given what we were hearing from various administration officials? I didn't think so. And it seems like the market's come around to that as well. Bonds are up, generally speaking, and there has been an erosion in volatility. So I like having that long delta exposure right now. I still have some in ZN as well, but moving into next week, it feels like we survived a really important test. And in ZB itself, we are going to be closing basically where we closed last week. 115 and 17 ticks. We are right there right now. And that's a promising as chart as you could get, given the auctions and the CPI data in recent days. Mm-hmm. It was just bad across the board. CPI was worse than expected. All three auctions underperformed, and yet bonds, they wore it. They took it on the chin. You know who's also taken it on the chin, but not wearing it well?
Yeah.
I want to start with silver. What? So this was a really fun market earlier today.
Yeah.
For those of us who've been leading long deltas. Certainly still fun because the trade's up. But hey, that's a nasty looking candle.
Ugly.
That's really bad. What's with the decline in gold and silver? We fall off the edge of a cliff here, and we talk about this potentially being a top, right? Two different forms, not just that big upper wick in silver, but here we gap open higher last night. We opened up at 2957.30. We run up into a new high relative to yesterday, and we immediately slam lower. Today could be the first time going back to January 27th that we have a close below that 1 week moving average. And this would constitute an island key reversal, which is a potential topping signal.
Yeah.
You know, I recently rolled out exposure. So quite frankly, it doesn't really bother me. I like the way that the market is still structured, but it does suggest that we could be looking at more chop here. And maybe if we have our long delta exposure, this could be another week of perhaps more indigestion, at least on the silver side.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is what you get. And I don't know that, obviously, what I'm about to say is for sure the catalyst, because frankly, I don't have any kind of a special listening device inside the offices of the PBOC, so I couldn't tell you. I wish I couldn't tell them anything, and I couldn't know if this is them. But what do we know about gold since this rally started? The most recent leg of it, right? We know that yields have been up, dollar's been up, gold's been up. Yields have been down, dollar's been down, gold's been up. It doesn't care about its traditional catalysts recently, and we've seen this movie before. This is what happened at the beginning of last year. This is what happened in 2023. When China is out there buying in size, you get to a place where gold stops caring about the influence of the dollar, the influence of yield, which is historically what it cares about, because, of course, it is this whole idea that gold is a safe haven has been driving me crazy for a decade and a half. It's obviously not. It's just a function of yields and a function of
networking effects,
the appeal of paper currency.
Well, I mean, if enough people believe in something, right? Doesn't it make it?
Well, right. No, I mean, if every single time that gold upticks when the market is up, or gold downticks when the market is down, you get a confused reporter from name your financial organization coming out and going, such a confounding move in gold. Why is it not trading inversely of stocks? Because it doesn't trade inversely of stocks. That's why. But when you look at what gold does, it does typically move inversely of yields because it yields nothing in real terms. And it does typically have an inverse sort of relationship with the dollar because it is a natural foil for paper currency. If you start to have a more negative view on paper currency, gold is sort of a natural place to benefit. We're not seeing it care about these things when China comes out and starts buying in size because, frankly, they're too much of an elephant in the room. So when you see a sell-off like this, seemingly out of the clear blue sky, I mean, the dollar is down today. Yields are down. This should be a place where metals thrive. You kind of start to look over at Beijing and go, well, if you all were able to get this thing to rally no matter what the usual catalysts do, well, then you can make this thing decline likewise. This, and again, there's no confirmation that I've seen so far, but this looks like somebody divested. Not a lot. Obviously, we're not like collapsing or anything like this, but it looks like somebody decided to sell a chunk.
Yeah, it feels like a big fat finger went through, and I wasn't part of that. Look, there is a pullback here. Let's talk about what levels would be interesting. I see the highs that we have in October lining up pretty neatly here, 2846.60 with that 1 month moving average, 2853.3. That's a little $7 band, like a 0.3% range. Markets overshoot all the time. So let's just say we get down into there. That becomes an immediate place of interest. And I point that out as well because when we break out on January 30th, that next low close for the day doesn't dip really beyond there. It's 28.35. So if there is a setback, maybe another $50, and if you then see a steeper decline below there, then you have then this is not a dip buying environment. This is a flush environment. Maybe we have a move back to the uptrend that's carried us since last June, and that would mean a move down into 27.50. So for me, then it would be hands off, right? And I would just wait to see if we can settle back into that longer term uptrend, given my, long-term fundamental disposition, which I think you have here as well. I suppose my question for you is, you have mentioned in recent days that you've been kind of kicking yourself for not being long gold.
Mm-hmm.
What would it take for you to jump in?
I'm getting ready to do it. I don't think that this is the place, considering the price action we see today. But if we got a little bit of a pullback here, if this is the start of some kind of a corrective thing where we come down to, I don't know, let's say 2790, 2780, something like this, revisit the highs from October as resistance become support, that's attractive. So I'm looking for this thing as ever from a price action perspective. Let's see this thing come down. Let's see it have an uptick off a meaningful level of support. And I'm good to go. I think the bias here is still very much on the upside.
Copper prices here are weaker as well, down 2.45%. Ilya, this is the question.
Too.
And it looks like another engulfing
bearish
bar.
Engulfing. What a bearish engulfing. Just the most textbook kind of a topping signal here that you could possibly imagine. You get that first dark cloud cover candlestick cluster. Then you get a secondary top with negative oscillator divergence and a bearish engulfing. This looks like this thing is about ready to have its head roll off the gallows.
There's two ways to approach this, right? I take candlestick analysis, seriously, right? You can see the tops form sometimes here on January 17th. The last time that we had a bearish engulfing candle after an uptrend in copper prices, that led to a pullback for a few weeks. Mm-hmm. Okay? We're having another one of those here. On the 17th, we didn't quite get below that 1 week moving average yet. So at the time, because I was short the put spread, I said I'm going to hang on. And while I ultimately did hang on because vol kept coming in and vol's coming in if you're short a put spread. If price is falling back slowly, you're just earning that data decay. That's fine. I can just sit tight. And I did, and it looks like a wedge. So, all right, there was reason to sit through it. Here, it's a similar situation. We're back to that 1 week moving average. We've already rebounded back above it today. So is momentum completely broken? No, but do you feel great about applying a long position here heading into a weekend, given all the weekend event risk that we've seen, and the fact that it's a 3-day weekend? Right, markets close Monday.
And you've broken past the previous resistance turn support, and you're turning at the previous swing high from October on the dot.
It feels like this requires a little bit more patience. So I don't have any position here right now. I'm interested in getting more long, but if the price is at 450 versus say 466, that's a very different conversation.
Right.
So risk to reward. Ilya, we need to keep moving here. Let's talk about oil and natural gas. I want to go over to natural gas first because, quite frankly, that's what I'm trading because oil kind of stinks. Natural gas, low IVR, 23.8, but we continue to rally up 2.95% here. We're not quite there yet, but maybe another penny will be at the high close for the year. That's let me see here. Yeah, $3.73.9. We're at 3.73 cents right now. I still like the short put spreads. I think the inventory data has been speaking for itself. We're drawing it down faster out of our own salt caverns here. We're seeing that there's high demand coming out of Europe. Europe is also changing its gas storage ramifications, or at least the contours of what they need to do on a regulatory side. Typically, European countries need to have 90% of their inventories filled by, late fall. And they're talking about relaxing those, which means that they will have the time to shop around and get better prices for their natural gas. They don't need to just soak up whatever's in the market. And that means they have a better chance to import from the U.S. So,
and lo and behold, we're about to have a trade negotiation.
One of Trump's things has been, listen, if Europe still wants the support, the U.S. support in NATO, then you have to start buying more American weapon systems.
Okay.
Demanding that European countries have to import more American energy seems like that's an absolute conversation point that this administration is going to have. So,
and Europe wants it. Europe has been trying to wean themselves off Russian energy because they understand that Ukraine is not the end, no matter
They're
how.
trying to wean themselves off all energy. Belgium just shut down another nuclear plant today. What are they doing out there? Ilya, the inventories in Europe right now.
As my Dutch cousin would say, because apparently there is a bit of a regional rivalry between the Netherlands and Belgium. When these kinds of things happen, he just sits down, lets out a deep, deep sigh, and goes, Belgium.
You can see here for European natural gas inventories, we are below the 50% cap, if you will. More importantly, we are below the 5-year average, the year ago place we were, where in fact, we have several weeks to go until inventories typically bottom out. And this means there's going to be a big demand through the summer months to refill those tanks. And U.S. natural gas is cheap and plentiful, as we have learned over the years. We have so much of it. We're swimming in it here in the United States as the world's largest LNG producer. Crude oil prices, on the other hand, Ilya, I just hate crude right now. I can't get a read on it, right? We continue to bounce back and forth. Although I suppose for all the complaining, once again, if we had just put on the iron condors near 72 and shut up and not look at the vol, this trade would be working, because we have not really moved anywhere ever since we returned back to this 70 or 72 area, depending upon what contract you're looking at. Ilya, so we can move on quickly to currency. Are you doing anything in oil?
So I traded this directionally. I sold the top of the range. I got out earlier this week. Trade made money. I haven't gotten back in because it seems like we're trying to find some kind of a bottom at support here. So I'm just waiting. My bias is bearish. If we break out through these lows, I'll sell some more. If we bounce from them, I'll sell some more. But in the meantime, there's nothing to do here.
Let's turn our attention to FX, where it really does look like the dollar's topping today, and this has a profound implications for how capital flows to the global economy and our financial markets. And so just starting with DXY itself here to get the broad dollar index picture, a reminder that several of the instruments that you see here on the platform don't actually go into the dollar index, like the Australian dollar and the Mexican peso are not part of that weighting. It's mostly European currencies. The Swedish krona is there. Yeah, right. Swedish krona is in there. But that said, keeping an eye on this chart here, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline, that's as clean as a break as you're going to get as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. And you, as someone who's been short dollars, tip of the hat to you, because now it looks like there are legitimate, very legitimate technical signs of very significant turns across the board in basically every major currency, as it were. Ilya, the long and short here, I assume you're going to hold all of your dollar shorts through the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the only thing I'm looking for here is opportunities to sell some more, because if you believe that yields have topped, especially at the long end, if you believe that you've hit a wall on yield support for dollars because the markets can't reprice any more hawkish without the Fed fundamentally changing what the strategy is, there's no room for them to do that here, at least for now, then this is going to keep going. And the thing that's really helped the dollar recently has been tariff talk. And if we're going to not have a broad tariff, if instead we're going to do this reciprocal thing, and we're not going to learn its outlines and contours until April, well, what's going to help this thing not get sold? The only thing I can really think of is massive risk aversion, in which case capital goes to safety. But there's no evidence of a wholesale collapse in stock markets here, clearly. And that kind of dramatic risk aversion doesn't happen all at once. Typically, it starts in dribs and drabs. It hits some things, not others. So the dollar, looking at the sort of the dollar smile theory of how this works, right now, the U.S. has been outperforming for a year. Strong dollar. Makes sense. If the U.S. is slowing, before we get to all out, oh my God, liquidate dollar strength, as all the capital goes to cash, you got to go through the middle of the smile. And that's dollar weakness. If what we're seeing is U.S. growth is converging on a weak global average, where nothing else is really moving other than the U.S. service sector, and that service sector is running out of steam and can't outperform, it doesn't have to necessarily fall apart. It just needs to converge on what is normal. That's a weak dollar story for weeks to come.
Dollar does not look healthy here. And again, I think about the juxtaposition between the market now and how it was in 2022. If we just saw this spat of weak auctions and that CPI data in like March, April, May of 2022, the dollar would be going into the end of this week on its highs.
Yeah.
Right. We'd be saying investors don't want to hold fixed income. They're not getting compensated enough on yields. Inflation's out of control. Inflation expectations are soaring. Inflation expectations are at a 2-year high right now from market-based measures of inflation, right? Forget surveys. We're talking about instruments you can look at.
Like the break-evens in the bond market, one of the most sober, the most straightforward, the most liquid markets you can imagine. That market is telling you inflation expectations are surging.
Mm-hmm. Clearly something afoot. Now, we mentioned that markets are closed on Monday. It's President's Day. But that doesn't mean things aren't happening. So as you head into the weekend here, be mindful of the fact that if you're trading 6J, for example, or Japanese equities, you have this GDP event on Sunday night. Likewise, there are Fed speeches on Monday, right? Fed speeches on Monday, including right as the markets then fully reopen. Waller's giving a speech when First Call goes live. So there is some weekend risk that is in excess of what we would call the tariff talk. Other than that, though, as we typically do at the end of every one of these shows, we talk a brief bit of education. Head over to tastylive.com, top banner, learn beginner futures to find this great coursework put together by the fine folks on the Tasty Live research team. If you've traded stocks, you already know that there's going to be a 3 to 5 letter format used to identify those stocks on equity exchanges here in the United States. Apple is AAPL, believe it or not. When we talk about futures, it's slightly different. The ticker not only includes the product you're trading, but also the expiration month represented by a letter, and then a last digit of the expiration year. So, for example, if you're trading ESZ5, you're trading the S&P 500 ES expiring in December Z 5, 2025. These things are important because, like options, if you're just a regular options trader, there's an expiration attached to everything. So be aware of the options, be aware of the strikes. You have to understand the symbology to know the ticker and the product you're operating in, and always check the liquidity, the bid-ask spread, open interest, and trading volumes when you are placing trades in the market. So go learn about symbology. Go to tastylive.com, top banner, learn beginner futures, or just click the link here on the bottom of this slide. That will take you there directly. Ilya, hopefully this second half of the day is not so heartbreaking. Stocks are pushing back up, S&P back above 6140. Maybe gold and silver can get some shine. Other than that, though, we will see everyone later today. Be sure to stick around after a brief break. Dr. Jim is here for From Theory to Practice. See you soon.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move. Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tasty Trade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tasty Trade. Make your move, genius. Tasty Trade.
Know someone who needs a better broker? For 1 month only, earn $500 for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. See how it pays to have friends? Terms and conditions apply. Tasty Trade.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Friday edition of what it is that we are trying to do. I still haven't figured it out, and I have a very, very low level of confidence that today we will indeed discover what it is that we are trying to do. But we're trying, man. You know, we're trying day in and day out, and we do it as a team. So welcome to the show. I'm so glad that you are here. If you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, then I would actually bounce on over to YouTube because you can join the conversation. You can join the discussion. You can communicate with our brethren that are also watching the show. And you can just double check, is this real life? Like, did we make it through CPI, PPI, and the most important retail sales print of my entire trading career? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure at all. So you guys can chat about that in the chat, and then you can ask me whatever questions you have. I'm going to get to more questions today than I normally would, and so if you have a question for me, today would be a great day to drop that guy in the chat box, and we will get to the Q&A here in just a couple of minutes. But Paul, going to bring us into the market here. Man, what's going on with the market? We got a little something. Man, have you guys seen what's going on with the metals? Man, look at these metals, man. This is some crazy stuff. We'll get to that here in a second. But E-mini S&P is up 5. Risk-free instrument, also known as the NASDAQ futures, extremely high-risk product, up 73. You've got the boomers down 78, and then you've got the Russell 2000 futures index up 40 cents on the day. So pretty much unched on the old Russell small cap barometer. You got bonds up 15. You got notes up 11. You got oil down 39 cents, 40 cents. You got UB40 up 17 ticks. Still so impressive. I mean, guys, they haven't had a hit, and it's been 5 decades. It's been 5 decades, and look at them, still rallying here in 2025. That's longevity if I've ever seen it. Got gold down 47. So we're going to talk a lot about gold. We're going to talk a lot about silver here in the next couple of minutes. Oh, happy Valentine's Day, by the way. I hope to see many, many of you at Bonefish later this evening. You've got the British pound is up. You've got the euro is up. You've got volatility is pretty much unchanged on the day. You got the Bitcoin bros. Man, they're going to be able to celebrate with their bro sets tonight for Valentine's Day. Have to go to a restaurant that accepts crypto as payment, which I don't think Bonefish does that. They're still on an all-cash system, and so I don't know that they're going to be accepting any crypto tonight. But Bitcoin up $1,500, pretty good. Then you have volatility, spot volatility. The old VIX down 19 cents. And boom, there you go. So you got everything looking good. Market up, volatility down. Everybody's happy. But guys, let's talk about these metals. Have you guys seen what happened to the metals last night and then into this morning? I mean, last night, man, they caught something, man. Look at that. Look at that. So let's start with silver. So last night, silver rallied all the way up, and overnight, silver rallied all the way up to 34.24. But it started to happen basically right after the close. So right after the close, I started to catch a little bit of a bid, started to catch just a little bit of traction to the upside, and it was kind of like, all right, like this is the real deal. Like, man, this thing is breaking out, it's doing all these things, like whatever. And the internet assured me, like, this is it. I've got confirmation, we've got breakouts, we've got this, we've got that, blah, 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 blah. And then overnight, it's like, man, this thing went over 34. And then into the morning, obviously, you can see the high right there is 34.24 on the old silver SI, man. And then this morning, they just stomped on them, right? And again, of course, by they I mean the Sosnovs, Batistas, Sheridans, etc. Man, they just absolutely squashed them to a pulp. I mean, look at this thing, man. If you go to an intraday, let's take a look at like let's see if we do like it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Give me like a 5 minute. Give me like a 5 minute, just give me like a 1 day. Like, look at this, man. That's crazy stuff. So you can see that right before 8:30, which is essentially when the metals pits open up, you've got the high of 34.24. So that was basically printed on the open of, kind of the metals trading day, 8:30 to, I think they close around like 12:30 or 1. Like, obviously with Globex and like, the global markets, like you can trade them, essentially, 23.5 or whatever. But like the actual like cash markets of like the metals, don't quote me on this. I may be way off, but I think it's like 8:30 to 12:30 or 8:30 to 1 or something like that. Anyway, at 8:30, right, you had silver at 34.24, and it looked like it was just a runaway train to 35. Like, it looked like here we go, like the internet's right for the first time in the history of the internet. And I'm like, wow, this is monumental. Like, this is a historic moment for the internet bros and bro sets. But man, the Sosnoffs and the Sheridans and the Batistas, they're going to get the last laugh. Like, you think you've got them. They've got you the whole time. Like, you think you're eyeballing that queen in the kitchen on the chessboard, and man, they're pressuring both of your rooks at the same time. Like, they're pressuring both of your rooks at the same time with a pawn. Like, with a lonely little pawn. It's impressive. Like, it's impressive stuff. How do you think they've gotten to their lot in life? How do you think they've gotten to their stage in life without being able to do things like that, taking both rooks with a pawn on the same move? It's pretty impressive stuff. And so silver, man, wow, it just kind of, you've got obviously your Elliott waves all right here, a couple cups with handles, and a couple broken handles, actually. And then you've got silver all the way back down to 32.81. And so that's pretty crazy, man. That's some pretty crazy stuff. So silver's still up on the day. But if you're a silver trader, like if you've been trading this move, if you've been long, or even if you've been short, if you've been in the move, it doesn't really feel like silver's up today, does it? Like, it doesn't really feel like this is a positive outcome for silver. But then if we go to silver's big brother, gold, if we go to GC here, let's see here, let's just do it this way. If I go to GC, so GC, same thing, but GC is not up at all today. So GC is absolutely getting steamrolled here today, down $46. And similar type of deal, you can see the high was put in right around the opening bell of the metals trading day, right around 8:30 or so. 29.54 was your high. Now, that wasn't – I think gold got a little bit higher maybe just a few days ago or maybe a week ago. I want to say 29.60 or thereabouts. And so we'll take a look at the daily chart here just to get confirmation on that. But, man, same type of deal. Look at that, man. Boom. Just higher, lower highs, lower lows. Is that how you do it? I think that's how you do it. But look at that, man. You got a high, you got a lower high. You got a high, you got a low. You got a lower high, you got a lower low. You got a lower high, you got a slightly lower low. You got a lower high, you got a lower low, and now you've just got some dribbles, some dribbles into the close. Like, this isn't really anything. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what the metals do on Sunday and see what the metal, especially with the holiday. Like, we've got the holiday on Monday, and so there will be no programming on Monday, of course. So I will see you guys again on Tuesday. But I'm not sure. I mean, I think futures are usually open on those holidays, especially with like a mid-tier holiday like President's Day. I mean, let's just be honest. Is it the same clout and prestige as like an Easter, as like a Christmas, as like a Thanksgiving? I don't think so. And so this is very much kind of a B-, level holiday. Not to disrespect all of our presidents, because I'm certainly not trying to do that, but I'm just speaking the truth, man. I'm just telling you guys what you already know. And so Monday, the futures will be open. So, I mean, you'll probably have less liquidity than usual. And so it'll be interesting to see what the metals might do. But yeah, there is a little metal commentary for you. There's some overall market commentary for you. And man, I already see you guys. I see you guys in the chat, and I'm going to get to you guys here in a second. We're going to get to you guys a little bit early. We're going to go to the pen early. We're calling out Gary Whitlock, and like we're calling out, Rich Hill from the pen. I don't know if he's still on the squad, but he should be. He's not a day under 50. But man, my man is still pumping strikes in there like nobody's business. And so I see Peters in the house, Roberts in the house, Sam L's in the house, Big Deal Donuts in the house. Man, all you guys are in the house, and I'm going to get to as many of you guys as I can here in just a minute. Looking at the portfolio, just kind of, surveying the landscape, nothing super crazy. There's not really a ton I think that we need to do one way or another. I feel like everything is pretty much in a holding pattern. I mean, we've got Hood, obviously, but we don't need to do anything here. I mean, it's gone, right? It's not coming back. $64, and, we've got a 40, 47, 54 butterfly. So that's how they say you missed it, right? Like if you're ever looking for an example of, hey, can you show me an example, like a real-time example of a butterfly that doesn't work out and a butterfly that you miss? Here you go. I present to you exhibit double Z, our hood butterfly from the other day. I think it was from Tuesday or Wednesday, where Robinhood just rallied like nobody's business on earnings. And so the put butterfly to the downside didn't work, and that's just the way that it goes. And what are you going to do? And so since nothing is in the money, we don't have to close it. I mean, it's marking for nothing. It's literally marking for, it's not even existent. It's almost like this butterfly doesn't even exist anymore, right? They're not even tossing us like a 0-cent mark, or like a 1 penny, just kind of consolation mark. Like we're not even getting that. We're literally getting nothing. And so this butterfly does not exist. Like this butterfly has been extinguished from our existence. And so come Monday, this will disappear. And it will be gone, and we'll be down the $1.89. And so we did Hood, we did Crocs, we did those two guys together. We made like $1.20 on Crocs. We lose $1.80 on Hood. We end up net down 60 cents. It's like, all right, not our greatest butterfly showing, without question. But we still had a decent little run with the butterflies, even with some of the SPX snafus over the course of the last couple of days, and even with the Hood debacle and those kinds of things. I would say that we could still, at least for a little bit longer, we can call ourselves from theory to expected move butterfly. And so that is going to persist for at least a few more days. But do we have anything next week? I don't really think there's anything major going on next week. I haven't checked out the economic calendar, so I don't know. I think next week is a pretty slow week. I think we've got, that classic Canadian durable goods, estimated, forecasted, revised print that's coming out on Wednesday or Thursday. I forgot which one. But we've got that, which is always a market mover. It's sure to move the market by at least 10, maybe 15 basis points. And so be on the lookout for that. But I think that's the only thing that we might have next week. If we look at, earnings, there's really nothing. There's nothing next week. I mean, you've got BABA. BABA. People still trading BABA. Wow, 124. Wow, BABA's doing okay for itself. You've got Walmart, obviously. Walmart, 220. February 20 is what I mean by 220, not like a price or anything. Then you've got, Home Depot and stuff. That's the following week. So that's going to be the Tuesday. That's in like a week and a half. And so next week, just looking at Tom's watch list up here, still waiting on that Dr. Jim watch list. It should be any day now. But we've got BABA and Walmart next week. I don't know that I'll do anything with those two guys. They're not usually stocks that I trade too often, which is not necessarily a reason for me not to do it. But I don't know that I'll do it. But we'll see. All right, so not much to do, but I want to get to you guys. We're a little bit early today. And so that's kind of fun, I think. Let's go ahead and let's see where you guys are at, man. Let's go. We've got where are we at? There we go. All right, Daniel Perkins in the house. What's going on there, Daniel Perkins? I appreciate you. Says Danny Boy is here, Dr. J, for the single most important episode of Theory to Practice in my trading career. Well done, my friend. I see what you've done there, and that is correct, right? Every From Theory to Practice episode, the upcoming episode, is without question the most important From Theory to Practice episode in the show's history. There is no close second. And so the fact that you are here today, that's a big deal. That's a real big deal, because there has been no show that's been more important than this one that we are staring down the chutes at right now, that we are actually experiencing. Right? Our butterfly and Hood may no longer exist, but this show certainly exists. At least I think so. For all I know, we could be season 5 of Lost. This could be like a flash sideways. Like the flashbacks were kind of hard to keep up with. The flash forwards were very hard to keep up with. But then they started throwing some flash sideways on you. It's like, man, I don't even know what's going on. But this show is amazing. And you know that it is. So Daniel Perkins, thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate you very much. Rob Banks says, happy leg day, Dr. J. Today was leg day, actually. And so again, it's funny because I razz on this all the time, and we talk about, just your standard bro splits. Like you can't fade the bro split. Like you got to keep it, in its current, feng shui format. But what's funny, I actually fade it all the time, because my new split, I don't have like a Monday is chest, Tuesday is back, whatever. I actually have like what is next on the docket. Because for the longest time, like when I was younger, right? Like when I was in my 20s and my 30s, you're invincible. You got nothing but time. You got, you're either single or maybe I was newly married or whatever. And it's like, you got nothing but time. I got nothing but time, right? And there isn't too much that gets in my way in terms of life that kind of, precludes me from, hitting whatever I want to hit that day. Well, those days are long gone, man. Like those days are over. I got wives, I got kids. right? I mean, I only have one wife, but man, I'll be darned if it doesn't feel like multiple a lot of the time. And so because of that, I actually just have like a day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. And sometimes I do day 1 on Monday. Sometimes I do day 1 on Wednesday. Right. Sometimes I do day 2 on Tuesday. Sometimes I do day 2 on like Thursday evening. Right. Well, today was actually day 3, which landed on a Friday, which was super weird. And so we did little legs and delts there, Rob Banks. We got a little, just a little quad pump, a little delt pump, just a little something, to kind of, just kind of keep them guessing for Valentine's Day. And so I hope you had a good leg day there, Rob Banks. If it's already happened, it may be ex ante. You may be looking forward to leg day. If that is the case, then, man. Prayers and well wishes for your quads and your hams if you're going to be putting in that work. Griffin Jones in the house says, hey, what's going on there, Griffin Jones? I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of what it is that we're doing. I am very, very thankful for all your support. So thank you so much. Let's see. Sam L says, Dr. Jim is in the house. Market hitting all-time highs again. Man, what are we even doing here? I have no idea. And, this is kind of reminiscent of, I guess it would be, as the NASDAQ's up 90 now, I guess it would be reminiscent of 2023 when, like 2022 was really, really bad, right? Because of inflation and because of, whatever other reason you want to attach to it. I mean, it's always easy to say it was bad because of fill in the blank after the fact, but you never quite know which one the market is going to grab onto during the fact and kind of in the moment. I mean, this is basic market stuff. But 2023 was interesting because even though like inflation kind of was still high and, the rate hike schedule was going on and things like that, the market was incredibly strong. Now, maybe that was because, the market was looking forward to, rate cuts and whatever. But actually, I don't think we were to that point yet. Like the beginning of 2023, I mean, Uncle Jay hadn't even like laid out his back to back 75 bips hikes. I don't think that was in like the middle part of 2023 or something. Right. I can't remember. I might be getting 2022 and 2023 mixed up. But either way, the market was incredibly resilient, regardless of maybe poor economic data, as imaginary as it might be. Well, regardless of what was thrown at it. Okay, this kind of feels like that. I mean, retail sales this morning just fell out of bed. Like retail sales, I don't even see what the numbers were, but I just heard from the internet, the same internet bros that told me that silver was breaking out. They told me that retail sales fell out of bed. And like, did they miss the mark on the silver breakout? Absolutely not. So I can trust them on the retail sales falling out of bed. And so it's like, man, like what's going on? Like, is there a recession? Is there this? Is there that? Market doesn't care. Market does not care. And this is another great example of, man, you don't know how the market's going to respond to whatever economic data might come. Now, again, if you zoom out and like look at like kind of like a macro, and I don't mean macro by like, like strength of the dollar, price of oil, like those kinds of things. But if you zoom out and look over like a period of like years, can you match up or map out like, rates going up, rates going down, market doing whatever? I think possibly, or like jobs numbers and things like that, especially when you have the real jobs numbers, which we know don't happen until, 7 to 12 weeks after the actual jobs numbers are released with all the revisions and things like that. But the market's incredibly resilient. I still think that it's going to be quite turbulent coming up here pretty soon. But could we see? I mean, what is the high? Did ES hit a high? Is this let me bring up a daily chart. And I forgot to look at the daily of gold, but it's okay. You guys. I mean, gold's not going anywhere. And so, all right, so we're not quite at the all-time high of ES. Like we're a little bit, we're just a little bit off here. It looks like, 61.78 looks like around your high. Yeah, 61.78 is your high. So right now you're at 61.39. You got some work to do. And by you got some work to do, I mean this is probably going to happen with the gap up on Sunday. And so, you're only 40 points away. And so there you go. It's just, this is easy stuff. These are warm-up sets, man. For this market, these are warm-up sets. These are down sets. These are nothing. Like you're not getting 1-2 RIRs. Like no, not at all. These are you're in cruise control. Like this is not a problem. You go to NASDAQ, you're gonna get kind of the same type of deal. You see the NASDAQ, the high was 22,387. It looks like we're at 22,187, so we're 200 points off. But again, this is a morning session. This is nothing, right? This is a few sets of leg extensions. This isn't a set of hack squats. This isn't an AMRAP set of leg presses. This is a couple warm-up sets of extensions, right? A couple warm-up sets of curls. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Just a light quad ham pump. Nothing crazy. And so, but Sam L, I appreciate you. And then Sam L says, are we trading for real gains or just out here chasing spirit energy? Man, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. As an 8-time Mr. Olympia champ once said, stimulate, don't annihilate. Yes, I think, was that Ronnie Coleman? It must have been Ronnie Coleman, because I think he's the only 8-timer. Arnold was 7, right? Or 6? Arnold was 6 or 7. I know Ronnie's got the crown in terms of how many times that he won. And that must be Sir Ronnie Coleman that said that. And yeah, I mean, you stimulate, you don't annihilate. You just, again, we're just looking for a light pump, nothing crazy, like just a little something to get into the Valentine's Day celebrations. But Junior Mack in the house, good morning from Australia. GC paid me back, or black. There you go. So you must have been, were you long gold or short gold? Because if you were long gold last night, you made a bunch of money. If you were short gold this morning, you made a bunch of money. And of course, all the internet traders were both. Like all the internet traders, they caught the breakout last night, and man, they timed that top perfectly. Like they got the top tick, don't you worry about it, and they flipped short at the perfect primo time, because that is in the internet trader manual. Like this is in the internet wizard playbook. It's basically on page number 1. Like you're painting tops, you're painting bottoms, and you've even got your demo account screenshots to prove it. And so it's some good stuff, man. But Junior Mack, I appreciate you for being here. Steve's in the house. What's going on there, Steve? Dr. J, what do you look for before entering a trade? It's a good question. Do you bother looking at the VIX, fear, greed, or other charts specifically before opening a trade? Great question. So I don't look at so first of all, let me steer you to one of the crash courses that's already on the YouTube channel. It's like 2 hours long. If you kind of want to get like, kind of a full picture of kind of all the things that I might look that might go into my trade analysis, that might be a good place to go. Now, there's gonna be a lot of other stuff in there. It's kind of geared towards a beginner trader, which beginner trader digital collectibles coming out in a couple of weeks, and so that's kind of fun. But the crash course is kind of along those same lines, but inside of there, probably closer to the end, I kind of talk through like, okay, this is what I look for when setting up a trade, and so that will give you an additional resource in addition to what I'm gonna kind of say now. But what I typically look at, I'm not looking at charts. I mean, I look at charts like now just to kind of talk through where prices have been and things like that. But I'm not using technical analysis. I'm not looking for, levels of, support resistance, volume profiles, things like that. I know a lot of traders like to use that. I think it's great, man. If you have something that you like, if you have something that you think kind of gives you a little bit of an edge or just gives you a little bit of something, then go for it, man. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I don't personally do it, but I'm all for anyone that finds value in that. I'm not going to hate on you. I'm not going to throw shade on you. I'm going to, offer up some playful jabs from time to time, but we all do that. And that's what you get for stepping into the arena. So I don't look at charts, but am I looking at volatility? Of course. And I might look at overall volatility like the VIX, right? Which is now in the 14 handle. How about that, man? VIX down to 14. Oof, man, that's some brutal stuff, I'll tell you that. So the VIX, I might look at that for overall market-wide volatility, but I'm a little bit more interested in looking at, individual stock volatility. So I would go into, the watch list. Like again, I'm on Tom's watch list. Another great watch list would be the Tasty Default. And then, of course, when the Dr. Jim watch list is available, that might not be a bad one, although it's just going to have, Starbucks, Kroger in Florida. It's just going to have 3 stocks on it. So you might need a second or third one to kind of supplement the Dr. Jim watch list. But if you look at, any Tasty Default or Tom's watch list would be a good start. I'm going to sort by IV rank. If I'm looking to sell premium, if I'm looking to, get short some premium, build up some positive theta, I want to know, is this a decent IV rank play where I have a decent chance of, some volatility mean reversion? Probably looking to sell premium IV ranks like 30 would be great. 20, 25 might also be acceptable. Teens is a little dicey. I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm not saying that I won't do it again in the future. I certainly will. But it's like, okay, it's maybe not the greatest opportunity. But when you've got the VIX at 12, 13, 14, it's like, man, beggars can't be choosers. It's like you can sit on the sideline forever, like, of course, and you can just wait, if you're a robot. But a lot of times it's hard to do. Like you want to get in there, you want to mix it up, you want to get some things working for you because you have, capital that you want to be working towards whatever your return projections might be or your return, needs or expectations might be. And so, these are, again, it's easy to say in a textbook or in a PowerPoint or in some podcast, like, hey, if the IVRs are below 25, you shouldn't have any capital out there. I'm just kind of picking a number at random. But if the IVRs are too low, like you shouldn't have anything out there. It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, that's easy to say, but, you might want to have a little something working for you. Again, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. You don't have to allocate all of your capital, like just go ham on it, but, have a little something working for you. So I'm looking at IV rank before I'm entering a trade. And then from that point, There's actually another crash course. There's another crash course because this is just going to be a way better resource than what I can rattle off through memory. As far as like, am I bullish? Am I bearish? Like, what types of strategies am I looking for? The first crash course I mentioned would be a good place to go. The second one would be portfolio management. There's a portfolio management crash course on the YouTube channel. It's a little 4-episode deal. If you can't find it, email me. I'll send you the direct link, and that will get you right there. My email is just jschultz@tastylive.com, and that will kind of tell you how I think about entering trades and whether they're bullish or bearish and things like that. I'm actually using kind of portfolio metrics to help guide me where I should go next. And so hopefully that helps you a little bit there, Steve. Great question, though, and hopefully that was some value. And so Sam L says, oh, by the way, Doc, happy Valentine's Day, man. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, my friend. I'm all in tonight on bonefish bread pesto. Yes. And that signature pasta. They have a signature pasta. I didn't even know that. I'm steak every time, man. Like the delta that I get the steak is 100. It's 106. There's no scenario where I'm going to bonefish and not getting a fillet, right? A petite fillet, mind you. They're delicious. They're unbelievable. Like you would think you should go there and get the swordfish. You would think you should go there and get the halibut, but like all the pros know that you go to bonefish and you get the fillet. It's amazing. But yes, of course, the bread pesto is going to be additionally amazing. But let's see. Using all your buying power, no margin required. Yes, Autumn is probably going to take all my cash tonight, and that's just how it works. I mean, that's what marriage is all about, right? I mean, it's like, man, I'm trying to keep some, but my kids take most of it, and whatever's left, Autumn gets it. And so what do I have left? Why do you think I've been wearing the same 4 shirts, right, for the last however long it's been? It's like, man, your boy don't have no cash left. And so that's just going to be that. And so, but I appreciate you there, Samuel. Robert P. in the house. I retired last month. Look at this, man. Robert P. Look at this, man. I am going to send you that cash that we talked about for you putting this comment in the stream at this very time. Robert P. says, I retired last month so I could watch your show live, Dr. Jim. So the way that I'm reading that, and this may not be correct, but I'm going to take this home and we're going to leave it at this. The way I'm reading that comment, the sole singular reason that you decided to retire from a career that maybe lasted 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? Your whole life has been devoted to this one singular thing, whether it's, building buildings or, painting, pictures or whatever it was. You decided to retire just so you can watch From Theory to Practice Live. Man, I appreciate you so much. I am going to send you that cash, maybe even a little extra on top of what we discussed, because I appreciate you, Robert. Thank you. If I can ever help you in any way, man, just let me know. I'm very, very happy to do it. And so Daniel Perkins, Valentine's Day Bonefish. I thought this was a family show. Yeah. No, not. Yeah. So we'll move on from that. So Peter says, red wine. Let's see. Red wine. Oh, the UB40. Yes. We actually, so we determined and we came together and figured out that UB40 and red wine are the same. I wasn't sure when we started, obviously making the connection between, UB, like if you look at the, the quote stream here, this says UBH5. Like if I circle that guy, but we know that's not right. That H5 is incorrect. That should be 40. So this is UB40 right here. But at the time, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's red wine, but I couldn't remember if it was simply red that did red wine. That's a lot of red. Or if it was UB40. And it turns out it was indeed UB40 because you guys hooked me up. Just like you hooked me up with the chains on the positions tab, which is nice, where I group by, the chains up here, which is super nice because if I open up my, a given stock, like you can see, it shows you what strategy it was, like or is, this is my butterfly. Like if I bring up, what's another one? SPY, this is a vertical spread, right? Tesla, vertical spread, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, kind of down the list. And so I appreciate you guys so much. Peter says, yeah, but what about gold minus 47? I know, that's what we talked about. It's crazy, man. That's super crazy stuff. That is some super crazy stuff. I mean, that move last night, like it looked like, it was going to hit 3,000 this morning. It looked like, silver was going to 35, gold going to 3,000. All the shifties are happy, and just everybody goes home and everybody's just ready to go. But man, now it's down 50. This is some wild stuff. You got silver down 50 or gold down 50. What's silver doing? Silver, okay, so silver's only up 5.5 cents or 6 cents now. That's always so interesting to me. When you look at like a silver quote, like look at that quote. That doesn't even make any sense because silver trades in half-cent increments. Like you can see it right now. It's 77.5 cents. Like it's 78 cents. Like it's moving, obviously, because the markets are still open. But if you look at the change is not in a half-cent increment. Like, how does that even work? Like, that's like we've got fractional shares of silver contracts. Like, I didn't think that was a thing, but I mean, according to like the change in the mark price, I mean, there's probably like for like settlement prices and things like that, that's probably what this is tracing back to. Which again, I'm not a settlement price guy. I don't know like all the ins and outs of like the equations and the formulas. Like when you start talking about like SPX settlement, you start talking about like VIX settlement, you're talking about like the metal settlements and things like that. This is probably kind of a holdover from the settlement pricing structure being not necessarily, on the half-cent increment. And so it's always so interesting to me when I look at like a silver quote and it's up, 5 4/10 cents. And it's like, that's interesting because you can't trade in 0.4 cent increments in the silver pits. But anyway, I digress. And so Scott S. in the house. Hey, Dr. Jim, what's going on there, Scott S.? I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for being here. I am very, very, very thankful that you're here. And it was great to meet you at the pop-up event just a little while ago, a couple weeks ago. And so Big Deal Donuts in the house. What's going on there, Big Deal Donuts? I appreciate you so much. Griffin says, is gold forming a triangle? Man, I have no idea. But we can take a look. I don't know, maybe. So I'm on a daily chart. I mean, that doesn't look like, like, again, when I think of a triangle, I think of this, right? And again, it's 2025. I mean, math and, geometry, it can be whatever you need it to be. So that may not be your triangle, right? Your triangle might be that. I mean, your triangle might be that. It's all good, right? It's all good. But when I look at this chart, I don't see anything like that. I mean, I see a W, I guess, right? There's a W, the classic W pattern, which that means, it's either going to go up or it's either going to go down. It's 50-50. Then you've got, that looks like what is that, a bearish engulfing candle? So you've got the classic bearish engulfing candle pattern. That again means it's either going to go up or it's either going to go down. It's approximately 50-50. And so that's what I got when I look at this. I don't necessarily see a triangle. I don't see any of these triangles. I don't see the actual triangle, and I don't see the oval or the square. That could also be a triangle because it's 2025. And so I don't see that, Griffin. But that doesn't mean it's not there. That just means I'm not seeing it. And you might be looking at a different chart. You may not be looking at the daily chart. But Harold's in the house. What's going on there, Harold? Harold says best way to spend a Friday. Congrats on Alex Bregman. Yes, and you're laughing. Oh, you're laughing. But he's going to be the thing. Man, he's going to be the thing that's going to get us to the playoffs and push us deep, make a deep playoff run. I'm very excited about Bregman. I'll tell you what I'm excited about. So my Red Sox got Alex Bregman. I think it was last night or 2 nights ago or whatever. And I'm very excited. Now, do I think that Bregman is going to be like unbelievable? No, I don't think so. I think he's going to hit 275, and I think he's going to get a few dingers. I think he's going to play some pretty decent defense and all those kinds of things. Here's what I'm excited about, though. The ownership finally spent some money. They overpaid for him. There's no question. $40 million a year for 3 years. I don't know how old he is, but he's not young. I think he's 34, 35, 36. I mean, he's up there, right? But he's solid. He's quality. You kind of know what you're going to get. I don't think he's going to be lights out per se, although his lifetime stats at Fenway are kind of lights out. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I'm actually pretty excited because second base was going to be a weak point for us. But now I think it could potentially be a strength. And we've got Christian Campbell coming up in the minors. And so we'll see there, Harold. But, and then Harold says, 3 years, 120. That's right. If my math is correct, that's 40 million a year. That's correct. And we out here selling dollar strangles. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I'm out here rolling a Crocs Butterfly for 18 cents. My man just got 40 million a year for 3 years. And he's not even that good. He's average, slightly above average. My man got 120 mil for 3 years. That's crazy, Harold. That's crazy. And we're out here managing at 50%. Like, that's wild, man. I totally agree with you. We got to find a way out of this thing. But I don't think the Sosnoffs and the Batistas and the Sheridans are gonna let us out. And so I think we're stuck with each other, bro. Like, this is it, man. And so, but I appreciate you. Griffin Jones, looking at my win covered calls, getting threatened with being tested, which is a good thing, by the way. So yeah, I don't necessarily I don't love the negative language there. It sounded a little pessimistic. But so you've got win is at 89, so maybe you have a 90 call in there. Remember, when you have a covered call on, you want the strike to get hit. That's a good scenario for you. That's not a bad scenario for you. Of course, is the perfect scenario that it just goes right to at the money or like 1 penny below to where it's still out of the money and just sits there? Of course. But that's not going to happen, right? That's not going to happen in the real, living and breathing markets. I mean, it could happen at expiration, but you're going to have some in the money time. You're going to have some out of the money time. So just remember, Griffin, that, with the market going up, that's a good thing for you. That's not a bad thing for you. So I wouldn't necessarily be super upset about that. You're in a good spot. Let's see. Colonel's in the house. Says, hey, Dr. Jimmy, what's going on there? Colonel, I appreciate you. RC's in the house. Says, Jimothy, what's going on there, RC? RC says, I see Cynthia's back in the house. What's going on there, Cynthia? Thank you for being here. All the way from Philadelphia, I remember. And so I hope that Philadelphia is treating you well. It's cold there right now, I think, right? I mean, it's super cold in Philadelphia. It's like winter, right? I mean, it's like 20, 30. Whew, man, it's not the way the good Lord intended it. I can assure you of that. But RC says, volatility looks like it wants another leg lower before it thinks about rising again. Man, maybe so. I don't really yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say why I was pausing there is I was thinking about, there are a lot of people, and again, I don't use technical analysis to begin with, so I'm not really, VIX one day. That's not really what I want. I wanted just to VIX regular. I've been told that you can't use TA on the VIX. I've been told by internet, superstars that you can't use TA on the VIX, which is funny because that implies that you can use a bunch of TA elsewhere, which I'm not so sure. I have my doubts. I'm skeptical. But, just to keep an open mind, I'm like, okay, apparently because of supply and demand and because of the way the VIX works, and there aren't actually, the order flow that there might be with an equity, you're not allowed to use TA on the VIX. Again, so RC, I'm not making the rules, man. I'm just passing on the rules to you, right? I'm just passing on the rules that Johnny Pools 47 gave me on Twitter to give to you. And so you're not supposed to do that, man. So I'm just kind of letting you know. And so, but RC says it's a terrible time to trade right now. I agree. It's very slow. It's extremely slow. I mean, I was watching, on the retail sales number this morning. Again, hypothetically, I may have been right in the middle of a quad ham delta pump, which is an interesting trifecta to kind of, put together and smash together in a little training session sandwich. But it works. Man, the market didn't do anything on retail sales, and even on the opening bell, like 9:30 to 10, very slow, extremely slow. I mean, ES was like in like a 2 or 3 point range for like 25 minutes. I mean, it was crazy, man. And so, yeah, it's very, very slow. But then RC says, Dr. Jim, have you or the team done any research into the relationship between the VIX and VX? The futures tend to converge to the spot. That's correct. So how do we take advantage of this? I don't know that you can take advantage of it necessarily. Yes, the VIX, the spot volatility, and the futures volatility are going to converge. Now, can you take advantage of that of the divergence that we have now, and then kind of play the convergence that's going to happen on expiration? Which I think the VIX, I think the front month volatility futures, which I'm not sure if that's March or February, but I think they expire next Wednesday. It's probably February. Expire next Wednesday, so just in a few days. The difference between the VIX and futures volatility. Can you take advantage of that? I don't know how to do it. I can't do it. And so I'm not like, there are a lot of traders out there that are trading the volatility products like they're just trading it directly. Like they're, experts in the space when it comes to, volatility, spot, volatility futures, and they might have a lot more insight into, playing the divergence. For me, I'm just trading volatility indirectly through, kind of equity premium and, option premium and, playing the volatility mean reversion, IV ranks and things like that. And so I would never, ever consider myself to be a volatility product expert. And so in terms of the divergence and then the subsequent convergence, yes, that obviously does happen. But how to take advantage of that, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if the team has looked into that or not. I would probably just do a quick little Google and do, market measures like, VIX, VX convergence and see what pops up. I know I've talked about that before, like on a skinny in terms of the theoretical understanding, and maybe gave like some general takeaways in terms of understanding that dynamic and like what you can do. But I know I didn't give like super practical, like, hey, look for that when this happens, do X, when this happens, do Y, because I don't have that skill set. Like I just don't have that. That's beyond my abilities. But hopefully that helps a little bit. And so For Better Fold says, Griffin Jones, you're being threatened with max profit. Yes, that's a great comment, by the way. It might not be max profit, but For Better Fold is getting to the point that we're trying to get to. When you have a covered call that the short call is going in the money, that's a good scenario. And but Griffin says, not yet. My win calls are 105 or 110. 35 days to go. Oh, wait a minute. You're wow. So hold on a second. The plot thickens, people. So the win calls are 105 and you've got the stock at 89. Yeah, man. I understand what you're saying because the stock is up so much today. Maybe they had earnings or whatever, but they're up, $9 today. You have a ton more runway. Even if you're at 105 and not 110, that's another $15. And I mean, we're talking about this is an 80 or $90 stock. We're not talking, this isn't like Tesla, right? This isn't like Microsoft or like, Meta, right? Or like the artist formerly known as Priceline. Like I think Priceline split, didn't they? PCLN. Priceline. Did they go out of business? Wow, look at that. Hold on. It's PCLN, right? Hold on a second. Priceline. Priceline's gone? Man, I just used them to book a flight like a week ago. Did they go private? Did William Shatner just take them private? Like, let's do it, man. Like, I like it. I mean, Elon did it with Twitter. Maybe it works. I don't know. But Priceline used to be like $2,000 a share before it apparently went out of business. And I didn't get the memo. Like, nobody told me. Like, y'all let me down. Didn't let me know that Priceline's gone. That's crazy. Like, now we all have to use Kayak? Like, that's brutal, man. But anyway, an $8 move and win is a huge move. I think you still have a ton more runway. $15, up to the short call strike at 105. I think you're going to be okay. I think there's still a very, very good likelihood that your option expires out of the money. In fact, if I just go to win really quick, I can tell you have 35 days to go. You have a 105 call. I mean, look at the delta. I mean, look at this. The delta on the 105 call is only 10. That means there's a 10% chance that the win gets there and stays there, and only a 20% chance it gets touched. So the odds are still heavily in your favor that you're not going to be tested on that strike. But let's see here. Where am I at? Dr. Jim, are you taking the fine lady to Bonefish tonight? I got to be honest with you guys. We're at the end of the show now. I got to be honest with you guys. I was going to take her to Bonefish, obviously, right? But she actually told me, she said, hey, a few days ago, she said, hey, if you're doing anything for Valentine's Day, she said, I would rather not go to Bonefish. Now, typically that type of comment, that's grounds for divorce. Typically that type of comment, like we're going to have a very serious conversation. But because it was a holiday and because she was kind of stressed out about homeschooling and stuff like that, I let it slide. So we're actually not going to Bonefish tonight. We're actually going to a different restaurant. It's called Grace Restaurant. It's supposed to be a really nice steakhouse. I mean, it's not going to be as good as Bonefish, obviously. But can they get like 80% of the way there? That's all I'm really going for. Like that would be kind of, my target here on tonight's meal. So I'll let you guys know on Tuesday how it went, but we're not doing Bonefish because I was told very specifically not to take her to Bonefish tonight. But Big Deal Donut says Lost was a good show. Indeed it was. The best even. And then Bill Buchanan says crying when your short strikes are breached on a covered call because of how much you're losing is a valid strategy. I don't think it is, but you're probably being sarcastic there, Bill. I hope you are, because that would be some good stuff if you are. And then CM says, I understand your question to Griffin, but there are many traders who want to keep call premium and the shares. Of course. Not saying right or wrong. I think Jenny is a little like this. Of course. I mean, for example, sell calls in a sort of big TLT position, but I also want to collect lead. Of course. I mean, that's what we all want. Like, of course. Like, I want to sell all my strangles and just, keep all the decay, keep all the premium. Like, that's what we all want, of course. But you have to understand that, I mean, we can't always get exactly what we want, right? And so, when you think about a covered call, it's like, okay, if I have to choose, like, let's just keep it binary. Let's keep it really simple. If I have to choose between the stock going up and the stock going down, what are you going to choose? But, and what's funny is some people might say stock going down. I'm like, that's a little crazy. And they would say stock going down because they want to keep the premium on the short calls. But the long shares are still the driver of the strategy. You're still going to feel a bigger loss on the long shares if the stock goes down. And so stock going up is always going to be the best outcome for you on a covered call, even if it goes up through your short strike, even if it goes up significantly through your short strike. And I mean, we're kind of dealing with that with Starbucks here. You see Starbucks at 112. We're going to talk about this position. We'll talk about it more next week. And just as this guy continues to go on, I'm kind of glad that we've gotten stuck in this spot because it's going to be fun to have to navigate this together. But man, I'm done. The show is over. This is crazy. And we have reservations at like 3:15, so I got to roll, man. Like, we're getting some late lunch, Valentine's Day dinner reservations. But, man, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys for being here. If I can ever help you guys in any way, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tasty Trade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tasty Trade. Make your move, genius. Tasty Trade.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it.
If you say way to go out on a ledge, what are you doing?
Way to go out on a ledge is just another expression when you make fun of another trader who's not willing to take any risk, who's very risk averse. So when somebody's very risk averse and doesn't want to do anything risky, you say, "Hey, way to go out on the ledge."
When you say you're going to whack the bid, what are you doing?
When you whack the bid, that means you're selling at the best available price.
A scoopy.
Scoopy! That's one of my favorite. That's when you're just like scooping something at the bottom, like, you bought something and it never goes lower. Scoopy.
Back in the pits, you guys call them teenies. What are teenies?
A teeny is a 16th. So before we went to decimalization, we used fractions. And we used 16ths under a certain dollar amount.
Do you want the penny or the position?
Well, that's always something. The penny or the position is, do you want the trade? Then just pay up to get the trade. But do you want to squeeze it for a penny? That means you're just going to wait until you get filled.
When you say Omaha, what happened?
When I hear Omaha, I know I've gone too far.
So I've been trading for about 5 years, maybe 8 to 5 years, and I got in the options world because I wasn't making enough with just holding long equity. There's not a lot of strategy. It's just sort of like buy it and then pray it goes up. I found tastylive from my friend, and I started looking at the YouTube videos. My favorite part about it was just that there was math, there was probability, it was something you could consistently rely on. Once someone gets the right information, which they provide on tastylive, they can really change their financial situation for the better. Consistently, not, I bought a stock and it went way up one time, but how can you do it consistently, over and over? And with tastylive, I was able to do that.
Calling all traders. Are you using tastylive mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Got the need for speed? No problem! At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
What's going on, everybody? It's Friday, and welcome to the most dangerous show on the Tasty Live Network. I'm your host, Jamal Chandler. This is Engineering the Trade, and I got, after a long week we've had here, I got a special guest, Errol Coleman, in the house with the fresh fade and the freshly shaved face and all of that. What's up, man? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How we been? How we been? I know it's Friday. What? It's second week of March already. Second month of the year. I don't know. January,
March. Whoa,
February.
you put us in March already, huh?
Oh, did I say March?
Ready?
Second.
Ready?
I'm not ready, but we're in the second week of February. Might as well be. But no, what's
I know,
what's going
right?
on, Jamal? How we doing today? Yeah.
Doing well, man. Doing well, man. As we were talking about coming into the show, you talk about what's going on. My kids playing basketball, as you mentioned. It's funny because listen, look, I've been through this before. We were talking on for the audience. We were talking off air about life and family and kids and where we are and stuff. And I have two older kids and a younger kid. My two older kids are in college, as most of the audience knows, and my youngest is 12. And Aaron and I were laughing because he's got a similar situation of younger siblings with the family and how different they get treated. And we talk about this a lot throughout the network because there's Nikki, right? Mm-hmm. And then, right. Tony has a younger son, and there's always jokes about how differently they get treated. I mean, it's just kind of inherent, man. Like, you're one age when you have your first kid, you're a little bit older, more mature when you have another. And it's just, you're better. I mean, you're better.
I got a question.
And things don't bother you as much.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Is it you have more experience as a parent as time goes on? Is that it? Or is it I don't got the energy for this anymore? Which one is it? Or is it a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. I think it depends on the person.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not as stressed as I was when I had my oldest. You're just a lot more stressed at the time. You're still trying to figure out everything. Your number one job is it's your first one. You want to make sure they don't die. You know what I mean? Because then you're just a complete failure. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So
that's the biggest
whereas
fear.
When the last one comes along, you would never let your first kid eat off the floor. And you know what? Pay attention, Paul, producer Paul. This is good for you too, since you just had a kid. You would never let your first kid eat off the floor, but your last kid, you're like, whatever, go right ahead. You're not gonna die. You'll be okay.
No, you're not gonna die as long as you don't die.
It's totally
build
different.
That immune system, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's totally different. And so where I'm going with this is basketball. You asked me about what we're doing. My youngest kid's playing basketball right now. I'm totally it's funny because travel sports for a lot of parents, it can really kind of drive them nuts and freak them out and send their whole world into a tizzy. Yeah. These travel sports, man, I'm telling you, basketball, for example.
It's no joke.
When once upon a time, travel basketball with AAU basketball they're sometimes blended. And now what's so funny is now they're actually kind of separated. AAU basketball used to be for the top people in any given state. There was one team and that's it. Right. Now there's 100 teams everywhere, even more if you're in a Chicago or LA or New York, right? But you got to control the narrative. And so I actually don't want my kid playing it all year round for a lot of different reasons. It drives my family nuts.
Sport or
him nuts.
Is that for any sport in general, year round in general, even if it's switches to football?
At this age, yeah. At this age, yeah. I don't want him. It's great to do football between August and November, and it's done, and that's it. We don't need to be doing. He's not a quarterback. Maybe if he was quarterback, it might be a little different because you're competing early. But we're not doing any camps in the winter, and we're good. We'll be all right.
I saw a tweet not too long ago, and it was a thread. Excuse me. It was a discussion, and it was about parents, families, and travel sports. And I was just reading a lot of people's perspectives and how it affects a family, kids, other siblings, the marriage itself. And I was like, I never thought about how much full-time sports is a full-time thing, and you have to weave that into everyday life and manage your family and the relationships around it. But I was reading all the comments, and it just gave me a lot of perspective. I was like, I never thought about that. I was just looking forward to the games.
If you don't control it, they'll have you playing a game every single weekend. I'll practice every once or twice a week, and for months on end. And you have to control it. And so it's funny because I had a discussion with a guy who is a prospect of one of the teams today. He reached out to family. He's reached out to families to talk to people about bringing their kid in, and had a good convo with them. They might be one of the teams that we roll to next. But in the meantime, we're about to finish up with this team we're on right now, and that's going to be it for team stuff until probably the summer. And that's just how we roll. Trust me, right? Most travel basketball teams, they're actually gearing up. March is a big time. They're going to start in March. They're going to be games in April, May, June. Nah, we're good. We ain't playing until June. I don't care what
I believe it. I remember. I know. So I'll put my foot down. No, I remember some of those AAU boys are no joke. I remember being 15 going to a tournament somewhere and we got like 7-foot twins. I'm like, check their birth certificate right now. But anyways, it'll be a nice little break in between heading into June. So
Absolutely, that's what it is. And I mean, it's not like we're not going to do nothing. He'll do like little workouts here and there, but as far as team stuff, no, we're good. Let's pull up the platform, Paul. How was your week, man? How was your trading week?
It was good. It was a really volatile week. We got some pretty decent opportunities. I mean, volatile in terms of price, and we got a lot of big moves to the downside, and then we got a lot of big moves to the upside, and then we got another big move to the downside, and a lot of big moves to the upside. I know even with the CPI print this Wednesday, an hour before the market opened, I know we opened up. We had a massive move to the downside. I mean, we recovered by the end of the day and some. So in terms of that, a lot of price volatility. Been looking at a lot of the indices like SPY, QQQ, the NASDAQ futures, of course, and those things of the sort. Last week was a little bit more full with earnings and doing some things over there, but a little bit more indices for me at least. I don't know what you've been looking at on your end, Jamal.
I got, it's funny you mentioned like the week. So one of the things that I had, coming into this week was some long deltas and some individual names, some of those NASDAQ names you mentioned. I've retooled the book quite a few times actually in the last
Say
week
that again.
and change. I've retooled the book like quite a few times in the last week and change, because kind of what I've been doing in my long deltas, I don't really want to commit too much to anything as far as long delta wise, like short put spreads, or because there's not as much vol that I'd like, or I don't really want to own too many like micros or anything like that. So what I've been doing, and what's funny, this is like in my head, and I basically need to go ahead and do this, is sort of expand more on how I use a lot of covered calls to a lot of calendar call spreads to sort of express my upside opinion. And I think I'm going to do that as like a webinar and a couple other places too, because it's really been my thing, So like case in point, let's see. Actually, Baba is a good example. So I started noticing how Baba's been on the move recently. A lot of these Chinese names, right, have been on the move, and they've really exploded basically since the middle of January. Now, typically, and again, this is only over the last year, but typically when you see a chart like this and exploding higher, you're like, I don't necessarily want to jump in at this level, and understandable. But you can also build a position by just using like upside call spreads. Right, like I'm short near term, and again, I might have to change some of these out, but I'm short the 125s and I'm short the 130s, but I'm long them and the next up expiration. And this doesn't create, it's not a ton of money, and you can do this however you want. You can do one, you can do two. I always think about it from the standpoint of premium. How much do I want to risk on this name? So is it 300? Is it 500? Is it 700? Is it 1,000? Like those are the decisions you can make when you determine how many you want to put on. Because at the end of the day, I do have to think about, what if this ding tanks? How much money am I willing to lose in it? Right.
Well, whenever you see something like this, what do you kind of lean towards, personally, in terms of being aggressive? Are you a little bit more hesitant on something like Baba whenever we look at the chart here?
Yes and no. Like I said, this is more near term, but if let me stretch this thing out. I mean, gotta really remember where Baba's coming from. I mean, this is the real chart, right? Like this is what we've seen over the last, our platform's a little slow. This is what we've seen over the last, few years, going back to 2022. So yes, while it may look like it's completely like mooning right now, there is potentially still some room to grow. Like, is it going to have to pull back? Maybe it's going to pull back in the near term, but I'm playing it for more of an upside move. Maybe this is finally the move that for the Chinese names, they've been some of the most oversold stocks out there. So that's why I am continuing to deploy some capital to the upside. I mean, even though I know it's, like I said, the first chart we look at just the 1 year, it looks crazy. It looks like it's a crazy move, but again, I'm looking at it from a long-term standpoint, and I remember this name used to be trading a lot higher, so maybe this is the beginning of it heading back towards 200. I don't know, or maybe it pulls back to 100 before. I would expect it to pull back to 100 before it goes to 200. But one of the main reasons why I decided to put the position on is because I know it has earnings next week. Maybe earnings ends up giving it that next boost that it goes higher. We'll see. But that's how I use these a lot, mostly on earnings.
Okay, heading into earnings.
Typically, yeah. So one of the ways that I'm trying to think if there's any others. Actually, you know what? Hims is another one. So this is another name that's been on the move. And again, I typically do it in names that are already kind of on highs, But again, I don't necessarily have to commit. It's not like I'm buying stock or I'm buying calls, but I'm shorting other calls against it. These calls theoretically are a little bit to the upside, especially in this name. When you look at the implied vol, yeah, I mean, in near term, right? But the nice thing about it is that it has earnings on the 24th. So I'm long this expiration and I'm short this expiration in front
very
of
similar to the Baba trade. Yeah.
Exactly. This is ideally the best way to do it, when you can actually still be long the earnings and then short the expiration that doesn't have earnings. That's ideally the best way to do it.
To potentially capitalize on that vol crush post earnings.
Yes.
I see. I'm in your head now.
And again, I usually go further upside, right? So 65, 70. I actually, I think I looked at some 80s earlier today, but I didn't do it because, Errol, like if I did a call spread, right? If I did one of these calendar call spreads right now with the 60s, I mean, that's not really going to get me anywhere. Yes, this Feb 2860 always going to be worth more than the Feb 2160, but you're not going to make a ton of money on that if it continues to push higher. Right. Whereas, something further upside that was really far out of the money, that and again, and the way volatility works and the way moves work, right? Like that 85 call, if I did it with the 85 strike and stock is 20 right now, I'm sorry, stock is 61, I did it with the 85 strike, that 85 call is, if say the stock takes off another $15 right now, we get up to 76 prior to earnings, this call is obviously going to be trading like, I don't know, probably $7-8, right? Whereas like the near term will not be trading as much. It might be trading $3 or $4. So just on that alone, let's just say, and this just, I love these because they kind of, it's too much going on there. I love these because they kind of take advantage of options theory in a way, right? Like, let's just say I put this on today, and again, we still have another week of this expiration, but let's just say by this time next Friday, stock is trading 75. These are going to be, they might be around the same price, right? This near-term 85s, they may be $1, but they might be around a week from today. They will definitely be around the same price, even a little bit lower. These right here, if stock's trading 75, let's think about it like this. These 61s, like right now for a week out, these are 2 weeks out, but let's see, a week out, where are the 61s? They're $5, right? So let's just say next week, I sold these, say these are 30 cents next week, and these Feb 28 85s, these might be around $5. So as you can see right now, this spread is $1.95, but next week it could be trading $4, right? And I didn't risk a whole hell of a lot to do it. As a matter of fact, I think I just talked myself into something. I'm gonna do a little bit.
Quick question: when is the earnings on that again on HIMS?
It is on the 24th.
Oh, okay.
So we still got 10 days. Yeah. So I've been kind of doing a decent amount of those more recently, because I really don't know. Like you mentioned the week, right? Like look what we did on CPI. Market tanked, and then we bounced. We bounced back, and then on PPI we actually ended up going up because for whatever reason, I don't know, the consensus reason was that some of the components in PPI that reflect PCE were a lot weaker, and so maybe inflation is not as bad as I don't know what the hell it was. I'll be honest with you, but it was weird. It was weird, and I think there's a lot going on right now with the tariff talk. Which again, 2 weeks ago we tanked on tariffs. Yesterday it was mentioned that we might have. Yesterday it was mentioned we might have reciprocal tariffs. Market goes higher. So I think there's still a lot of stuff going on in the market, like you said, with CPI and PPI bounces and drops, and so I don't necessarily want to. I think. Like realistically, like charting wise, I think S&P 500 looks good, but I just don't know how much like capital I want to commit to upside. Like it feels like we kind of broke out of a little consolidation that we had here for the past like 2 weeks. Yesterday, we might have broken out, and we're looking for follow through. Like this is for my chartists out there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what we're talking about right here. Like this is strong consolidation. That's what this was for the last 2 weeks. Yesterday was a breakout. This is a continuation. If we get another one, that's a trend, folks. And guess what? You could possibly see more higher prices. But anything can spoil it. Right now, there's headline risk out there, right? And so I would rather, like, as much as I think we're going upside, I'd rather do it through these calendar call spreads than anything more meaningful that's taking up more capital.
That's a good way to put it. Anything can spoil it. Anything can kind of just change the narrative or the context of the market that you perceive right now could kind of switch on a dime, especially with all that news. And, with all the tariff talk, is there any underlyings you're looking to take advantage of that could be affected with the tariffs? Or are you kind of just waiting to see how that's going to be resolved? Because I know we had that 30-day pause as well.
Actually, I haven't. I really haven't. I've seen a couple of different macro things, like like for example, we had steel and aluminum, these tariffs this week, right? I just found out, and I talked about this on This Week in Stocks with Tom and Tony. I saw this chart that showed 40% of we're 40% of the steel that we import comes from either Mexico or Canada, which is a lot.
Okay. Right.
And then I saw like 70% of the aluminum that we import comes from Canada. So again, I know I'm aware of that, but I haven't looked at and again, I mean, your direct proxies for these are like, FCX is copper. I think obviously letter X is steel, but there's a lot going on there with that potential deal with Japan. I'm
over X.
You're over X?
I'm over steel. Yeah. I don't even sell many undefined risk positions like strangles and things of the sort. And X, 2 of the times I sold a strangle on X, there was a deal that didn't go through. And then you see that sharp candle down there, just a little bit to the left of the X on the background of the chart. But we had some really sharp moves down, and I got caught in both of those while I was actually live as well. So I was like, I'm gonna start watching steel from a distance. But no, it'll still be interesting to see how tariffs affect this underlying over here.
Totally, man.
It's just a cheaper underlying. It's a lot easier with the buying power to sell undefined risks in there. That's why I was keen on it as well.
In X?
In X, yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's a little
totally.
cheaper,
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, absolutely. It doesn't like really destroy you in some way. My bad, I got distracted. I'm looking at the chat. These dudes are wait, who asked this question? Peter, is travel ball a business for coaches? Rotate sports? Yeah, it is, man. It absolutely is. I mean, and repetitive injuries, you're totally right. And that's why we kind of, limit our exposure. That's exactly, I feel like I'm kind of like taking a trading approach to it in a way.
That's what I was going to say. Explain that in trading terms as you just
I mean,
limiting my approach, limiting my exposure a little bit.
Peter also talking about that. Oh, APP. Have you traded any of that? That stock ripped last week.
APP.
I stayed away from that one, Peter, because that's pretty massive. I am interested. Holy cow, it's still ripping. You seen it stop at Lovin? I don't even know what they do.
I have not seen. I mean, the IB rank is looking decent, but no, I haven't traded this one.
Yeah, I don't even know how tradable it is. I mean, sometimes you see big names like this. Actually, this is not terrible. I mean, $1.20 is, that's wide, but I mean, what can you say? Well, that's actually not terrible. Wow, really? You know what though? Oh, that's $20 wide. I'm tripping. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, I didn't trade this one. I mean, I tell you what, that is not terrible, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't. I probably should have traded this one on earnings. I did a couple of different one on earnings. Palantir was one that I had on earnings. Look at this thing trading 119. I really still think this thing is going to 130 soon, honestly, because the way it's been moving. But some of the other, I mean, I've traded. So Errol, a lot of that, like those calendar calls, that's honestly what I've used for earnings too. Because again, I always play earnings for moves. I never really sell them. But I've done those. I've done like a lot of those in earnings as well. Reddit was one that didn't quite work out though. But I did get back in it. I still think it's going to bounce back at some point. I'm playing.
You're talking that calendar spread, like
I am.
We just going over.
Yeah, that's just been my trade, man. That's mostly been it recently because I don't know. I haven't been able to find like a ton of vol selling opportunities. I haven't really wanted to sell that much vol in individual names because, like you said, I think there's a lot of risk. I just don't know where the tariff talk and stuff is going. So that's really been my trade.
No, I hear you. I'm getting a little bit of FOMO on a PLTR. I never would have thought PLTR would be one of those underlyings that I would see other, people within the industry that don't really trade, like when crypto pops off, you hear everybody talking about it. That's not even always involved in the market. But PLTR was one that I heard people that aren't even involved in the market asking about PLTR. But this one has had a massive move. I think PLTR was one of the, if not the first underlying, I think that I ever sold an options position on. But I mean, it's been going ham to the upside.
Yeah, it really has. It's been its year so far, and I think it's become. I feel like this. Tom would say this doesn't matter. Most people, and in some ways, it doesn't matter. But it's interesting to me. I can just tell by the way that it's trading. It's definitely a favorite of funds, like hedge funds and funds. You could just tell. I mean, when you start seeing this type of movie, start seeing this type of volume, you know that they're like completely scooping it up. And I think it does matter because it matters from the sense that you can see like watch at the end of the month, and if not at the end of the month, by the end of March, so the end of the quarter, that's when funds end up doing a lot of their reallocations and buying. I guarantee you this is going to be one of them that they end up like buying for whatever different reason, or it just really depends on the imbalance. But this one's going to trade heavy at the end of a quarter and end of the month because that's just what happens. I've seen it so many times, But again, if you're just trading vol, that doesn't necessarily matter. If you're trading direction, I mean, that matters to some degree.
No, definitely. At least having that proper expectations or potential expectations, but we'll see what we get with it.
Yeah, it's been one of my better winners because I had calendar calls in it. Now I just have this Iron Condor, and I'm just going to stick to this for a while.
You're in a good spot with that Iron Condor. When did you put that one on?
I put it on actually maybe right before earnings because I had a decent amount of calendar calls in this, and I had a decent amount of upside exposure. And I put this on vol was still like, it was like 61 IVR. And I was like, okay, I know I have these calendar calls on, and those aren't necessarily vol plays. They're more directional, but I was like, I need a vol play in here too, in addition. And so I put that on, and yeah, I'm just rocking with this for a while. I mean, with any luck, the stock will settle down for a little bit before it makes another push higher. That's really what I'm hoping on.
I mean, that's what it's looking like. I mean, if I had to guess before you pulled up the March 21st expiration, I would have thought the expected move would have been a little larger. Not that it's small right now, but I mean, you got some decent premium at around that expected move. So I think you're in a good spot as of now.
Yeah, as of now, anything could change that. Of course, they get some new contract or whatever, whatever. But you can't trade for news, expected news. You just got to trade what you see, man. So,
right.
But yeah, that's kind of been my mojo, man. I've just been, I feel like we got further upside. Yesterday was a really interesting, seemingly breakout. But in the meantime, I'm just trying to, manage different positions here and there. Got a few bangers, and the only real downside exposure I have is and a SPX.
I got some downside exposure on the S&P 500 as well.
Yeah, this is the only one I got. I don't know if I want to do more. I think this is just it for now. It's $50 wide. Put butterfly, and I don't know. We'll just leave that there, man.
Yeah, we'll see what we get with that.
Yeah, we'll see what we get with that. Before we head out, man, what you got going on the weekend? You just chilling?
I was about to ask you the same thing. What you got planned with the missus today, Jamal?
We're just gonna chill, man. We're gonna chill. Okay. We'll probably find a little date night, little Valentine's movie to watch, something like that. Just pretty much it. What about you?
I hear you. Really not too much. Probably gonna go out later tonight. Get some food.
Go hunting. Yeah, you gonna go hunting.
No.
Bow and arrow. Yeah, that's right. I see.
No hunting on my end. Those were the old days, Jamal. The old days.
I hear you. That's funny. Well, dude, thanks for coming on as always, man. Always great to see you on here. Appreciate you, dude. And you guys, thanks for watching. And as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, trade them often. For Jamal Chandler, it's Errol Coleman. We're out.
Peace.
In the money. It seems pretty easy to understand. If I'm in the money, I must be profitable, right? Not quite. In the money is in reference to the option's strike price relative to the current price of the stock. An in the money option is an option which has intrinsic value. For a call option, that represents an option with a strike lower than the current stock price. For a put option, that represents an option with a strike higher than the current stock price. Being in the money is a good thing for long options. It's not so good for short options.
Crypto is better when it's tasty. The Tasty Crypto Show, hosted by me, Ryan Grace, and Frank Caberna, will help traders of all levels learn DeFi trading. We'll provide our insights on altcoins, crypto industry news, and blockchain education. And we'll have you swapping, staking, and trading using derivatives in no time, all using the Tasty Crypto Wallet app. So don't fork up your chance to become a crypto master. Watch Tasty Crypto only on Tasty Live.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it.
Well, hello, ending another week here, and I actually didn't even realize Monday's a holiday. So, shoot. So we got a 3-day weekend ahead of us, President's Day, for all those President's Day festivities we all enjoy. And today is, on the one hand, really interesting. On the other hand, it's really dull because, like, the ES at this very moment, up 0.02%. Really not doing much of anything. There are record highs, especially in tech land. The big disappointment for me today was silver, because I've mentioned precious metals bull, particularly with silver. And in the wee hours this morning, I saw silver was blasting higher, and it was up. Got up to almost 5%, which for silver is a big deal. All gone. So it's nice that it's sort of like pushing into that area, kind of exploring that area. It'd be extra nice if it would like hold on to those gains. I have every confidence over the long haul it'll do so, but it's really becoming tiresome to watch these little rallies go poof. So yeah, and it actually isn't that shocking because as I've said, gold has had such a huge multi-month run. You're going to expect some selling. Gold right now is off over $50 an ounce. And even with that, silver is, well, it's up $0.004, but it's green. So it's holding its own versus gold. And it did incredibly well early today, even versus gold. But all that gold selling is going to have an effect. So we'll glance at that in a bit. I got the chart loaded, ready to go. Let's jump in. And we begin with a spider. Lifetime high on an intraday basis. Probably maybe a lifetime high close. Yesterday was very strong. Wednesday was very strong. And here we are. Pretty much earnings season is done. The market seems to have become inoculated to tariffs because the tariffs have been announced, and the retaliatory tariffs and threats of lots more to come. And at first, it was these like shockers, just the bottom would fall out. And after like the third time, the market just like, massive shoulder shrug. So even tariffs can't break this upward momentum anymore. The diamonds are not at lifetime highs. They still have this series of slightly lower highs ever since the lifetime high back on the 31st. So, and it probably has a lot to do with the fact there's so much strength in tech right now. The Nasdaq's up, not massively, but almost 70 points. And you're seeing things like Meta. I don't think it's had a down day since the inauguration. So, just exceptional strength there. Okay, white flag time, EWZ. Gave up early this morning. Why? Well, two reasons. Reason one was that it kept pushing into this pattern. As of even yesterday, things were looking fine. But the farther it got into this zone, the more damaged that pattern became. The bigger reason, which is very related to what I just said, is the fact that it's pulled this stunt before, right here. This pattern was even better than this pattern, and it did ultimately crash the market. It was way lower after the pattern. The problem is it took almost 4 years because it just messed around for the longest time, month after month after month, and only until 18 months after the pattern was complete, finally it started to fall. I don't want to wait 18 months for this thing. So, I'm out. No more EWZ. I mentioned silver earlier. It is quite the picture, because you'll see quite clearly here this massive red bar. It opened very strong, even pushed higher, and has just been selling off all day long. The profits on it were very nice. When I got out, I was stopped out at a small profit, but I feel better being out of it now, because it looks, I mean, it's just like gold. I don't think it's done selling off, so I'm out again. Yeah, what a shame, right? But like I say, long term, this still looks very, very good. And the volume, especially in PSLV, the physical silver one, spots, has been roaring higher. Massive volume increase. It will eventually work out, I'm sure. And the physical volume I've got will work out, I'm sure. But as far as this as a trading vehicle, just sputtered away. So yeah, that was a shame. It looked really good early today. And so we're seeing this, of course, with the gold. Here's GLD, which peaked yesterday, lifetime high, is giving up all the week's gains. Every bit of it. We're back to where we were at the end of last week. So big reversal here, 1 2/3% drop. As I said, about a $50 per ounce drop on the front month. And of course, this is reflected over in miners land too, because GDX opened strong today, probably because of silver, but it's fallen all day long, and it too has wiped out all the week's gains. And so you can see this reflected particularly in, of course, dust, which is the ultra short on the miners. The lifetime low on this was back here, down at 42.86. It got 14 cents away from that today before it started powering higher. So dust is up almost 7%. Big push higher on that, because miners are falling to pieces. So, we're past the Amazons and the Apples and the Metas and all that. We're into the Airbnbs now. But earnings are still coming out here and there. Airbnb had a great report. It had a terrible slog here early on, during the first couple of years as a public entity. But since then, it's definitely been recovering, and a big pop higher today on this. The chart's a mess. This is not something I would ever trade myself. But, for those along the stock, had a terrific day. And although Meta didn't report, I'm only showing it. There's chatter there about we're going to do home robots now, which finally, but lifetime high on this again. And the consistency of the gains is just something to behold. Let's zoom in on this. If you look right here, that was Jan 14. I mentioned inauguration day. Let's just look at inauguration day specifically. That would be right there. Okay, so market was closed on the 20th, but here's the 21st. And as you can see, I don't think, maybe there was one day, maybe one in all that time that it went down net close to close. But on the whole, since just the inauguration, which was only last month, we've added like $110 to this, like 20% almost. So Meta just keeps setting the world on fire. And of course, it's incredible that this was a double-digit stock only 26 months ago. It's gone up like 600, 700% in that amount of time. Amazing turnaround. Over with the cubes, as I said, tech is kind of the leader here. Intraday lifetime high on this as well, very much like the spider. And we'll see what happens Tuesday. What'll motivate it. Like I said, it seems nothing to keep it down. Not even tariffs, not even retaliatory tariffs, nothing. And earnings won't be a factor anymore. Even interest rates don't seem to affect it anymore. SMH is also green, but I want to keep emphasizing this, particularly since NVIDIA reports in 12 days. That's the 26th afternoon. This gap is key, and it could go up a lot more here. That's a goodly amount of space, but that gap is an important barrier, I think, to any real leg up in the tech valley. Here's NVIDIA itself. Strong day, up about 2.3%, and it is getting tantalizingly close to that 141.88 level. It's about $3 away, which is like 2%. So, and just nothing but green bars for the entire month. Look at that. Every single day, green. So NVIDIA completely shaken off any DeepSeek concerns. Now, the interesting thing, and this ameliorated my woe about silver today, the really interesting thing today was what happened with NVIDIA early on. I guess there was an SEC filing in which they said, hey, we're out of SoundHound and Serve Robotics. They had taken a stake in these two small companies. One of them, Serve, it's a cute little robot, and the other one, SoundHound, which has something to do with sound. And Serve, we've talked about here, was in the process of hammering out a beautiful bullish pattern, which it did not complete. Here's the base here. It had to get above this bar to complete it. It got so close yesterday, and then the floor was just dropped away. So we're trading now, we're trading in July, and there's nothing holding it up at this point. So the pattern is a complete failure. I did not complete, I want to emphasize that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this just sort of crumble at this point, because the main impetus for this, which I think was back here, it must have been, obviously look at the volume. The main impetus was, oh my God, NVIDIA is into these guys. Well, they're not anymore. The one that meant something to me personally was SoundHound, because I've got puts on this. We've talked about it before. The impetus for this one was basically an article I read. Usually it's chart-based, but the article kind of prompted me to get into this, because they basically said there's no there there. The technology is like, this company doesn't have a good future. And the puts are obviously doing pretty nicely. It's down hard today, about 30% drop with SoundHound. And I'm just hanging on, because as before, there's really little holding it up. I think meaningful support would be probably around about here. So I'm just going to hang on to those puts, and they're July's anyway, lots of time. NBR, neighbors, haven't talked about this in a while, just continues to slip away nicely, down about 3%. And similarly, KYMR, Chimera Therapeutics, hammering out a nice reversal top on that one. Oil is slipping, down about 1%, and we can see this in USO. And so it's got its own failed bullish breakout here, and I don't know the oil market intimately at all, but my supposition is if they get, the Russia-Ukraine peace of some fashion hammered out, and they release the oil, stop the sanctions, etc., that's bound to flood the market with supply. So it's not a big surprise here that things are weakening with crude. And if you want anything in particular to pursue that, top looks pretty good. This is ConocoPhillips. Very pretty top on that one, and very heavily traded. So it's a nice thick market on that one. Also kind of politically related, I guess, RFK's affirmation probably has something to do with this, but last week I made mention that I got puts on Eli Lilly, and based upon the gap, got very close to that gap, looking good. We're down about $25 on this. And again, the reason really doesn't matter. I'm just, it's just kind of interesting. I would probably have something to do with RFK, but whatever the reason, the gap did a great job. And so we're slipping hard on that too. And relatedly, I suppose, United Health, UNH, also down about $7. Got puts on that one as well. I've got a few moments left here. Let's just do a couple of odds and ends. I just want to say again, as strong as semiconductors are, I like Broadcom, AVGO on the short side. Those squiggly lines are slow Bollinger Bands that have been drawn, and you can see just how lofty the price is relative to those bands. And we've talked about NVIDIA, so let's skip that. Last one, volatility. We have plunged back down to the mid-teens here. And as I've said before, we tend to have a range of about low teens on the low side to about 30 on the upper side. So bets are cheap, and so I'm sticking with them. So anyway, all right, well, enjoy your 3-day President's Weekend festivities, and I will be back here on Tuesday. Thank you as always for coming by. Hope you're doing well. I'll see you next week.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top yearly recap.
Breaking news on Instagram. The first segment of your line dancing has been posted. Left together, switch, turn. Right together, twirl, turn. Hip, hip, hip.
Right together, spin, clap. Left together, spin, clap. Hitch, 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 turn, shuffle, rock, shuffle, rock, shimmy, shimmy.
I took 5 lessons for cases when all I knew what to do was
Right together, spin it around. Yeah. And you want to clap. And then like strut down, strut down, strut down, strut down. Right together, spin. Left together, spin. Hitch, 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 cross, turn, shuffle, lead, shuffle, rock, shimmy, lasso.
This is not good.
Hey! Oh, he's got the walk down. He's got it down.
It's perfect, and you got the bed. You got everything.
That is not even close.
God, bitch stole my. Oh, it's flawless.
Look, it's beautiful.
Flawless.
No.
You're walking way too fast.
And go stick your finger in all of our lunches.
Now complain about something.
Oh, God.
You watched the debate, you knew who won, and you just didn't want to admit it.
I was in New York. I was flying home that night, and I'm so sorry that I didn't go back and tape the vice presidential debate.
First of all, I think it's hilarious that you run a technology company and you still think you think you had to tape it in order to watch it. You think you have to tape it?
He didn't have a blank
VHS
VHS tape to spare for the debate. Stas, what comes up next? The opening bell. Don't look so surprised. Sadlov has been this way since 1980 when you first started trading. Wait a minute, was it always 8:30? Yes, the opening always was the same. The closing has changed.
Like, what has changed? I don't think so. Nothing's changed. The only thing they did, I think, was add the 15 minutes.
Excuse me?
The only thing I ever think that changed was the 15-minute curb session.
From 3 to 3:15, so they did change it. So it was the closing and not the opening that's changed.
For option traders, the 15 minutes.
Well, listen. We're not bean traders here.
Do not engage.
When I got,
we didn't, wait a minute. So
when I got in this business,
we used to open it at 9 o'clock. Since 1980 to now, we didn't always open at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes, we did. Is that a $20?
I am going to get this $20 off of you.
I don't think so.
No matter what. Chris, how are you, my friend? Chris, your job after you get off the show here is to find out when the New York Stock Exchange opened in the 1980s, what time they rang the bell. I have a $20 bet with Sosnoff. We're going to be eating good tonight. I already decided that Sosnoff will be having cereal for dinner tonight. I said the New York Stock Exchange did not open at 8:30 Central Standard Time. It opened at a different time. Soz said it always opened at 8:30.
I already have the answer. You guys need to choose a year, and that will determine which one of you is correct.
No. I've already won this. I said from 1980 to now, 2024, we didn't always open at 8:30.
I gave him 1980, but I technically didn't start probably till 81. But go ahead. What is it?
September 1985 is when it switched to 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
Not 1980. Not 1980.
I remember. I was on the floor. I was working because I would have to get up earlier in the morning.
In 1980, the New York Stock Exchange opened up at 10 a.m. Eastern. It closed at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The schedule was in place until September 1985, when the opening time was changed to 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Pay me, bitch!
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Just for a minute, let's forget about your favorite stocks. Just for 1 second, let's leave specific strategies on the shelf. Let's talk about what really matters. Your portfolio. How do you build it? What should you target? How do you manage it day to day? The answers to these questions and more are inside our newest crash course. So I'll see you there.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for the last call. And I think they had the last call for the evening S&Ps early this morning, Sosnoff, as they are up 25 cents. I think they legit had a $5 range all day long. Do you agree?
I'm looking right now, and I think that this is probably the smallest range.
This is the worst potential all-time new high I've ever seen in 40 years.
Well,
800,000 E-mini S&Ps have traded. That is nothing.
Nothing, honey.
NASDAQ up 94. On the other side, you got the Russell down 2 and the Dow down 180. Volatility is also dead, unchanged, down a penny. Bonds up 13 ticks. They too have sat all day long. I mean, you look at this, it's like you don't even see the futures really moving. You know, there's like really no ticks anywhere.
No, there's been there's been an occasional commodity moving around.
Bitcoin caught a little bit of a bid. Silver Silver and gold had big moves. Silver, remember, silver was up huge today, up over $1. It's unchanged right now. And gold, which was down only about 9 or 10, is down 50. So you did get some movement there.
Yeah. I have been, after the opening, when we covered all of our earnings plays for last night. By the way, I will go on record saying last night's earnings was probably our best earnings day ever. Just because nothing happened on all the earnings plays. But after the opening, wherever those things were after the opening, like in Coinbase, not one penny in premium has come in the whole rest of the day. Like you would think it would come in a little bit more over the course of the day, not a freaking penny. And when you look at the other stocks that traded, not a single penny's come in. I think my biggest mistake today was getting short Nvidia and Meta. I thought Meta was I thought the 18, 19 day winning streak in Meta was all over but the crying, and the only person crying is me.
And we got another stock pulling a Meta. That's Netflix. I don't know if you've looked at Netflix lately.
I don't have a Netflix position.
Up $18.50. It too is getting itself a little bit of a run here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stocks that that kicked it up a notch today. Nvidia's another stock that, like I mentioned before, Apple kicked it up. It's back to 244 after a week ago. It looked like it was crashing. It's funny how cyclical some of these stocks have become. Yesterday it looked like United Airlines was in free fall, and now it's back up to 103, and there's just just almost one after the other. It's interesting. I'll leave it there. I'm not sure. I mean, this is a very mixed day. NASDAQ stocks that were strong, stayed strong all day. Dow stocks that were weak stayed weak all day. And the Russell can't get out of its own way, and the S&Ps did nothing the entire day.
They really did do nothing the entire day. You are right about that. And gold, GLD down $4.74. That's a big move.
Yeah. I mean, as every day in gold is painful torture.
That is true.
I can't get that stock. I can't get that stock in the win column to save my life. I'm tried. I've really tried.
I have a small positive P&L in there today. I'm almost thinking about closing it just so I could say I closed it on a winning day, not a winning position. It's been a tough one.
Yeah, no, it's been really tough. But other than that, I mean, we got a bunch of trades. I made a bunch of trades this morning because we had to do a lot of adjustments, and we had a ton of earnings trades. By the way, earnings for Tuesday morning.
Baidu is all I could. I think it has. I mean, according to our platform, it has earnings on the 18th. That would be the Tuesday morning. I checked some other Taiwanese sources. They say it's has it on the 18th also.
I sold a few puts in Baidu. I didn't really do anything else. I'm just going to leave it there over the weekend because the stock's been strong.
Stock has been strong. It traded over 100 here today. It's only 97 and change, so down $3 off its highs.
Yeah, as for the rest of the market, I mean, we just haven't really done that much. I don't know about you, but it's just been, it's been quiet.
No, and if I touched anything, I only butchered it anyway. Like, it didn't really matter because nothing went anywhere, right? I mean, it was just kind of.
Yeah. It was one of those days where if you didn't have a position on, it was very difficult to make something happen today. There were a few little reversals like Intel reversed, and there was a couple other small reversals. Tesla reversed to the upside, Intel reversed to the downside, but there wasn't a hell of a lot to do today. And if you didn't have the earnings plays on from last night, there really wasn't much at all. We did a fast market segment today where we got about 7 new trades on. So we stayed active, but it was a tough one in that sense. It was a tough one, but it gave you good time to read up on your baby books and remember how to take care of a baby. You'll be babysitting tonight for the first time, right? As a grandfather? Yes.
And big day. Write it down. Valentine's Day. Big day.
Yes. Got it all written down. Thank you so much.
Do you think they really go out or they have regrets and they stay home?
It's a good question. I think they're going to pull the move that we used to pull on them when they were kids. We used to, always
we'll be right back.
Yeah. When we were we'd be in a different state. Like we'd be in Vegas and they'd be in Chicago, and we'd call them and say, listen, we came home a day early. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. You could hear scrambling going on in the background. And I'm like, those little bastards, they got a party going on. They got all this stuff, and then we didn't show up, and then they would, oh my God, would they hate us? And then, yeah, maybe they'll pull that tonight. We're just going out and they're going to check on us.
They're going to, you'll see. You'll see.
Anyway, the good news today is that the U.S. dollar was down a lot, and so all the currencies went our way today. And but no real problem, children, except issues that we made of our own, like Meta. But you know what? I mean, this market, there's some stocks out there that I feel like. I mean, Meta obviously being one. 20 days in a row? That's a little ridiculous, don't you think? Do you know that NVIDIA has been up 10 days in a row?
Yeah, these are the stocks that have brought us to the promised land, Sosnoff. Yeah, look at this. I know. Unbelievable.
What are you looking at right now?
That's Meta? NVIDIA up there. That's your 10-day move in NVIDIA.
NVIDIA's been up 10. Today will be the 10th day in a row. And then, you've got other stocks that like I just mentioned Meta, but Meta has basically been up 20 days in a row or whatever it is, close to it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure with these, because they bought a new server.
Netflix is another one. It looks like it's going on a couple of week
They bought
bender
a new
too.
server too.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
You get a server. You get a server.
Everybody
gets a server.
Yeah. Now you launch a new show, stock goes up by $100 billion. It's a good model. It's a good model if you can get it.
We got to launch a new show. That's all.
Yeah.
Why not?
We need to launch a bunch of new shows because we're cheap.
100%.
Or we need to buy a server and call it an AI server.
That's right. That'll make it right. That'll make it good.
I mean, you kind of, in the back of your head, you have to be thinking to yourself, even Intel went up from 19 to 23 this week, and they don't have anything. They're basically, they're 20 years behind NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductor. They're literally 20 years behind. And so somehow, that stock went up 20% this week. You got to be thinking they're getting to a point where they're a little frothy. Meta up 20 days in a row, NVIDIA up 10 days in a row. I mean, they got to be something's got to give. It doesn't matter what the fundamentals are. When Ryan Cohn stands next to Michael Saylor and GameStop and they take a picture and GameStop goes up $4, you got to be like, are you kidding me? Get out there, Batista. Get out there and take a picture next to Michael Saylor. What are you doing?
I'm doing my best. I'm trying.
No, you go out and you stalk the guy and you take a picture next to him and say, hey, I'm thinking of buying some Bitcoin here. And by the way, Bitcoin, I mean, I know it's back, it's up, had a good day today, up 1,500 or so. But with all the talk, I kind of feel like everybody's locked and loaded.
Yeah, I said that to you, I think a week or so ago when Bitcoin was right around here. It sounds like everything you hear is bullish about Bitcoin. I even had a coach come up to me and ask me about what other, what other cryptocurrencies can he buy because Bitcoin's too expensive right now. So it's gotten to the shit coins too. You know what I mean? It's gotten everywhere.
Right.
Everybody's talking about it.
Oh, yeah, and probably Selma's going to call me tonight and ask me which coin she should buy.
No, yes, that's exactly right. Now you know. Yes, now you know.
My mom's going to call me and she's going to say, all my friends are buying Bitcoin. Why don't I own any Bitcoin? Yeah, I'm sure. That's the next
What's going to be your answer?
Yeah, I don't know yet. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I need to hear.
Yeah. I knew I should have hired that money manager from,
Yep.
That'll be the next call.
Yep.
How come we don't own any Bitcoin?
It's coming. It's coming. You'll see.
All right. Well, I'm going through all the different stocks on my watch list, and I think I've been through them like 25 times today.
They haven't changed. As a matter of fact, even the S&P just had one of the largest moves that they've had all day. I think that's about $4.25. They're down $3.75. There's $4, Sadnov. I mean, look how tight this bar is here. Let me get it for you. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's an opening print right there.
Is that crash mode?
I know. I guess if you believe in when you least expect it. I mean, here you are at all-time highs. Really no type of market capitulation. I don't see how this market goes lower without some sort of blow off one way or the other. I mean, I probably would like to see a big
you're
move.
at 6130 something. I mean, if that's not a little bit of a blow off, I'm not sure what is, but it doesn't look like a blow off because you don't see the volume.
There's no volume. There's nothing.
Yeah, and there's no real volatility spike, but you know what? I don't blame people for not whacking vol going into this long weekend. Mm-hmm. I don't blame you. I mean, because the problem with this market is even though we're swimming around in a gigantic pool of liquidity, I just don't. It's not worth it selling vol in the hole for a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with all the talk and chatter and tweets or anything else that you can get out there. Sure. I agree.
Yeah.
I think volatility at 17 is probably a little bit low. Don't you How do you feel about volatility at 17?
I don't think it's low. I think it's
Really?
probably, I think it represents, I just think it represents. I mean, I would like to think that the new administration strategy is get all the stuff out early, because then let the market absorb it on the way up, which it's doing. Which, if that's the strategy, that's a good strategy, because then you won't hurt it later on when you do something else.
Sure.
So that might be, maybe that's the thinking here. Let's push the envelope as far as we can until it sets the market lower. And if it doesn't set the market lower, we can keep pushing.
Right.
I mean, it's not really how you should govern, but I can't say that I wouldn't look at the same thing and see how far you can push, because you need a real-time measure. But like just a second ago, they're down 4, now they're unchanged in 1 tick.
I know. It's weird.
I mean,
and I keep mentioning Netflix to you, but it was up $16, up 21 now. I mean,
this is very difficult for S&P traders. I think you'll see on the close in the next couple of minutes, it's 250 right now. And you'll see on the next couple of minutes how, based on what we do going into the close, how just where the day traders are kind of how they're sitting.
Whether they need to buy them back in or sell them back out, kind of thing. You got Apple up $3 too, by the way.
Well,
that stock's had 5 good days too.
Here's a little good tidbit for you. Okay, next week is option expiration, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the third week of the month, right?
Yep.
Option expiration.
Yep.
And I'm going to check my numbers right now, just to give you the actual, just so I don't mess this up. But I believe, I know for a fact that February is the most bearish of all the expiration cycles per year. And
now you're just talking about expiration day, right? You're not talking about February.
I'm just talking about Thursday to Friday.
Yeah.
So if I'm thinking about trades next week, let me see if I can find this. Oh, here it is, right here. I got it. So here's some interesting stats for next week. So February settlement is the most bearish settlements of all the months of the year. And based on Thursday's closing price for Friday's AM settlement, what do you think over the last 27 years, how do you think that that's gone? And I'm going to give you a hint. This is the only one that I can remember where the number of down expirations is greater than the number of up expirations.
I don't know.
Of the last 27 years, 16 are down and 11 are up. And of the last 10 years, 8 out of the last 10 were down.
Oh, wow.
And then if you want to talk about the last 13 years in February, for the month, 6 were up and 7 down. So the argument is there if you're a historical person for whatever reason. I'm not. But if you like the historical stuff, the simple answer is next week tends to end very weak. It's bearish. It's a 4-day week, which means if you're thinking about the week, Monday and Tuesday are probably your best up days. And, Tuesday and Wednesday are probably best up days. And Thursday and Friday are probably your strongest down days, if you're going to get that, if it goes by, any kind of historical pattern. But February expiration just tends to be the softest of the year. And February in general tends to be the weakest. Now, have we had a sell-off yet? No, not one.
No.
I was thinking you had an outside chance, because only one time in my entire career did we have a Valentine's Day massacre. And it only happened one time. I don't remember what year it was. I think it was in the 90s, but I don't remember. And I thought there was an outside chance, but I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to jinx it. And this is not a Valentine's Day massacre.
No, by no means. This is somebody fell asleep on this Valentine's Day. This is where somebody was snoring when they shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
This was a non-event.
Yeah. So cancel crash. And now they're
cancel crash. Even the S&Ps are up $1. $2 now.
Yeah, cancel crash. That was a huge $6 rally. But anyway.
And the fact that only about 40,000 cars, CARS, have traded in the last half an hour that we've been on the show, that shows you that there's not a lot of trade going on there right now. You were talking about whether they.
I wanted to see how they wrapped up the day, because I thought that there would be, we could tell how the day traders were sitting based on how the last couple of minutes go, and if they all had stuff to buy or sell. And it really looks like it's just it's kind of just a real light tug of war.
A colossal non-event.
Colossal.
Yes.
Colossal. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going home this weekend, short a little NVIDIA, short a little Meta, short a few S&P deltas, and short some premium. And I think that's how you have to go into next week. And I wouldn't say there was any edge being short anything, over the weekend, and there's no real earnings play. So I think it's just, we'll reload. It was weak this week. I mean, the market was busy this week, and I expect it to be busy next week.
Yeah, why not? I mean, business as usual. I got a good email today. Somebody saying, I've been with you guys for many years, and I love the 45-day strategy and everything else like that. But I've been doing well scalping futures. I've been buying in them, and they've been going higher. And maybe I'm just a futures trader. And I tried to give them the answer and say, you know what? When you're right on futures, there's nothing better. You watch Tom try to do it all day long. And when he gets it right, it's a beautiful thing. Maybe you're one of those people that's really good at picking directions on a 50-50 shot with leverage, but it's a tough way to make a buck. I'm going to tell you right now, keep doing both. But if you become that person who can scalp futures, more power to you. It's a tough way to make a buck.
I've been doing it for 40 some odd years. And if somebody said, how much better am I than the person next to me that's never done it before? I'd go, not much. If I spent 45 years putting a 6-foot putt, I think I'd be pretty good at it. 40 some odd years scalping S&P futures, I'm the same as I was, 42 years ago.
That's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty bad.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, but that's the nature of the business. That's what I love about it.
Yes.
That's why when people say, I just did an interview a couple of minutes ago with a publication, and they said, what do you think about this stock? Some of the experts think it's going higher, and I go, if you could tell me what makes them an expert, I'd love to know. Some of the experts.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what some of the experts means, but I'm happy to listen. All right, let's see what else we got here. If there's anything, how much time do we have left? A couple seconds? Yeah, 2 minutes. It's so funny on days like this when there's just, in a week we got expiration. So next week will be fun, but I'm not taking a giant shot going into next week.
I don't think the risk reward is there.
I think honestly, I think the risk reward's there in Meta, and it may be there in NVIDIA.
And that's why you short it.
I know.
I get that. Mm-hmm.
I know. I mean, if you give me 19 reds, I'm gonna go black, unless I've been betting red for 19 straight hands. Then
you're gonna go red again, right?
If I've been betting red, I would stay on red. If I had 19 straight winners, there's no way I'm changing. But if I just walked off the table and it's been 19 straight reds, I am betting black.
See, that's why it's such a tough trade. It really is. Yeah, it really is.
I could not agree with you more.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to finish today unchanged.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
This
all day long,
determined to go out unchanged today.
Yeah.
Up or down 25 cents. You get paid big odds unchanged.
Unbelievable. What a day for 0 days, right?
Well, they've had a rough week until today.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a very rough week until today. I looked at the 0-day premium this afternoon, and it was virtually zero. So they finally figured this thing out and had it pegged today. But you're not going to sell premium with 2 hours to go to make $1.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's how bad it was.
That's a tick. VIX 1 day is 11, by the way, just to put that out there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Better than 6.
Yes, better than 6.
Well, based on the close here, there's just not a lot I can gain from this, except there weren't that many shorts. This would be my takeaway. So, all right. Well,
say something profound, Sadnov. Even the S&P down tick $5 on the close. That's the biggest move, Sadnov.
Hey,
you lived through it.
Just a reminder to everybody: there is no show on Sunday night because Monday is a holiday. But the S&Ps do open on Sunday night for global trading. So Globex is open, the S&Ps. They'll open Sunday night at 5 o'clock. If you log on the platform, you'll see. But the show, first call, will be on Monday night with Victor, myself, Pete Momat, and Chris Vecchio. It'll be Monday night at 4:55. Not
Beautiful.
Sunday, Monday.
Beautiful. We are going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live, like Tom said, on Monday. See you then. Peace.